has them gapped up, so I'm a little bit skeptical as usual for a lot of them. Remember, of course, with a holiday shortened week, today is the last day of the week. That means you're going to have options expiration, and you're going to have the close usually have a little bit more activity, and the open, I think, is going to be a little bit more volatility than the average Thursday. You got to think of it like a Friday in here today. So lots of movement. I think that rally late in the day kind of got not ignored, but you didn't realize how far it pushed if you didn't look at a few charts. Randy in the house.
Randy's in the house. He's got the bananas. Sharif was upset because he couldn't see any bananas up in there. Thank you.
To go with did you see the quiche?
Yeah.
So we get like there's catered breakfast and everything. The quiche in parchment paper without the pastry. But is it really like if it's not quiche if you don't have it's like a little weird egg bite thing in parchment paper.
It's called crustless vegetable quiche.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never done that before. It was awkward. Awkward to eat.
Yeah.
It's really awkward because too much of it falls apart.
Vegetable quiche.
It was a fail. It was a fail.
I actually much prefer that to the normal quiche.
More effort.
On weekends, take the little mini muffin trays midweek. Pour your eggs and your peppers and your onions and all that stuff in there. I told this to Adara, put them in the oven, and then Saturday morning, boom.
Yep, exactly.
Awesome little breakfast.
I just make an easy omelet in the morning.
They're portable, You just, muffin trays, eggs, and it works.
Get your breakfast ideas right here live at Trader TV Live.
Yeah, there you go.
And what a great way to spend your weekend.
Always.
Crustless quiche.
You don't want a coffee, right?
No, I got one. I just got one. I do not. I just put one right in here. I got the Yeti.
Always a Yeti.
I thought they were pretty good, man. They had little full of veggies.
Oh, my thing is it's a fail because I always have the one day ahead. We're not here tomorrow, so need the second one here today.
Yeah, we're not here. Wow, NASDAQ bumping up a little bit.
The NASDAQ's been
good jobless claims number. I mean, lower than expected, so that's good. So Powell doesn't have to worry about that.
Finally.
I mean, I was saying this yesterday. Powell's days are obviously numbered, and now it becomes obvious. So we'll wait to see. He's supposed to be gone May of 26. He'll be gone earlier than that. Here's Taiwan Semi. Again, up 3%, so that's really nice to hear. I mean, we would have, a double beat everywhere and a good guide for TSM. So this is going to be on my radar today for a trade, that's for sure, down here at 153. It's already on the sticky note. We're ready to go with TSM. TQs, man, I mean, the NASDAQ bumping up 1% is real nice. Here's UNH with absolutely horrible numbers there today. Probably bounces back a little bit. It feels like it's way, like 20%, an absolute monster to the downside, and we'll talk about that as that goes from 580 down to 470, basically giving back this whole monster run that it's had pretty much all year. I mean, we had the little dip down, and then boom, right back to support. So we'll see if it can hold in and around here, 440, 430, but maybe the business is now broken. We'll talk a little bit about that. And then what's being affected by this, as we just see the NASDAQ, of course, absolutely rip city right now are the diamonds. So the Dow is the one that's getting hit the hardest right now, Dow 1.2% on the back of having 30 stocks in it. And one of the bigger ones, UNH, taking this one down. And then, I don't know, I was looking at Intel as well. That's still underneath $20. So that's underneath 19 it was. So that's down 1% as well. So yeah, I mean, what has changed is still the same. So, we'll have to just keep on playing some of these plays. And you mentioned also that AMD there. Well, you mentioned NVIDIA, but yeah, quite a nice run at the end of the day yesterday for many of these chip names and just the market in general. But like at 330 there, boom, like this name got from $85 up to $88, like $3 in a straight line there for advanced micro devices. So maybe there's something here as well back into the 200 period, which would be 88. So we can wait to see if there's anything going on with AMD, but I kind of like that move yesterday. A little bit of a cheaper name to trade that does have some giddy up to it. So we'll see if AMD can get going here today as well. It's only 838 right now. No market tomorrow, so that's going to be interesting. We talked about Hertz a little bit there as well. I know people in the chat will want to go over that, so we will do that with Pershing Square and Bill Ackman. Palantir's on my mind. There's lots of stuff going to be traded here today.
Oh, for Wayne Griffin in the chat, the market does not close early today. It's a holiday tomorrow, but there's no early close or anything here today. Just it's Good Friday, and so obviously, if you try to tune in tomorrow, we're not going to be here because the U.S. markets are closed. But yeah, no early close. They only do that twice a year. It's Shoot, they do like the Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
and what's the other one?
Christmas Eve?
Is it July 4th?
July 4th?
No, Christmas Eve.
I think July 4th should be
I think it's
day
just the
off.
Christmas Eve then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just only twice a year.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Not tonight.
This
Not
doesn't-
today. Thanksgiving.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Back to the desk.
All right, back to the upside here right now to the tune of about 1% here for the NASDAQ. We're back at 450, so we'll keep an eye on that. Why don't we touch on this UNH disaster here today? What a move here this morning. 588 down to 470 here coming off earnings for UnitedHealth.
They're blaming the baby boomers, Brendo.
Of course.
The baby boomers are taking too much of their money. No, I'm being serious, guys. So the deal here is just let me load up my notes over here. So it looks as if spike in Medicare demand from seniors on Medicare Advantage plans are driving cost overruns. The costs for 2025, as previously predicted, are no longer accurate, so they're above planned increases. The trend continues that we saw from late 2024, and so that's led to decided reshuffling of the EPS. So they were previously forecasting $29.50 to $30 earnings per share for the full year 2025. That's been revised down markedly, Brendo, about $4 to the downside, about $26.
Yeah, massive to the downside here for UNH. Obviously a very highly priced stock, so we'll keep an eye on it. So far, not a lot of volume behind it as expected. 3% meanwhile for Taiwan Semi here, back to the upside. They said they expect AI chip revenue to double in the remainder of this year. So nice bump here for TSM.
A ridiculous look, Brendo. Their net income increased 60% year over year on the back of AI, 5G. So we'll talk more about the revenue, the beat, the EPS beat. But really, what kept my eye, got my attention, I should say, is the denial by the CEO of any joint venture with Intel. That had been rumored. There was a story floating around April 3rd from The Information claiming that TSMC and Intel were in preliminary talks for that joint venture. That's been kind of put the kibosh on that yesterday on the earnings call.
Remember just a couple days ago, it was AMD that came out and said they want to get in on the U.S. manufacturing side along with TSM. So 1% here, guys, for AMD so far this morning.
Yeah, the chips like what they saw. I mean, the TSM basically was telling you, if not for all this tariff stuff, things are starting to look maybe a little bit better for the semis. The semis had been struggling before we had a little of this tariff melee there. But I wanted to give first a big shout out and a happy birthday to Mr. Westermeyer, member for 27 months, but on your 50th birthday, reflecting on recent years, your show ranks in my top 5 experiences. Thank you for being such an amazing family. Thank you for being a part of the family. We appreciate you so much. Enjoy, for sure. Hope you celebrate with the fam and have a great one there, brother. And hopefully we have a great update today. I mean, we all have more fun when the markets go up. TSM was another example of, hey, did you notice that it ended up higher than when Powell was talking and drove the markets down? Again, it wasn't a small pullback or bounce, I guess we had, a bounce that we had in here. And what's great about it, okay, the daily charts, the daily charts still have your old death cross and they don't look that good because of how bad it's been. No, but what's great about it is it's right back above a prior support. So if I was looking at it this way, I'm probably not going to trade TSM, but I know I'm going to trade Intel and NVIDIA. When I see TSM, it's like a bellwether because it's part of the reason why we're gapping up. 154 support. If we're losing a 154 in support, then I don't really want to be in a chip. I don't want to be in the chips long. That's the way I'm kind of framing it here today. I do like NVIDIA. I think if you look at the overnight on Blue Ocean, it was like 103 to 103.5 was the support level. So that's the first place I would look for a dip there. You're not through the waters just yet, I don't think. And yeah, great look by TSM. And as I said, when you look at the daily charts, it's a little bit of a blip. Really, any move up that we have in here, because we've just been consolidating the gains off the highs. So I think until proven otherwise, like we're playing inside these ranges. If we can start breaking out, when some of these names start breaking out those tops, then we'll start to see like this time kind of percentage move ups that we want to. But for now, it's still a little bit range bound for me, but that 154 goes, and I don't want to be fighting chips to the long side.
Yeah, so I have a little bit of a different look right here. I have TSM as the #1 trade for me today. So I'm actually going long. I hope 154 does break because my long is going to be 153. So I'm waiting to get long right into here at the 200 period moving average. I don't remember the last time we saw a stock beat and beat again and raise. So especially in this beat up sector, I mean, I don't necessarily believe that it's going to be popping crazy here. I mean, I like to wait for some chip names, and I don't think it's even a buy in the long term. But I think for today, it's up 3%. It's sort of telling you it wants to go higher. And if we lose it, we lose it. But for me today, TSM going to be the #1 trade on the book, and we'll wait to see if it does anything. Yesterday's closing price 152. So I think if we layer into this thing at 153, we can get out of it in and around 152. We'll see what winds up happening there. But yeah, TSM, a big trade, hopefully today for me. And then there we go here. Everything today is a sell. Sell Walmart. Sell everything on here. The only thing is RF is the only buy coming in there right now. So Uber a sell, Schwab a sell. Every single thing today is a sell. So we'll see if there's any relief in the imbalances once we get hit. But yeah, so I don't know. I just I like the stock. We've been playing this way for a while. It's a beat. I don't know what their expected numbers, what the expected move was, probably not 3%, but at the end of the day, it is a 3% move higher. It's nice to see that. It's good to go in the space. I'm long Taiwan semis as our #1 trade idea there today. So I'm sure it will be on the watch list as we keep talking about it. But yeah, Eli Lilly, going to be another one to look at today as well. Up to 824 right now. Up 12%. I mean, we knew this was that wonder drug, and it looks like now it's going to get approved for more. So we'll see about, I don't know. I mean, 900, I think, is in spot. Not now, not today. But I think we can get back up to there. You know, again, another good report. You're always waiting to hear about these trials and what the results are. Eli Lilly bouncing pretty nicely off of, again, you know, you look back, like this is where we were last year. So Eli Lilly does nothing for the full year, and then you get your 12%. And they say in the stock market, like all the gains are made in a couple of days in the year. And if you miss those rallies, then you miss those rallies. And I wonder if that's true of Eli Lilly because we could have been buying in and around here. So we'll see if it gets back up into the 900 level. Good name there. UNH going one way, Eli Lilly going the other. Fabian, what's up? Tell me are we going over to Adara? Do we have our guest? There we go. Back.
Sharif and I were just talking about Tesla here, back to the upside so far this morning, 244, I guess, coming into play. 1% here for Tesla this morning after a huge dump. We did, similar to some of the other tech names, recover a little bit of that late in the day. I mean, not necessarily a specific Tesla story, but there is this SpaceX angle today. Apparently, there's rumors flying around that I saw that Trump is going to award SpaceX with this Golden Dome missile defense contract. Hasn't happened yet.
Nope. I love the name, though.
Delivering the news.
Feels like the Taj Mahal or something going on over here. So yeah, here it is, Brendo. It's going to be SpaceX, Palantir, Sean, Anduril as well. These are the front runners right now bidding for Donald Trump's Golden Dome missile system. The project involves building about 400 to 1,000 satellites for tracking missiles and 200 attack satellites. Brendo, SpaceX is proposing a subscription service model. Interesting. I like this. Estimated at about $6 to $10 billion for the satellite development. 180 companies, including Boeing, RTX, Lockheed Martin. The usual names are all interested, with the latter three, SpaceX, Palantir, and Anduril being the leaders.
I wonder what the monthly is on that type of a contract. But yeah, we'll see who ends up with that. Let's go over and get some analyst moves here from Darren.
Canadian Solar kicking things off here, up about 2%, almost 3% here with a Citigroup upgrade. Citigroup also upgrading Generac this morning. Intuit basically flat this morning, but they are getting an upgrade here from Scotiabank, and Yeti getting an upgrade from KeyCorp. On the downgrade side of things, we start with a pretty interesting one here. Coinbase up on the morning here, but getting a downgrade from Rosenblatt Securities with a still pretty generous $290 price target. Then we have Block now trading as XYZ, getting downgraded by Bank of America. CSX with a downgrade from Bank of America as well. Bank of America on here one last time downgrading Regeneron. So lots of Bank of America downgrades today. Some interesting names on both sides of the board, guys.
Yeah, we saw yesterday some decent, before we had that Powell pullback, we saw some decent strength, not decent, really good relative strength in Bitcoin. We're still kind of hovering underneath 85,000. But coin, death cross aside, since the death cross on coin, you've actually made a decent bottom and recovered, but that's neither here nor there. You're just very, very inside range on coin. So as things coil up like this, and there's a lot of charts that'll look this way, but I think with the strength that we've seen in Bitcoin, I'll be interested if Coinbase can break out these highs. It might not be a today thing, but when you see a chart like that and it's got this decent size gap to 200 and the 50-period moving average, this breaks out this local high. It's about 184 or something like that on the week. You break through this, and I think you've got some room to rally. And it does start with the fact that you've had some decent carry in crypto. What I liked about, until we had Powell, what we liked about Bitcoin for most of the day was it was just trending up with relative strength compared to the overall market. Like you saw, even on pullbacks in the market, Bitcoin was going higher and higher. Eventually, it got dragged down with everything else. I think that can continue today. Like one breaks through the other, Bitcoin breaks a local high, Coinbase can get dragged with it. Whether or not that we have the juice for that to happen today, it doesn't really seem like it, but you throw an alert for a Coinbase, maybe $10 higher. If it does get there next week, I like that break.
Yeah, Crypto 84.7, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Hey, what's up, Randy? Randy's got that
Chilling.
coffee going on right now. Yeah, so for me, it's all about Palantir today. It's going to be, so we've talked about TSM as my number one idea. Number two idea is going to be Palantir here at 93. It's closed at 93 yesterday. Any dip buy opportunities in Palantir today needs to be bought up. It's already up 2%. So yeah, man, we really like the stock here. We like all that talk. We like the Golden Dome. We like everything about Palantir. If the market wants to go, it's an easy sort of long. We've seen it rip before. Palantir today with the Golden Dome is something that I'm looking long with. So I don't know, Randy. I like PLTR, and you like XOM?
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, just don't zoom out. Yeah, not a bad week at all for XOM, as we talked about oil and energy going back up to the upside right there. What, it's $100, isn't it, XOM right now? Was it 102?
5 now.
Something like that. 105. Okay, so yeah, nice move up there as Randy is very interested. Were you able to buy any on the dip there, Randy?
Not, but
Right, exactly. So we did get to that $100 mark there on, yeah, it was also Chevron as well, but we do get a nice little bump up there today. We were talking about I filled up for 111.9. In my area, it's still like 116 right now. Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Over the week.
But the thing is like, this is what I was saying before. Like we sit here and we wonder about 5 cents per liter. Most tanks are 60 liters. Okay, 100 liters. So even if you have 100 liters times 5 cents, that's $5. Just don't buy a coffee today and don't worry about the gas price. But you know what? $5 a week shouldn't really affect most people's bank accounts.
There are a lot of people in the world where it does matter.
$5 a week?
For some people,
That drive?
For some people in this world,
I
it
don't think
does.
so.
You'd be
For drivers?
You'd be very surprised.
Well, then they're wasting their
You'd
money
be
on a
very
lot.
surprised.
They're wasting their
You'd be
money on a
very
lot of
surprised.
things. I would be very surprised.
Some of the statistics on like, a lot of people, you live check to check, the percentage that you're paying on travel, commuting, and then housing, and then you look at like how expensive the phone is or the flat screen TV. There's a lot of things that would surprise you about consumer behavior, especially in North America. So, yeah, I don't get surprised by any of that at all.
Yeah, that would shock me. I mean, people at $5 a week. I mean, look, it might be a lot for some, but I would just think there's obviously other areas that we need to worry about. I mean, look at the price of fast food and all that kind of crap. The same people that complain about $5 a week are throwing their money away and wasting their money on so many other things. It's absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, you're right. $5 a week could affect some people. All right, let's go back over to the desk. It's Google on my mind right now as well, but XOM might be something with some oil plays here as well. Oh no, Joe got the haircut. There it is. Oh, you talked about that.
He said he was getting the haircut.
Talked about that yesterday.
We knew.
All right, let's go back over. Yeah, exactly. People have money for smokes. Yeah, I know. It's absolutely ridiculous. But we'll go on. All right, let's go. Nvidia, everything moving around right now. Good jobless claims number at least, starting to have the market hold some of these levels. We're holding VWAP for right now. Yeah. My portfolio is getting a big-time haircut. I don't know.
How it is.
I might start to buy something today. I don't know. We'll see about it. We'll talk.
Today's probably, if you're looking to buy the Dow, just the simple fact that the Dow being price weighted is just weird. So obviously UNH is like a significant percentage of it, and less now. It was probably like 8, and now it's less than 8%. But it's probably a decent opportunity
I was saying to buy the Dow.
to pick it up, just for the simple reason that, hey, it's over. Any drop in the Dow is going to be over extended relative to UNH, and UNH is at a level that it's typically historically bounced from as well. So. Yeah, that could be a little bit of something in there. But we haven't got any good news just yet. We get economic data, which has been good all week. Hopefully, it'll actually lead to a green day this time. We've had good numbers. We've had good numbers all week long, economically. So the question is, do we actually rally off of that? We're 1%. I'd love to see 2 on a number like this morning.
We might be up this week. All right, see you guys.
We'll talk Hertz here real quick. 26% right now. Just took out the highs once again. As far as the last little bit, we're not quite back to pre-market highs. 760, 775 was the pre-market high here. If you missed it this morning, Bill Ackman disclosing what was it, almost 20% stake in Hertz Global via a 13F filing. So I mean, this thing's trading dollars at a time. It seems like at this point, just wild.
Yeah, Brendo. He picked up 4% by the end of 24. The fund has increased its position, as you mentioned, about 20%, using both shares and swaps, so not just equities alone, becoming the second largest shareholder of Hertz. Ackman's firm secured this SEC exemption. You mentioned it, 13F. It's colloquially called the confidential treatment request, so to speak, allowing them to build their position quietly. And however you feel about that, that's interesting there. 56% was the move up yesterday on that news. And just to give you an idea here about Hertz's financial position, they reported a $2.9 billion loss for the full year in 2024. The loss includes $245 million hit in Q4 related to the Teslas they bought, Brendo, which devalued quite aggressively.
And then they immediately got rid of once again because no one apparently wanted to rent one of them. But yeah, I mean, Bill Ackman obviously sees something here, guys, for Hertz.
At the bottom on Hertz makes a heck of a lot more sense now.
This is just
it is what it is. Like it's the crazy thing about it. The crazy thing about it is, and we were talking about it with Sharif and I were discussing this morning before we came on, and we talked about this in the aftermarket show. Someone's like, Neil, you're hating it. I wasn't hating on Ackman. All I'm simply, you can't have your cake and eat it too. That's the phrase that this reminds me of. Because if you want to have your celebrity investor or whatever it is, activist investor, the benefit of when you buy something and people find out about it, it goes up, like the Buffett effect. If you want to have that, then you should also have to deal with the fact that people know you're accumulating and they can join you and you might have to pay a higher price. To me, that fairness would have to go hand in hand. That said, the other thing I was saying is if markets were exactly the way that everybody wanted them, they would be much more boring and trading wouldn't be as good in a general sense. Maybe not in this particular case, but in a general sense. So at the end of the day, try not to complain too much about it. At the same time, when you see a stock like this bottom for that long, it bottomed so long that it regained the major moving averages without doing anything. Like that's crazy. Like it was able to not even move up effectively and break the 50 and the 200 period moving averages. I don't wonder if you see that much accumulation. Sometimes it's just maybe worth a shot because the risk to reward was just so low. That said, today, I saw in the chat a lot of people were honed in on the $6 level, which I agree with, just because that's where it dipped in the afternoon. Like when we saw that big move in the aftermarket, the buyers came in twice at $6. They came in early at 580 to 6, and they came in a little bit later towards the ends of the aftermarket show to bounce it again at the 586 level. So if you get on any dips, VWAP is always important on these types of plays, but also factor in that 580 to 6 level. It was like a 39% short float when we checked it last night. How much of that is covered, who knows? For their own sake, hopefully some of it, because it seems like a bit of a squeeze play that just started out. So yeah, that's 580 to 6 level is the key one. It's already bounced off there once on Hertz.
All right, look, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Ackman's out already. So if you guys want to join all of this, that's great. I mean, I think he'll probably take that 20% and run. So this is trading show on the planet. All right, did that go on purpose? Yeah, no, I didn't. Okay, so just this bot. There it is, Sharif. Just this bottom here, like I was saying, I mean, it's great when you can make an investment come out and announce it and then have this kind of a move higher. So, I mean, I don't know when Bill Ackman and Pershing Square will file when they're out of this, but mark the date down, 4/17. You'll probably see a big chunk of that gone now. So they've got the bump up, and then it's time to run away. We saw the very, very similar thing happen in Fannie Mae with this guy. And it's just whatever, talk, and then, you know, who knows where they're going to dump this thing out either. We had a huge move. You're going to see it right from here. This is where, I mean, he did the same thing again. Talked up Fannie Mae, got this huge bump up. Now it's doing this. So my guess is probably selling somewhere near the top and probably dumping it on everybody when it breaks lower. So I don't, you know, it's par for the course. He did the same thing with Fannie Mae. And look, the research is behind it, right? They have great cases for why they want to buy these names. And I think if we want to jump on board with it, that is fine too. But I would rather pay for shorts and right now look to see about a sell in and around this $8 mark. So we'll see about that. Remember, just because Bill Ackman's, there's just as many, you know, activists out there that know what the playbook is. So if it gets to key levels, I feel like, you know, other traders will sell into Bill. So I feel like $8 is a great opportunity to get short on Hertz. And yeah, where you want to buy it, I mean, I hear everybody now is using this 200-period moving average. So yeah, $6 I think would also be a good spot to look to pick up some Hertz, and then when it breaks it, you get out. We talked about Webull yesterday. This could be another name that starts to move around. I was nervous. We said this if we got under 40. So we are, no, it's not, no, it wasn't Webull under 40. It was another one. But Webull right here today, no, maybe it was Webull. Let me see what it did yesterday at $40. Yeah, so it was, I don't know if it was Webull or not, but yeah, right there, $40 was a pretty key level there. We did get under that near the end. Yeah, so I think maybe it was. We got under Webull underneath that $40 mark, and we're still under 40. So for me, I was looking at this. I just was thinking if it was this name or another name, but as this name is setting up right now, I like a short or at least a look at this at $40. I mean, you know, up 6% and had that nice move. And we know that there's that Chinese tie there brought to you by Fox. So we'll figure out if this can hold $40 or not. Even if it breaks it, I don't think it goes higher than 43. So watch out for Webull today, another potential fade. I think the market is potentially a green day here for the market, but we did have all of these sell imbalances. It's just 9 o'clock now, but all these sell imbalances are lining up to hit the market early. So maybe we drift into the open and able to pick up something on the cheap, like a Palantir down here at $93 is where we're looking. So yeah, it should be good. I want to sit back and watch a little bit of the open here, but lots of names to discuss. Taiwan Semi is my #1 play. Palantir is my #2 play. Then we got the TQs ready to go, and then we've got Google. So those are the 4 names that I'll be looking at here today, along with hopefully like a Hertz or something else that may rip around. CoreWeave was another one that had that $40 key there. That was 39. I'll call it up.
It's, I have it up.
Yeah, someone just talked about, what is it at?
41.5 now.
Okay. So
I was hoping this would give us the bounce off 36, which was the all-time low. Well, I mean, it hasn't been around long enough. But it's low, I think, a couple of days after with 36. That's where I wanted to try to play a bounce.
A good bounce.
But it's good that I'm happy the market's bouncing, but this was one that we wanted to see if we could get on a discount. Damn.
All right. I mean, the other aspect of this is, you and I were just talking about this, like this is the guy that's also really, really heavy in Nike right now.
Exactly.
Bill Ackman. So, I mean, we'll see how this Hertz thing plays out. Let's get a look at the market.
53.04, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract. We're above it right now, about 53.25 with the overnight high being 53.71. Excuse me. The overnight low 52.93. So we'll just say 5,300, guys, as support. If we continue moving up, we're going to look to that overnight high at 71, 53.71. That is, Brendo, as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab the absolutely free watch list. Comes out every single morning before we come on at 8:30. All you have to do is jump down to the description of this video. Top link there will get you to the sign up page, and then enter your email address. You get that sent to you every single day. Top of said list this morning is UNH. Down huge here today, 18.5%. We just had a nice little pop back to 475, but Pretty disastrous report here and forecast specifically.
That's really an ugly chart there, Brendo. So here's the deal. They slashed their 2025 profit forecast between $26.50 down from that previously stated $29.50 to $30. Wall Street was looking for $29.73, so towards the higher end of their range. As you mentioned, shares plunged 20% in the pre-market, dragging down the Dow futures, as well as some industry peers like CVS, Cigna, and Humana all were down about 4 to 9% each respectively. Rising medical costs here are the issue. So their spike in medical care demand from specifically seniors and the baby boomer generation on Medicare Advantage plans are driving cost overruns. The costs for 2025 are already well above the planned increases, which were already in the contingency plans. CEO Andrew Whitty said the company didn't meet internal expectations and cost cutting and restructuring is certainly on the way.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a typical stock, day trading type of stock. Usually trades quite illiquid and therefore has a huge range. Not a lot of volume here this morning either, but we are back to some long-term levels here for you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, big time. Maybe we've already done a bounce that doesn't get us right down into that low. Look, it's obviously going to open up down over 10%. So it'll be SSR. Uptick rule is going to be infect off the open. I have a weekly chart up on my e-signal just to show you for what 440 has been like. We've talked about this level before. This is where it has been bouncing for quite some time. You're going all the way back to 2022. This has been bouncing off the $440 level. But as a look at the chart will tell you, you tested a 460 low, and we've already broken through VWAP. Sometimes that means the relief rally is already on from this level. I'm always willing to be patient. I believe it was the most recent example of something like this was when CrowdStrike had gapped down, and there was a really good SSR play in CrowdStrike. I ended up kind of like having chased the move, so I chased the move and took smaller size because I was too far from the low. But I'm going to look for any push down that gets us to 450. So you're in that target range of 440 to 450, and then I'm looking for an SSR bounce. It might not happen, but I remember on CrowdStrike, like it was like a bad trade was making like $3 or $4 on CrowdStrike when it happened. So I feel like being ready for it here on UNH, if we get a test of that level, I'll just have it up, and if we get there, we get there. If we don't, then I probably don't trade UNH because that's the only setup that I would look for UNH. Historically, I used to be a buyer in my long-term account at this level. I don't dabble in the stock anymore. Fundamentally, it looks a little bit worse, as Sharif was already talking about, and there's obviously for other reasons, their business is being highlighted a little bit more negatively there. But yeah, if it's not an SSR bounce, and if it's not 440 to 450, I'm probably not long this thing.
Eli Lilly, on the other hand, back to the upside this morning to the tune of about 12%. Again, yes, it's an $800 stock. Again, it's going to trade pretty liquid, but worth noting here. Decent earnings coming from Lilly.
Not bad at all, Brendo. I'm going to try and say this name of the drug. It's hard. Or for Gilpron trials.
Well done.
I'm sorry, guys. Patients did lose, though, despite the fact that I can't pronounce it. Patients did lose 7.9% of body fat, around 16 pounds on average, at the highest dose, Brendo, over 40 weeks. There was no plateau observed, which should suggest that you could continue your weight loss if you stayed on the drug. The side effect profiles are kind of normal here. Vomiting, nausea, diarrhea. I feel like a commercial
sounds amazing.
On the American networks, okay? So decent there. Analysts expected slightly worse tolerability versus the weekly injectables like Ozempic. If you compare this to Novo Nordisk's injection of Ozempic, the pill underperformed slightly on blood sugar reduction, but matched it on weight loss. Eli Lilly's pill outpaces Rybelsus, that one I can pronounce, by not requiring dietary restrictions, Brendo, and not being a peptide, which allows for easier absorption as well as easier manufacturing.
Just go back to the side effects slide there.
Oh yeah, you want to see this one? Oh boy, 14% experienced
I guess
vomiting.
They're not high. Like the numbers aren't terribly high.
They're not great. Yeah,
but still, like that's not pleasant.
No, it's not. I don't want to vomit. I don't want the other one there from the other side.
I don't know anyone. You know, I was like, I actually don't know anybody. Well, I might know. Maybe I do know somebody that's using GLP, and I just don't know. But I don't know anybody for sure that's using any of those. But what I can here, we'll talk about. Look, Eli Lilly. When you look at the daily chart, I mean, look, $700 on Eli Lilly. It's been bouncing off there into the highs a couple times. Before this recent bounce, I did sell once and rebuy and sell once, but I love it as a long-term hold. Unlike UNH has the chance to get to that monster level and maybe go SSR, which does give it a trade for me. But Eli Lilly, I probably will not touch it. I can't see myself trading it in here today. You do have some overhead resistance, maybe not at the moving averages, but certainly in the 860 to 865 range. But what I would point out is when you look at like the recent down, the November lows, like these bottoms off the 700 level, and then back into the top, just keep in mind what the SPY has done from those same lows, right? Like your kind of November bottoms in here, and then the more local lows. Eli Lilly has held its levels from that top, whereas the SPY has turned that into resistance and gone even further. So it's been a great place to have been, relative to the overall market. Some of the healthcare names have done pretty well. Clearly, there's still some pharma tariffs that would still have to come in potentially. But yeah, that 700 has been a great place to buy on Lilly.
Take it over, yeah, okay. Yeah, so again, I don't know. I was looking at, we just talked about Eli Lilly here. It's going to have a decent spread today. I think you want to buy any dips on this because this is that wonder drug. So what else are they going to figure out with it? No matter what you think about it, I see the chat. Obviously, curing different diseases is going to be one thing. Trying to lose weight, there's obviously other ways to do it, but this is a way that can help those that maybe can't get into the gym or don't choose to do that. I mean, it's a lifestyle thing, and this is just what medicine is, right? I mean, you have a lot of people there. People know smoking's bad; they still smoke. I mean, people, choose to eat; they choose to eat, and this will give them something, I guess, there to look at. Remember, diabetes is something that's completely, you don't have to be overweight and you could be diabetic. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening with Eli Lilly. But I was actually looking at the technology, because I haven't bought anything of this. I liked this at 100 and then liked it again at 90. So I'm probably stuck somewhere near the 200 period right here on XBI. But I was just gonna say, like the IBB, the XBI, some of these names here, technology, I think, is always going to win. So when you get bioscience, I kind of like maybe dip buying something here on XBI. So I think that could be something that comes into play. Let me actually look. I'm going to pull down the chart here on eSignal and just have a little bit of a weekly look at this because I already know where it is on the daily. So I get, like, sometimes when you zoom out and you see some of these weekly charts, it gives you a little bit of a better idea of maybe where we are. So we go back into 2019, we go back in there again to 2020, that, obviously the crisis there. Then the dip down in 22 when everything hit rock bottoms again. And then here, I don't know what was going on October of 23. Well, yeah, I guess, again, not going to look the same as all the tech stocks, but there we go to the downside, and we're just kind of bouncing one more time there on XBI. So, I like this name here just to get a little piece of everything. I'm not sure what percentage of Eli Lilly is in the XBI. I actually just wanted to show everybody, we talked about those quiches. So this is what they look like right now. Yeah, so it's just like that with the veggies in there. So, yeah, so I'm gonna have one. So I prefer it without the crust. I feel like the crust here is a little too dry.
I like
some of the crust. I like the crust too.
I love a nice light crust.
Yeah,
Look, when they did it, there was too much crust when they did it before. Mm-hmm. But I feel like it's an overcorrection to not have any crust.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. Well, I mean, plus it's not peeling the greatest from.
So my issue was that if you're gonna do it on parchment paper, you have to make sure it doesn't stick.
Right.
Like you gotta.
These are sticking a little bit.
But it's definitely tasty. You know what else is tasty?
A little bit of egg.
The move up in chips. Thank you, TSM.
Without dip.
I don't know. But anyway, we'll continue along. TSM, 3% here. It's trying to hold higher right now. We did get maybe a lower high so far this morning, but not much follow through to the downside. Again, if you missed it, AI-related net revenue or revenue from AI specifically going to double in this year.
It's a very good report.
Yeah.
Really good report, guys. Revenue, guys, $839.25 billion new Taiwanese dollars. That easily beat the 835 the street was looking for, and that accounted to about 41.5% year-over-year revenue growth, as you mentioned, Brendo, driven by strong AI chip demand. Net income, their take-home money, $361.5 billion new Taiwanese dollars, again exceeding the street's expectations and accounting for a 60.3% year-over-year increase in net income, all driven by high-performance computing. I'm talking about AI and 5G, which accounted for about 59% of the revenue. Advanced technologies, anything less than 7 nanometers, they contributed about 73% of wafer revenue. Now, the annual forecast was maintained. The revenue growth target in the mid-20s was reiterated for 2025. Q2 expectations, though, growth is going to be supported by increasing production of the 3 nanometer and 5 nanometer technology, and they continue to see strong AI demand from clients like NVIDIA. The Trump tariffs, though, Brendo, they could face a 10% levy, which could rise to about 32% after that 90-day pause. And there's also the current headwind of export restrictions, including what we call now AI diffusion rules, which may tighten up, especially with respect to China. The CEO Wei acknowledged uncertainties and risk, but said no change in customer behavior has been observed yet. And finally, over here, guys, with respect to global expansion, $165 billion is going to be invested in the United States, $100 billion more than the $65 billion that they already committed to the fabs that are under construction.
Don't look now, but I hate to throw some cold water on this. NVIDIA just went red here on the morning to the tune of about 0.25%. It was holding a little bit higher. AMD is still green, but about 0.5% here, trying to test new lows right now, so things fading a bit, guys.
We're almost 1% up on the Nasdaq.
Thanks,
now
Brendan.
we're 0.6. A few things dropped, even the Chinese name.
Wow,
well,
Brendan.
Baba dropped a full point just now as well. But TSM, you can't, look, you're not going to complain about the numbers on the quarter. You're just not going to. Obviously, the tariff stuff, who knows how that's going to play out. I like this for my litmus test today. I already said it, 154. If we hold that level, then I think if we're, you know what, the way to frame it is if we're under that level, then I don't like fighting potential trend reverse. I've seen this happen like sometimes when like Broadcom will report and everything is moving on that. In this particular case, TSM. I just don't want that losing the bid because I think that'll mean only bad things. NVIDIA is in a unique circumstance in that it hit 10% down. And so like when Tesla does it or when any of the big names do it, typically the next day, I like looking for long setups when we can find them. Overnight and right at the close, you had 103.5, which is the prior support, and then in the blue ocean overnight, 103.5 was another level. It's just that or 100. Like the gap in between there, it would need to be some kind of crazy bottoming tail candle or mean reversion wick to have me take the long. But I'm looking for long reversions because it's SSR. And when you have the stock that's under the uptick rule, oftentimes, you know, those pops, when you get them, are really nice and trendy. So it's not usual that you'd have NVIDIA have this. So at first, at 103.5, I want to see a mean revert, either bottoming tail candle or break a trend, a downtrend going into it. If we just dump it on the open, then I wait for $100 where it bounced yesterday. Oh, also, I mean, Intel shorts, same pattern as the last 2 days. Yeah.
What is the market?
Well, the other thing about TSM is they denied all this talk of them being interested in doing anything with Intel. So that's why Intel's down.
So I have, Intel, well, I guess that is why Intel's down, but Intel, I was just thinking about Intel because it's like every day. I haven't written along on that in a while. I just wanted to say right here, I do have Taiwan Semi here as a 153. I'm watching yesterday's close. That was 152. Good Q and good guidance. I'm not sure, like I wrote down here, I'm not sure how the market will react. So let's try to be patient with this upside, right? And so it looks like, as Brendan had just mentioned there, some of the chip names and Neil as well had come back into the downside. So has TSM, but it really hasn't done anything. It's still holding up. When we were looking at it before, it was 3%. Now you're 2.8%. So I was yesterday's close at 152. You know, here's the top right there at 153. Like I had mentioned before, the 200 period keeps on climbing. But to me, it's this 153 area right into there. I want to try to buy this dip into 152. If we break 152, maybe it's 150, 150 or so as an out. But I'm not going to be sitting here catching a falling knife. Let it come down here, bounce around a little bit, then boom goes a dynamite to the upside. So just like we were saying, I don't know which way these chips are going to fly around today. But, I thought positively. The market was green today. It was a good quarter. Everyone, at least I was pretty nervous. We've been highlighting TSM all week. They come out with a better report, so I want to go long. I feel like it's good feels there. So for me on AMD, it was something very similar. Huge move to the upside at the end of the day, right? And so I want to see if we can hold those levels. So that's $88. So if we can hold in and around this $88 mark for me on advanced micro devices, that should be a trade. We didn't spend too much time underneath there other than this tank, and then it, closed at that level. So let's just see. It's also a great short, breaking back down below 88 as well. So this is the thing about today. We ought to wait to see and be very, very specific on what we're trying to do. NVIDIA at that $100 mark, we were just there yesterday. So to say that, we can't get back there, this was about a half hour ago, this was at 3:30. So market closes at 4. We're not even open yet. Could we dip into $100? Yes. And if we did that, then the TSM trade wouldn't work out because I assume that would be going to the downside as well. So for me, NVIDIA's a buy in this area. Letting it go through 100, I think would be a mistake. So, we'll buy NVIDIA 102, 101, hold it against that $100 mark. And that's the one thing that we talked about yesterday. We had that $4 winner on Apple early, the $4 winner on Apple late. And then, totaling, I think, all in all, about $9 or so on this name yesterday. We had that short, then we also had that short. And then we had that long, actually, I think is where we got that extra dollar off. But these trades will set up for you at any time. So that's the whole thing about being patient. You got to wait for these things to happen, right? So if you miss that short, you're like, oh, man. But then it comes right back up to view up. It gives it to you again. So being patient today, I think, is going to be the key one more time. We've been having a great month, a great couple weeks, everything. I guess a month would be a couple weeks. And that concluded with a great month of March. So far, so good right now. Let's go back over to the desk.
This portion of the show brought to you by our friends over at Forex VIM. Tired of staring at charts all day? What if a robot could trade for you? Meet Forex VIM. Forex VIM is an AI-powered trading bot that scans the market 24/7, executes trades automatically, and even manages risk for you. No motion, no guesswork, just precision trading on autopilot. It works on MT4, specializes in gold trading, and comes with easy setup plus customer support. Want stress-free trading? Try Forex VIM today. Visit forexvim.com or click the link in the description. Let's go on to Netflix. Not a lot to look at here so far this morning. There was a couple of analyst notes on Netflix here ahead of earnings coming up after the close tonight. I think it was Piper that initiated coverage at, it was positive regardless, with a decent price target on this ahead of earnings, which is kind of rare.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm surprised that they are initiating coverage at this point, but an overweight rating is what they're initiating with a price target of $1,100, implying a significant upside from where we're currently at. Here's what they're saying. They're saying Netflix offers strong entertainment value proposition with higher customer retention. They go on to say subscription model is seen as a defensible model, especially in recessionary environments, and the streaming momentum is set to be inflecting upward. They also see Netflix as being on the offense, superior content pipeline. They go on to say rapid growth as well in its advertising tier. One of the more underreported parts of Netflix strategy lately has been their new ad tier, which obviously brings more money in the more you watch, whereas if you're on the paid tier without ads, that's all they get. They get that monthly tariff, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm really curious to hear about the ad side of things from all of these, Amazon specifically. Do you watch shows on Prime?
I don't watch any TV, Brendo.
It's almost as bad as normal television.
Really?
How many commercials there are?
The commercials are ridiculous.
Yeah, it's almost as bad. It's getting to a point where it's like every 5 to 10 minutes kind of there's a commercial break. It's crazy.
I completely concur with that. Prime is gone.
Sounds like cable.
But here's the thing.
Just pay to get them removed, right?
Have I canceled Prime? Have I shifted away from it? Nope. That's why I like Amazon. And that's why I'm going to Like look, okay, so I don't see ads on Netflix. I can't make the comparison as to who has more aggressive ads because I don't watch it. But anecdotally, I know that Amazon's a lot. But Netflix is fantastic. We'll get them after the bell, obviously. It'll be weird because usually we get Netflix after the bell and we get to end our week, I guess. Looking at it, the reaction in the morning, we won't get to see that until until Monday. But I like the fact that there's not many big cap names that are holding the 50 period up here like Netflix is. So this is it's a big put up or shut up day, I think, for the market after this TSM earnings, especially for the chip names. But for Netflix as well, I don't love the fact that a lot of other names have gapped above that Powell drop level, and then while we're up, we're still there. Like the rally you saw late in the day, Netflix was pretty muted. So I don't wonder if it doesn't retest that 950 back in there. And if we don't close above the 50-period moving average, I think that would be not the best sign, but none of that matters until after the earnings come in. Candidly, I'm neither a buyer nor a seller up here. I'm not selling any of my Netflix shares, and I'm not buying them just because we happen to be above the 50-period moving average. That 200-period when we're in a downtrend is what I like a heck of a lot better. So good luck to anyone out there. If you're trading Netflix, I won't be. I still hope they split because that would be absolutely fantastic. I think for pretty everybody that's looking at the short-term markets, cheaper for options, better if you want to do covered call stuff, better for day trading. Everybody wins when they eventually do it, but I keep saying that for a year, and every other stock but them does it.
Yeah, I think they will split this quarter. I think you'll get an announcement today of a split. So I think that that's going to be a good opportunity there for Netflix. They're not going to get to $1 trillion market cap unless they do that. And I know it has nothing to do with cosmetically the stock just changes, but it has nothing to do with what's underneath the hood. So we'll talk a little bit about Amazon. Nice move up for the NASDAQ right here. Everything fell down. We talked about when Powell was speaking yesterday, the market go boom to the downside, then a nice little recovery area there. So again, more aggressive than the market today is Amazon. I think we got to respect the stock, play it right here. If we can come back into this 174 area, I think that's a decent buy side for Amazon. I just was saying this today. It's like it's Thursday. It's going to be a long weekend here. Is the market going to really trade too aggressively today? If it doesn't, and we kind of get a little bit of a flatter day, then yeah, some of these stocks that have showed relative strength early, I think can be bought, especially if we do wind up dipping around. So I like this 174 close area for Netflix or for Amazon right there. As far as Netflix is concerned, there we go. We get the imbalances out for the NASDAQ. So let's just have a quick look to see if anything happened there. So NVIDIA comes with a sell. So that's never a great sign there for NVIDIA. Nice sell down into 104. Oh, there we go. He's coming with the coffees. That is absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much right there, Randy. And then Apple's. So not everything's a sell, but all the big names are a sell. NVIDIA, Apple, there's Amazon we just talked about. So that's just hit down there to 175. We got Microsoft's a sell there as well. We've got Google right. I know Microsoft's not loading up. We got Google with a sell here, Randy. Randy, you pick one as an investment. NVIDIA, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, or Google. You get any of the Mag 7 right there. NVIDIA. Okay, so I like that one. We'll say thank you to Randy for that call. He's liking NVIDIA. There's your XOM with a little bit of a sell coming in here off the open as well. But some of these names just not moving around. Decent sizes right here off the open. So
Summer driving season is coming.
Right, and that's summer gas prices, right?
Yep.
So
I don't know.
Is there more profit in summer gas?
It's a cyclical thing.
The mic.
Grab
Summer
the mic.
driving season is upon us. People get out the boats, the jet skis, and all the toys.
Right.
Rig count is down, Permian especially, but that's okay. Again, efficiencies, profitabilities are up. So buy the dips on XOM. I think that's a bit of a smidge there.
All right. A little bit of.
I like CVX, but I think they're about the same.
Yes.
Ish. No, the charts are the movement of the stock. The movement of the stock is almost identical recently. It hasn't really mattered. XLE is what I've been in, and it's been a disaster. I'm just being real. Everything's been a disaster.
Yeah, all energy. I mean, at least you're not in Oxy. Oxy's been getting.
No, Oxy's really bad. I'm glad I got away from Occidental. Whoops, I was just configuring my quote board there. No, the imbalances have stayed. A slight decrease in a bunch of them. Like NVIDIA is now down. It's paired off down to 1.3. Apple's now paired to 800,000. Amazon paired to 600,000. So they were a lot bigger, and now you're starting to see them pair. Remember, it is the end of the week, so some of that is we're getting some Friday imbalance action. Palantir is holding out pretty nicely. Just checking. Alibaba had done a bit of a drop. I still like it, and I got to be patient with this off the 113 levels from the other day. Like, we were shorting it 2 days ago off of those levels. Yesterday was just a VWAP thing, but I think the chance to get back to the 113 is in play for this particular Chinese ADR. As we had mentioned, Taiwan Semi is not interested in any partnerships or combinations or whatever the rumors have been with them. In Intel, there's been a couple. Qualcomm denied this months ago when they were rumored. So they're down 1.5%. Not many things weren't gapped up here today, so I feel like it's low-hanging fruit. If we get anywhere near the local highs, like 19.3 and 19.5, if that doesn't happen, got to be willing to find the trend on the stock as long as it continues this whole trend down nonsense it's doing. Oh, there was a story on DJT, for those that were asking and talking about it in the chat. We have it from Adara, that they're up because they informed the SEC about potential stock manipulation, significant short positions in Germany. And I'm not saying whether this is true or not. That's the report. They're only up a couple of percent here. And when you look at the 15-minute chart on DJT, it looks like it needs to get through. You're not squeezing unless you're breaking high, so that's 20.5. Bit of a multi-day resistance level for DJT, ran into there in the pre-market and pulled back a little. So yeah, there is a bit of a story here for DJT. I don't see any crazy pre-market volume that would put it in play like a Hertz is right now.
Yeah, we were talking about Hertz earlier there. We had zoomed back out, and I had sort of said that we're looking for $8 to fade. Well, that $8 just came 10 minutes ago, and now is down 50 cents from that level. So I think you've probably hit a level right there. If we break 8, then I think you just punch long here on Hertz Global and then wind up seeing what's going on. But look what's happening right here as Bill Ackman comes in, sees liquidity, and probably dumps his position. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here, but watch out for $8 break there on Hertz. Easy name to halt, right? You only get that 10% move. This could halt like in a heartbeat, one way or the other. Fabian, have we put the countdown on the open yet, or do we still have to hit the button? You still got to hit the button. Okay, so we'll work on that because it's working amazing on the close, and that would be nice if that was happening.
Hertz free locates.
The open. Ooh, free locates. Okay, good. So you don't even need to pay for shorts over here.
Yeah, just check.
We're looking for Palantir. I got bids on Palantir. I got bids on Google. I got bids on the NASDAQ. We're bidding here today. We're going to watch out for Taiwan Semi. So with only 5 seconds, this is brought to you by Worksport. Thank you, Adara. Go check out Worksport. WKSP right now. Worksport added to your watch list today. Thank you, Adara. So here we go, man. We are now open. Remember, we did have some sell imbalances that we had to work through early, so we'll wait to see what's going on there. Taiwan Semiconductor not open yet on the new. Oh, yes, it is. I see some New York prints going through. So 156 and change. Did that NVIDIA sell eventually pair off? Looks like it did. It touching 104 right there for NVIDIA. So if that's one of your buy zones, anybody out there, then you're at there right now, 104 for NVIDIA. What's as high as 105.50? So, okay. The name that I want to look at here long is going to be Palantir, and it just touched a 200 period moving average right there as well, but I'm not ready to get into anything just quite yet as the market here underneath VWAP and looking to break that pre-market low, well, I guess the last hour, right now 18.5. Looks like it.
Yeah, we might take that out. There was a spike up for a split second there on Intel. Thought maybe you would do one of those, hey, let's go for a jaunt, run into resistance, and you can fade it early. But yeah, already pulling right back underneath VWAP. BABA is heading up as well. So if you're, like the market's gliding down, BABA, like 113, we'll wait for it to get there. I will have UNH up, but I don't think we'll see that 440. So UNH, it's pulling back from 490. Oh, I'm missing some data on this chart too. So VWAP might be off on this chart if that persists, but it won't be off by much. But if we're pulling back, if we don't get an SSR bounce underneath 450, then I would look to the pre-market low for some kind of a jaunt. NVIDIA is chewing right through, so there is nothing in the way. It's just a big time red candle. It's SSR. I need a trend reverse. I need my level to hold. It's either at 103.5, which is not holding yet, or 100. Yesterday, into NVIDIA too early. It was dead right, but just got in too early. So I'm more than willing to wait this one out and see where it tries to bottom and give me some kind of a setup on NVDA. Apple moving as well. Yeah, we might not get that pop. Baba's already pulled back. Might not get that short in Alibaba. Intel still could be in play though.
All right, we've got trade on right now. Palantir, we're long right here at 93.50. It's a little earlier than we wanted it. We wanted it down here at 93, so it looks like it's going to come in. We'll take about half a unit right there on Palantir. We're waiting for 93. Oh, I'm actually at 93.05. Let's get a little bit more aggressive than that. Right around here, we'll add to that. We'll get like 3/4 of a unit here, and then we're waiting for 93 to hit, right, for Palantir, but still good. We'll see if we can get a nice little upside play right now. It is now 20 cents in the money. I'm actually offering some 90s, I thought. Yeah, 93.90 to get out, and then we're up here north of 94 as it's another name that we wanted to trade with. So we're doing that right now. We are long on the first trade of the day, long right now on Palantir. And you guys are always asking, like, how are these trades working out and this and that. We had a question yesterday. Just, you know, there's our trades. We're in them. We'll talk about when we get out, this and that, what the losers like, what the winners are like. So we're long Palantir right now. 155 dropping out for Taiwan Semiconductor. I wrote down 153. That's not even coming anywhere near for now. TSM. So we'll have to wait. Holding 3%. It's kind of strange. Like I wish it was moving a little bit more, especially that it had earnings. So maybe that is a dead duck right now. We nailed JP Morgan yesterday, man, at the close. That was a monster trade to end the day. 228 long up to 230. So we'll see what's going on with JP Morgan. I did want to check back. So, all right, Palantir just doing Palantir type things. Look at the market. Nice move down right now. So we had wrote this in there. Try to be patient. Try to get names that you like. But Palantir coming in here into 93. The reason why we wrote this down was sort of yesterday's closing prices in and around here. We thought 93 could be a good one. Our patience should have been a little bit longer as it's coming back in and we could get a better price right now. But we're long right here at 93. We didn't, as I said, just 49s. So 93.50. We're waiting for a little bit lower here. If it does break 93, I'll probably just give this to 92.50. So we got to give this name $1. We're long here. We'll be longer at 93 flat. So if it comes in, that's where we're going to be buying this dip, hopefully.
Yeah, this market's still coming in pretty decently. I mean, we haven't broken the first even support on the NASDAQ, but there hasn't been much of an abatement. We're not abating this move anywhere close. Like, I'm not seeing much of anything that's bouncing outside of, oddly enough, it's weird, but it's Intel that's bouncing. So maybe we'll get that one as a bit of a fade into the short. But we're still dropping on NVIDIA. Want to see the trend revert. Maybe we do see that 100 first. It's entirely possible. And then I look up. Every time I look up at this thing when it's bouncing, Intel, throw my order in. Let's get the high, and it's right back. Someone just keeps selling this. Look at the wicks on this chart. So get to be a little bit more aggressive the next time it pops up there in and about that 19 to 19.10 area to try to grab that short, but you're still falling pretty hard. I see Apple that just took the lows through 195 pre-market lows, and that continues to go lower. So yeah, we're still, if you like longs, patience is going to have to be the game here because this is like an absolute bleed to the downside. I guess that 100 could be the play. There's also a bit of a support here at the 102. Got to be some kind of trend reversion, or I'm not standing in the way of these bids. Didn't get the short we wanted on on BABA or Intel. So it's just waiting for the turn here on NVIDIA.
All right, yeah, we're here on Palantir. It's down through now 95, 93. So the market has no bids at all. I mean, it hasn't even jumped one piece yet. So those of you that are playing the short, yeah, you win right now. It's a huge move to that down. I mean, it's pretty huge, right? It's down 1%. We are up close to 1%, and then there's the move back in right now into flat for the NASDAQ. We'll see if we get a bounce, man. We were in the money on Palantir, we just were a couple seconds ago. We're long at 23. So here we go. Palantir trying to bounce off some of these plays right now. Just a quick little check on our Trader TV Live research note to see what's coming through right now. Nothing. So we just have Fed's bar speaking at 11:45. But here we go again, man. We sat in this trade. It's Palantir. It's starting to go to the upside. It'll be 1 for 1. Get out right now if you don't like the long. It's 1 for 1. It's 20 cents in the money. Let's go Palantir. See how high we could fly on PLTR. We knew we wanted this name. We stuck with it one more time. Again, it could break out. That's finally a green candle, and Palantir popped 60 cents. So if the market ever gets going, I think we like this one. But at the same time, taking pieces out, we got 2 pieces there. We got one at 30, one at 40, I believe. So yes, actually a little bit better than that. 40, we got a 38 and a 43 on PLTR. Right now, long 20s. Let's put something else again at 45 just to get a piece out if it does rip back up there. But hey, man, if the market rips, I'm really happy being long with Palantir here, giving it to 93. Here we go, giving it to 92.50 on the downside here for PLTR. So let's see if we can get it going back up to the upside right now. Let's go PLTR. That is for sure. Neil and Nvidia, I'm long over here, and Adara's at the desk.
There's a good-looking small cap here, ADGM, that's Adagio Medical Holdings. This one already halted, and it's worth noting here, very small float, about 270,000 shares. This morning here, granted breakthrough device designation here by the FDA for its cryoablation system. So ADGM, one small cap and watch this morning, and as Sean mentioned earlier, we actually don't have any economic data coming out at 10. Furthermore, we have comments coming through here from from Ming-Chi Kuo, noted supply chain analyst on TSM, saying that TSM has made it clear they have no plans for any joint ventures or technology transfers. So clearly just market rumors there with regards to a potential INTC and TSM merger, according to Ming-Chi Kuo, noted supply chain analyst. ADGM, and back to you.
Right, so we're I'm in NVIDIA, did a bottoming tail candle, 102.80, then held right off 103. I got 103.11 in here. We have taken some out in front of 40, but we're already retesting low. Like, yes, you have a bottoming tail candle, but no, you do not have a green candle yet on the 3-minute anyways. Mine's a 3-minute chart over here. So until we see green, I don't want to be adding to this position because I still think you're headed into the downside. Someone's saying, Neil, look at Baba. I saw that in the chat, and I'm like, what's happening in Alibaba? Me canceling the 113 order because you're getting an inside day in Alibaba. So there's just nothing happening in Baba. Intel is the one that we'll slap the fail on because should be shorted, am not shorted. Instead, I'm long NVIDIA, which is threatening to come out. Breaks that low, it's at 102.80. I'm out of this thing. I'm taking profit 1-to-1 in 30 cents. I'm getting out if it breaks the low. We have not broken this trend yet. So I'm out the second it breaks that low. There it is. We'll wait for the next level to come back down in. Should just be short something. There's no questions asked, but wasn't willing to chase Intel. First available bounce. Just looking to fade this bad boy as we continue to go lower and lower and lower. If there's a Chinese ADR moving more than Baba, feel free to throw it in the chart, in the chat. I mean, that's the one I'm watching because that's the one we usually trade.
All right. We've got another new position. All right. We're long Google. So Google comes into 153.50, exactly where we thought we liked it. So we're going to be long on Google and see if it wants to work. We're long at 153.75. So we'll take something else out at the 50 marker right now. And again, it's just about what stocks you're trading, right? Neil's picking on NVIDIA right here. Palantir, for some reason, is actually holding these levels. So Palantir right now is going to be not only the heaviest stock right here, but we're going to see if we can get something out at 60s if it comes back up to the upside right now, long Palantir off that. Google might be the one that is no. If the market fades out, then yeah, I mean, Google about to turn red possibly as well with the market. There it goes. Oh my, yes, sir. Money. Oh boy, here we go with Palantir, man. Like I said, we've been doing more shares, patience, picking out these levels right there. So there goes PLTR right now. Huge move to the upside, exactly as we wrote down. We wrote down getting long at 93. So that 93 call for everybody. Google also right now 15 cents in the money. So we're just going to sit back and relax and hopefully be able to watch out for this. See how I just peeled that? My guy over there, and whoever in the chat always bugs us about how that goes. But there it is, man, right there. Nice little win for us on Palantir. We're out of about 30% of it. But I think this thing can moon, so we're going to wait to see what winds up happening right now on Palantir. You know what? I might also just get out of another piece right here as we go. It's great to have the confidence. It's great to have the trades, and I'm glad that you guys are here. Hit the like and the subscribe. Thank you so much. We're doing it again here today, man. We did it yesterday. We did it the day before. We're doing it again right now. There's Google, 30 cents in the money to go with the $1 plus on Palantir.
Yeah, great look over there for sure. No questions asked about it. But I'm glad we got out of NVDA. It might be making its first green candle, but it didn't get to the 100 level. So we wanted it to hold first level here.
Bye-bye.
If it does now, fantastic. But the market is bouncing well, and NVIDIA is still yet to put in a green candle. So that's why I think it makes sense to still be away from it. Intel is now finally popping into that 19 level. So 19.10 the high. We'll see if we can pick it up this time. It's a nice bounce over there. And yes, Hertz, I know people are talking about it. It is finally looking like it wants to break out. So Hertz trying to take out this $8 level. I don't like breakouts on these types of names. I want to see it do almost like a false break, hold VWAP by the dip, and the hold through the high. I much prefer that type of a setup on Hertz. But there's your first green candle and bottoming tail on NVDA, and it's right back in testing that low. So it's a bit of a trend break here on NVIDIA. Just needs to be able to hold a higher low, and then we can work ourselves back into position. But with the market trying to bounce here, it's not as strong as the bounces I'm looking up at and seeing elsewhere. So for now, you're still relatively weak. Baba's not really doing much of anything at all. I need to show some more signs of strength here in NVIDIA to try to get back in to that bad boy. IBIT is another thing we're watching for the 85,000 level, but we're at 84.5. And not much movement over. It was strong yesterday, so I did like it for some relative strength. I'm not seeing a heck of a lot pressing into 85 right now.
All right, so yeah, Palantir did have that nice little run to the upside there. We cashed out of a decent amount when it cut. I mean, look at all those outs there at 94.20. It's kept on going, stop. So we got some out. Look, I mean, I'm waiting for higher, right? We're hoping for this 94.80 area to come through again. So this is just, there it is. It's 9:43, and props it up. That's the day. So right there, daily goal, 1.5 times daily goal right now being met for me. So again, I'm not going to change the goalpost. The reason why I put that there for you guys is just to show you that these are the things that, those of us that are at Real Trading, I spent before this show, the director of trading floor development and helping open up floors worldwide and showing traders how to trade, how to make a little bit of that income right there. So just off the jump right here, 9:43, and we're already there. So congratulations to anybody that's here with me on that one. Back into NVIDIA for the second time over there, and then Google over here flies up to VWAP. So we're going to get out of some more. Unfortunately, on Google, we didn't have a big, huge position. We had about a third of what we wound up having on Palantir. So still a great trade, as it's the two markers that we had written down on here. We had written down TSM at 153. We can go have a look there. We wrote down Palantir. Like the level that we wrote down was Palantir 93. So right now that's $1.20 in the money. It breaks 93. It goes on to 92.80. And then Google as well. We wrote down 153.50. So now it's at 154.20. The other name that we wanted to look at was TQ's long at 45. So we can have a quick little look to see what the NASDAQ has done today. It is getting lower into that 45. So this is making me a little nervous. I actually didn't realize the NASDAQ was this close to that bottom again right now. So I'm going to take out some more now on Palantir. I'm going to put an offer at O's again here. We'll go at 97. That gets picked up again. It's the face slap right there. Okay, here we go. We got to go over to Neil now. 3 new positions. Which one do you like the best?
2 new positions.
Yeah, 2 new positions.
2 new positions. NVIDIA is the same as, well, it's the same setup as before. It's VWAP on Alibaba. Look, Alibaba's not getting to 113, so I have to make a bit of a pivot on this as we're respecting VWAP to the downside. Similar thing over there with Intel, because Intel came in, it tried to break VWAP and go through 19. Remember, I couldn't get any fills above 19. So it's like just come down and wherever it happens to turn, take the turn. So that's what we did over there. We'll see if we can't get some bids out. So both those are going to be short positions. But NVIDIA, it was the same bottoming tail, wanted to hold the low. It held the low, added on the way up. Sometimes you like adding on the way up. Sometimes you don't. But it breaks the low, I'm out of it. But we do find ourselves in not the short levels that I wanted, but the short names that I wanted. So sometimes that's how it's going to be. It's VWAP on both cases. The market is trending down with still a couple of green candles. That's not true. Check that. There's a slight chance at a green candle on the SPY. It just ticked green for a second. We haven't closed a green candle on the SPY or the NASDAQ. For a second, it looked like it. But I'm bidding in front of the low here on BABA. The scaling kind of stinks, but every time I try to get rid of these dark pool wicks, which you just see overnight, it just crashes on me. So I'm going to keep reloading in front of VWAP, which is about 110.60 on Alibaba. Let's go to Adara.
So another small cap to watch out for, FFAI, that is Faraday Future, saying they, quote, resolutely oppose a reverse stock split. Also said they were committed to maintaining their NASDAQ listing. So we get a press release here about their stock price for FFAI pushing to the upside, still below that $1 level. Excuse me, back to you.
If you quick look at that, let's look at, I mean, the market is going for a little bit of a run down. We've been getting some more out here of NVIDIA and Google. We still have half of that position. So nice trades to the upside right there, but bouncing completely off VWAP, now coming back in. We're going to try to go longer down here at I thought I had a bid, 153.50. Yeah, I do. So, okay, we just got missed there. I was actually at 51s. Okay, here it comes. Let's see if we can get it. Hopefully we get it. We're at 51. Okay, there we go. We got it, so we don't have to punch back in. Okay, so there it goes, 153. So we got 153.50. That's actually the price that we wanted. So we're going to put an offer now back up to the upside in and around 154. Our average price now 153.60. So we'll take something out here for 20, 30 cents, and then we'll see if we can get a 154 take, and then more upside after that. But the banger right now is going to be PLTR for me, up to $94, trying to go. What's going to happen if this market moons, man? Palantir, we're waiting at 94.25 right now to get out at the high of the day again. That's where we've been getting out right there. So we'll see if we can get back up to the true high where we opened at 94.70. That'd be aight for me right now. Market trying to find a bottom down there. Let me guess, TQs went to 45. It's at 45.20 right now. Debating taking this trade. I'm probably going to cancel that long just for now because we're already long two huge names, I feel like. There goes Palantir, guys. It is now $1.25. We say it only takes one trade, and that is what it's taking right now as Palantir absolutely moonshotting right now. The biggest trade for me today, PLTR, and it's going without the market going. So this is going to be hopefully a good one. My next stop is 94.75 on PLTR. So far, 2 for 2 here today. And yeah, good. So, and again, the other thing too is we talk about, I see all the people asking in the chat about share size. Okay, at the end of the day, you just want to make sure that when you look down, your losing trades are going to be hopefully still, I don't know, like at most double the net on the downside of what your winning trades are. Like, so if you lose, for example, $50 on a trade, hopefully your winning trades, you're making 25, and then that way, if you go 2 for 3, then you're back to flat. That's the whole thing about trading is managing the amount of shares that you're putting on per trade. It's because that's the only way to look at it. Like you could lose on Google here or whatever, but at the end of the day, if you look down and you say, you know what, my losing trade, I'm only down $50, but I've made $150 on Palantir. That's the kind of stuff that you want to do. You want to manage your size, manage the losing positions, and as we always talk about it, Neil, I know you do, I talk about it too, you want to make sure that the losers are matching how much you're winning on the winning trades.
Well, I say it a little differently, but it's the same concept.
Right, yeah, exactly.
What I say is, what I always look at is the trade you are making. What did you risk on that trade relative to what it would have won? Like that's, on a trade-by-trade basis, as opposed to a stock-by-stock basis or a setup-by-setup basis, right? Like if you have a breakout trade, the breakout trade, and like an SSR, I would never compare. Like if I trade UNH, I'm not comparing UNH to anything else that I'm doing because that type of an SSR bounce, it's not going to happen. It doesn't look like UNH is not going to that low. But that's just a different type of setup for me. But you just had a precipitous bounce over there in the market. Is it now time, NVDA? Scott Moore, no, I'm not buying UNH. I was just using that as an example. I'm not buying UNH at all. But you're finally getting a big green candle. It wasn't at 100 and we're underneath 103, so I'm not in that one, but I got to go back over to two things.
Go Gadget Palantir.
First one, enter twice. Oh, man. Trying to get the reload. We haven't broken highs yet on Intel. I'm going to cancel it with that market strength. See if we can't get money fills up at 19, 19.10. Yesterday, there were multiple shots to get into the short off the high. So we just want to be patient enough to wait for it and see if we can't get it. Zach, I haven't looked at Tesla today. It wasn't really on my radar. My focus was looking for NVIDIA, which we didn't end up grabbing. Again, I could have averaged into it, but that's, again, not my style of trade. Like, everyone's going to be a little bit different. If I average in, it works, but that's not really for me because I found that that's the kind of thing that leads to too many blow-ups in the account. GME is pumping. I see that in the chat, but not looking at that name. I want to see if we can sustain this rally. Now we had a big green candle. I'm not chasing the top of the move. Okay. We'll just look for a better dip buy opportunity over there in NVIDIA.
Yeah, you guys want to hit the alert? That is fine by me, man. We just get that 94.75. And as Neil's saying, man, this is what we're talking about. Like, I'm double long, he's double short. You know, we'll see if we can both cash in on these trades here today. So let's just go, man. This is going to be a big move here. One more time. Look at Palantir, 94.50. Thank you, Steve J. Thank you to everybody that's here today. We can look at CoreWeave. We can look at all these plays for you as well. But for me right now, look at this play on Google. There's 153.50. That's what we wrote down. So there it goes back there to the upside. It'll be, Chill Vibes Meta. Yeah, I mean, we can look at many different names as the market's coming back upside. We're just kind of over the moon again here right now with what's been happening with NVIDIA. Huge move. I'm going to get wow. Okay, I'm going to get another piece out here at 94.75. Sharif A. We wrote down $93 as your trade of the day there on Palantir, along with 153.50 on Google. So we'll go 2 for 2 bangers right there. Thank you so much to everybody there in the chat for watching. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. Oh yeah, and by the way, Neil and everybody else watching, we also wrote down as our trade of the day. I'm just going to show you guys this right now because I did not take Taiwan Semi, but look what we wrote down, 153 long. All right, so let's just review this. This is the number one. So we have Palantir there. We have Google there at 153. We have the TQs at 45. That went to 45.20. Now $1 and change. There's TSM 153 long. So if we go over to TSM, the bottom today is 153.15s. So that came into play right there. Now $1.50 in the money if you do have that one. But no TSM, no cry when you've got Google and Palantir right now on board. 2 monster names. And yeah, this is the thing. More confidence comes more shares, comes more profit, comes bang. And right there, nice move upside there for PLTR. Let's see where we can get going on this one, man. I mean, why not? Why not look at 95 right here for Palantir? That's a good point, Sean. Let me put out an offer in and around 95. And if we do get that high, then we can punch out. We are now almost out of the majority of this Google. We have 20% left on Google as it's worked out. Fits like a glove today, these longs over here. So far, we're still underneath VWAP. I don't want to get too excited there.
Yeah, so just to correct it, the position board was wrong for a lot of that move. I was never in
Palantir
Alibaba past the breakthrough VWAP. Like, I got out when it broke the local high. Actually, oddly enough, you know what? Ignore VWAP there. Let's look at the black chart. I got to put this up. It looks like one of my charts is kind of giving me a bit of a hiccup. I'm going to have to ignore VWAP on my white chart, so apologies there, because it didn't break. It broke the local high, and I did jump out of it, but we actually haven't broken VWAP, so it's still very much underneath 111. The volume-weighted average price should be here. Not really sure why it's not. So there's still a chance I should be jumping back into this, but I'll be patient with it as the market's coming back to the upside. Intel's at the same spot as before, so we're looking reload on INTC. Right off, it's 1898. So when the market does that bounce back to the upside right in here, still looking to fade this one. 2 days in a row, it's essentially been short the pop. If it breaks a pre-market high, get out. If it doesn't, stay short the entirety of the day. So until that stops working, I'll go for that one every single time. Shout out to everyone in there mentioning GME. I see you guys in the chat. Hit that like, hit that subscribe.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's moving. I don't know why. We saw why DJT was moving. I don't think it was that big of a catalyst. GME is trying to go. It's not nearly through that big churn level from 2 days ago where it just got chopped up at 27 and just bamboozled people all day long if you're trying to trade off that 27. So watch out. If you're in it, great, congratulations, but it's going into that chop zone where it could run into pressure. Hertz, unfortunately, didn't do what we were hoping with that $8 break. So Hertz goes back up. No break of the $8. Now back underneath the volume-weighted average price. The long opportunity on Hertz, it might be abating here. I don't like it underneath VWAP. Unfortunately, this might be a no-go today.
Yeah, I liked it at that $8 mark. All right, we got 95s right there. All right, TQ's 45.50. Yeah, let's look at something else. All right, let's see what Netflix is doing. NFLX here today. The more I look at Palantir, the more I'm going to get out. But the thing is, I only have 15% left of Palantir and actually 15% left of Google. Google's the one that's fading out pretty good right now. I'm going to take... Now that I just see this skip, I told you, the more I look at it, the more I'm going to trade it. So I don't even know why I went back there. 94.43's just got some more out there as we get less and less on these trades. I might just stop out if we break through VWAP again. I don't want to hold this all the way back down. I know I was just going to look at Netflix there, but again, like we say, when you're in these positions and you're doing what you're doing, you got to be careful with this. I was actually told by one of the owners of this place to use more shares, and I did not do that. I'm already doing what I'm doing, but it is what it is. All right, so 94.30. I'm going to put a stop on this one if we get out of this. I'm going to go 94. I'm going to go 94.19s out. Oh, sorry about that. How are you here? 94.19s. Let's get out of 50% of what we have left. It's not going to be a huge amount of shares to get out because we only have 15%. Actually, we got out. We have about 13% left now of Palantir. I usually get out of 10% at a time. Now I'm trying to get out of like 2 to 3% at a time of the positions because again, as I'm using more shares, I have a little bit more outs to go with when we're doing that. So, all right, back into 153. Like I said, Google not acting the same way as Palantir. That is for sure. And not acting the same way as many of these names here today, as we just heard about Meta trying to moon as well. For Google, I'm just going to give it to 153. I don't have too many trades to do other than Google. If we go down to 153, I don't even have any more bids down there. All right, so Meta, yeah, from 500 up to 506, hitting the 200 period moving average. There's not many names right now, as I said. Meta's still up 1%. So that's trying to work itself out as well. And IBIT, weren't we looking at this? Was it at 83? No. What is IBIT doing today? Yeah, flat. Okay, so I wasn't sure what Bitcoin was doing, but it looks like not much is the answer to that question. So
yeah, I wrote down a number on IBIT that just meant that I wasn't going to end up trading it. Like I was going through my notes, I was like, oh, I like the 47.5 on IBIT. And then when I was going through, it's like, well, we're not going to get that. And if we get that, then some dangerous things are probably happening in the market. Like Intel's just, for now, it's range bound. So top, essentially 19, bottom 1875. So you're getting about like 1 point range. It did this off the open and then plunged, then regained the high, and then you shorted it again, and then you shorted it off VWAP and that kind of a thing. But I'll cop to this one. Like when I look at this chart on Alibaba, obviously you can see it breaking the volume weighted average price, but I shouldn't have been out of it. You know, ultimately, if you're using an indicator, I'm like, oh, if it breaks a local high above VWAP, I don't want to be short above VWAP till it gets to 113. Well, it never broke the volume weighted average price. So I shouldn't have been out of this short, but I was looking at a chart that had bad data. So when looking at Baba, I'm probably going to show you guys my black chart. And next available POC, but I do need to get back into this because the thesis obviously was right. The execution going to end up wrong. And it happens. It could be as simple as one of them is missing a bit of data and the volume weighted average price is off by a little bit. So let's get a little bit of a pop back in, see if we can't fade it. One more bid on Intel through the low. And then we're going to see if we can't reload it. NVIDIA not looking, so it goes into VWAP and resumes the downtrend. So that's not what you want to see. Like that is lower high, failing VWAP, doesn't look like it's a long, so I'm not going to sit there fighting it. And we said if it couldn't hold this area here, you wait for $100 for the long. So either we regain VWAP in my 103 level, or I'm waiting for $100 on NVIDIA. Let's go over to Adara. Time for happening now. I don't think economic numbers.
No, it's nothing.
The S&P 500 here putting in 2 straight bottoming tail candles on this 15-minute chart. But to start this third 15-minute candle of the day, looks like we're getting a little bit red, still up 0.5% for the index, though. NASDAQ faring pretty similar, up about 0.35%. We had a little bit lower than expected initial jobless claims this morning, giving the market a bit of a temporary bump, but looks like as of right now, we're trying to push a little bit lower. UNH, speaking of pushing lower, this one gapped down as much as 20% this morning on an earnings. They did miss across the board, but the bigger thing was they lowered their guidance here for earnings per share for fiscal 2025 quite significantly. Then we had LLY, this one giving back a little bit as of right now, but still significantly up on the day. Eli Lilly here with positive results for its oral GLP-1 treatment in phase 3. DJT was on watch this morning. DJT holding up very nicely. We did have Trump Media and Technology Group apparently letting the SEC know they're concerned about stock manipulation with regards to a short position in Germany. So DJT on watch to the upside. GME was moving a bit as well. So lots of these tickers to keep an eye on this morning. Back to you.
All right, Palantir. Thank you, Adara, for all of that. Actually, I just realized I didn't hear Adara there, so I'll have to check my settings on ye old AirPod. There it is. Can you test Fabian to see if I hear you, my guy? There it goes. Thank you, I do. Thank you very much, Fabian, for that one. All right, we're going to keep the money in the wheelbarrow because the Palantir is just now $2. So it's $2 in the money. It was a big trade. Like I said, we're going to start catching some more out of this on the high side. But now I'm going to wait for 95.50. Moon, let's go. Let's get Palantir, see what we can do on that trade there. And then Google as well. I just took some more out in the 80s, a couple times in the 80s here, just for 30 cents. I have faith in this name, but I'm going to have to wait on it now. I'm not just going to keep scalping it out. If it's going to go, it's going to go. If not, drop down would be fine by me. We have 10% left of that one. Skull, you asked me here earlier about averaging in somewhere. Thank you so much to everybody on the chat that's been participating today. Man, we really appreciate all of the kind words and all of the looks at different stocks and all the questions that you guys ask us all of the time. I feel like shit today. I haven't had a good sleep in a while this week, man, and which is really surprising. Like, we always talk about it, and sleep will affect people differently as far as they trade. It's definitely not affecting my trading, but it's affecting my mood here. All right, can you talk about how you average into your trades? You take 50% more size every time you average into the losing trade? 50% more size. So no, I don't actually. So what I try to do is just look at my numbers and look at what I'm, what levels I'm thinking about here. Like, so for here on Google, I'll tell you an example. We put down on our sticky note 154 to 153.50. Well, it was just coming in real early, and we were already not willing to sit here because we'd already took Palantir at 93s. So when this came in, I put a bid right in between that level, 153.75. So that'll be for like half of a unit. Then that exact level that we wrote down will be the other half. So then we have 1 unit. So as it comes up back up to the upside, we do have a position that we like. Most of these positions that I'll write on here, we're trying to get 1 unit, right? And as Neil's so eloquently posted before, every trade on every stock will have different unit sizing and different expectations. So for me on Google, it's a $153 stock. So it would be a little different than Palantir. And then again, part of it also has to go with how much you trust the name and how much you really like the level. Google was one that we didn't even really talk about early. There was no stories there. So Palantir would be more the stock for me that I was looking at for that level. And then we wrote down 93. So again, like half a unit there, and then more as it came into 93. And then we had about 2 or 3 units on by the time Palantir came down into this area because it was a strong stock for us, a stock that we really liked. So once it came into those levels, we were just able to have our full position on. And then I told you the stop was 92.50. So that's the one thing that I need to work on. Like, if that just keeps on going down, then I'm going to lose like 60, 70 cents on 3 units. Right? And so, yeah, I have to be wrong a lot more than I'm right. And thankfully, the other way around. Yeah, more right, thanks. More right than I'm wrong. And, that's not that great to do that. So I do think that you need to look at your risk to reward. Like if you have 1-to-1, that's great. I think you want to get a little bit higher, which is why when we're starting to take some out here at 95 on Palantir, I'm holding for more, but also understanding that that's still a great move. So, and that's also why at 9:43 today, I told you we were at 1.5 times our daily goal, and we're actually not that much further away from that rate now. So we're basically the same net we were now that we were 35 minutes ago, and we have all of these outs, and part of that reason is because Google is coming back in a little bit. So all the wins that we've made on Palantir right here so far, look, I'm up almost 10x on Palantir than what I'm on Google. So it's a Justin Timberlake, Cry Me a River type of thing here. But at the end of the day, trade where you believe the best trades are. Like Neil took a couple shots on NVIDIA, has Intel, has BABA. Like at the end of the day, you're just trying to be green as a trader, right? But I think that's a great question. I try to average into the levels that I like. And then when I feel like I'm getting a little bit offside is generally when I am. and I don't want to average into these prices, and I can feel it. You know, you get that feeling like, oh my God, I'm not doing something right. And when you have that feeling, that's the biggest change for me, then you hit the door and you get out of that trade and you just say, you know what, I'm wrong. Don't be stubborn about trading. You know,
know where you're wrong. That's all
exactly. And just say, you know what, it's not going where I thought it would. So forget about it. You know,
Exactly. That's what.
Otherwise you put too much damage on the board.
That's why I'm not in NVIDIA anymore. Like, look at this chart of NVIDIA. There we go.
And Spidey sense.
I'm on UNH right now because UNH, little double bottom here on UNH. I like it for an SSR bounce. The second it actually sets up, giving me that wick bottom or the real break of trend or just a pre-market low, I want to take a shot. But we're trending down over there in NVIDIA, so I'm not back into the long until it shows me that there's something strong about it or giving me some kind of an indication that we're going to go and continue to the upside. If anything, the mistake today was Alibaba, and I had two charts showing a different indicator, and that's up to me to have noticed that before the market even opened up. So that's on me. Like, it never broke VWAP, and I've jumped out of the trade as if it had and was trending above it, but that just was never true. So UNH, it's at a bit of a double bottom at 470. So just to give an idea, there's a trend line. It's a little bit early in the day for me for a trend line break trade. So I'm not jumping into it just because it broke the trend line, but it's the first big even dollar test since the open, and it's already bounced once. So ideally, you do a false break of this level, come right back up through it. I get long back up through it, put the stop at the local high, and play it to, I get it, I'm going to say VWAP, but it'll be like off by a little bit because this one's missing a bit of data, but not by much. So it's about to break $470 right now. Intel just ticked the low, so I got some more out there. I'm still going to short 19, but there's the break on UNH of 490. What would have to happen is it would need to then immediately try to close back above on this 3-minute and then look for the long back through. The spread is going to be a little bit fun here because the spread is like 50 cents. So the offer is above 470 and the bid's going to be underneath it. Now you're starting to break down a little bit more heavily. All right, this might not be bouncing here. In that case, I just wait for the actual pre-market low, which is like $10 lower. So we might have to wait this one out on UNH. It's not finding any strength right now. Meta's at the low of the day. NVIDIA's breaking the low of the day as well. Let's go to Adara.
Just be aware here, we do have some comments coming through from the president of Blackstone, who is Jonathan D. Gray. He is saying here that apparently these capital markets have a lot of underlying momentum and things they can recover very quickly if tariff issues are resolved. So Jonathan D. Gray here, president of Blackstone, saying that there is a nice potential for market recovery should we get any resolution on these tariffs. Back to you.
Think?
Yeah. I mean, imagine we got resolution to the tariffs and the market didn't recover. I mean, that could happen too, but that would be that would be a problem. So here's an example right here. See, we just broke 153. That was going to be our out there for Google. So I'll buy back right now. We'll be long right now at 153.20s, and we will try to bid just a little bit more down in here into 153, just in case that was the false break. So we're still up on Google. We're going to give it to that low right now. Give it 10 more cents, 152.89 or so. We got out immediately on that. We didn't want it to hurt us, so we wound up getting out, and now we're right back into Google right now as it starts to climb a little bit higher. Let's take out 20% here and then another 20% there if we can get another move higher. So there it is. Now we're actually higher than we were before. So there goes Google, nicely cooking. Yes, yes, yes. Spin it. We're at our highest spot we had all day, and we just got stopped out, believe it or not. So there it goes. Nice move back up now for Google. Go, my guy. We got that 1 unit back on again, so we're able to reload it down near that bottom. So there goes Google again. Now we're okay. I mean, thank you. So there goes Google. See how we didn't reload anything, man. We had we had less than 10%. We had it was about 10%, probably 7 or 8% left. It comes down. We lose on the 7 or 8%. We realize that maybe we got that wick bottom there. Not a wick bottom, but it breaks 153, right? That's going to be a big level there. Then we get right back in and get right back out. We have 40%. Actually, we have 35% left of this trade because we want to take advantage. I'm going to get another out here at 30 if we can. We want to take advantage of the bounce off of 153. We know Google is weak today. It's red. The market is green. Google is red. There it is. Yes. Boom. That's what we're talking about. Let's go. Oh, boy. This is starting to... Now we're seeing it, man. Now we're seeing it again. If the market wants to fly, fine. We've got 30% left on this one. That was For me, that's just about as textbook as it can get. Hold the small piece down, get stopped out, and this is exactly the thing that we've been working on, is to try to wait for the opportunity to do what we have to do. And there it is, man. So now we're getting lighter and lighter. And I don't feel any ways about telling you guys that, like, I'm piecing these things out as we start to rip higher. Because, again, we're really noticing the difference that, you know, when you have these winners, you need to take them. I used to be like, you know, try to scalp like 5, 6, 10, 7, 8, 9 pennies. But with this kind of market right now, the scalp, and again, it's going to be stock specific, but you want to try to go, like an Intel move is not going to be as great as a Google move as far as penny wise, but percentage wise, that's really what you're looking for, right? You're looking.
Hertz is going.
Oh, Hertz is going through 8. Okay, so that.
Well, it's not through 8 yet. Hopefully it'll give us a bounce off VWAP, but this is the setup that I think you want. It's a bottoming tail candle. I think it trapped some shorts with this move in here. You broke the low and immediately put in like a reversal candle, so it looked like it was going to be a short here, and then it blasted through the volume weighted average price. So I'm looking, sorry, I got to cancel UNH because that's at the low of the day. I just had to cancel my UNH breakout long because it's not going to go. So I want to be buying this one off the volume weighted average price over there on Hertz. The other thing that's happening at the same time, NVIDIA is threatening to actually break. So now you can say you've got a couple of points and a trend line on NVIDIA. This is what I want to see. An actual bounce that gives me a trend from the open and a chance to break that trend. And then if it's not at 11, if we're not at $100, that's the only other way I'm getting in, because we're not going to be, if we're at VWAP and there was a good long setup, then I got to have it. So there's your double bottom. There's your trend. We break the trend. Then I try to get into that bad boy. ScarJo Rabbit, what's wrong with the Dow Jones? UNH is wrong with the Dow Jones. The diamonds or the Dow Jones is price weighted. UNH is the most expensive stock on there by actual dollars. So it's like 8%, or at least it was 8% of the Dow, and it's down 20%. So it weighs unreasonably much on the Dow, unfortunately. It's just the way that they construct it. So UNH did not hold 470, so I wait for 460 for the SSR bounce. Just trying to be very particular with that play, because it is bleeding, everybody, to the downside. NVIDIA as well. Like, NVIDIA just tried to break that trend, and it's right back to breaking the low. So it's just got to be a specific entry. I got to hit save to make sure that stays around. So if we don't actually break this trend to the upside, we wait for the 100 level, all morning long on those. Then we wait for the 100 level where we bounced yesterday on NVDA. Intel still hasn't broken its low of the day, but it hasn't given me a reload either. So it's very much like yesterday's trade, where the opening range kind of chills out, waiting for the break of the low like it did, and then you reload at the high. Still hasn't broken that low.
Yeah, a couple more outs there on Palantir as it gets above $94 again. Like, we just get see what I'm saying? This is the thing, like, we haven't reloaded. Everything is fine. We just got another piece out right there of Palantir. So right now, I have under 5% left of Palantir and 25% left on Google. But right now, I just want to see what's going on with our chat here, because we have only 1K. We have over 9,000 watching right now. Let's get this like button a little higher. If you guys can do that, that would be fantastic. Let YouTube know that you want this one every day. We're here live every single day. We want to thank everybody for watching. And on that note, I want to see exactly who's in the chat. So let's just have a quick look at who's in the chat right now with us, as all I do is stare at this thing for most part, looking for some trade ideas as we sit in these two. So, hey, what's going on? Oh, people are spinning right now. Oh, nice little look. Okay, here we go. Now it's starting to get, okay. All right, how am I going to say this? What's up to David Starr? What's up, Hertz Scrambler? What's up, Nene, Diaz, Nick, Rich? This is going nuts. Bazu, I don't even know if that's your name. Sean, hey, well, good name there. Dinkelberg is here as well. Oh, my God, why did I do this? Everyone waving is who I'm going to try to say hi to. Pop Smoke? What was that? What's up, After Star there? Michelle Lloyd, Christopher, Maroon 5. What's going on, Maroon 5? All right, let's go, boys. No, that's not your name. What's up, Todd6060? Shout out to Streamlad. Yo, the Piper says howdy. What's going on, Piper? What's up to everybody that's here? Joe, Ty, Randy, Rob, Keisha, whatever, man. What's going on with everybody? Leo, Jarhead is in the building. What's up, Jarhead? Put his smile on my face, my guy. What's up, William? Aziz is here as well. That is roll call. Loved all of you. Thank you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now we're going, the chat, I can't keep up, Sheep. I don't even know how you do this. What's up to Smoke? Like when I started doing this a couple years ago, it definitely was not moving this way. That's how we know that you guys are lit and with us right now. Everybody waving. What's up, Mar? What's up, Gabe? What up, all? Right there. Thank you again for joining us as we continue to have a lot of fun. Okay, well, that was fun. Thank you for that, everybody. And we'll maybe do that a little bit more as we want to say shout out to everybody that's here in the chat with us. It's only 10:16 right now. Lots of time left in this day. Lots of time left for UNH. Nice. Lots of time left also for Intel to work out. And on that note, I'm going to put another out here for another 1% of what we have left right now on Palantir. We'll see if we can get back up to VWAP, but that was a lot of fun. We are going to lose on our last little bit of Google, and this is what I'm talking about. If this goes down, we're out at 152.89 right now. So go ahead. I know you had UNH.
No, I just stared down like $1.50 in the money and didn't take it, but there's a reason why. Okay, so it's not a scalp trade. And ultimately, we had the break of the trend in UNH. It popped right to, I had it at 468 change. So I got some at 10s and I got some at like 70s for like a price in the mid. It popped like $1.50 right into 470. Remember, this isn't a scalp trade. This is a break of trend to play to VWAP. That's $8 upside. Like the first out on that move is like $3-4 for me. It's not going to be $1.50. It's just not going to happen. With CrowdStrike, we were able to grab it, but not today. At the end of the day, this one's going to come in. We waited for it, took our shot, but ultimately I'm not going to scalp that for $1.50 because to me you're risking underneath there to the low. Like you're risking like $1. It was about $1.40, $1.50 on that play. And when it's an SSR bounce, I'm looking for an exponential move to the upside. While that happened, Hertz did come back in here on Hertz, looking for that VWAP hold. Okay, this chart too. Looking for the VWAP hold, but it's not holding VWAP. And Hertz didn't halt. Just missing a bar in there. No halt. I mean, there's no VWAP hold on Hertz. No break of $8. Keep waiting for this to look a little bit stronger over the volume weighted average price, and it's just not doing it. So bit of a disappointment over there on Hertz. Just check back in because we are still waiting for the reload. Whoops, that's why. Why am I at $20? Still waiting for the reload on Intel. The last time it popped to that 19 high, we were able to get 97s. It hasn't been able to break VWAP since. So it's just doing that trend down thing. So just keep shorting the pops in this as it continues to the low and lower and lower. Meta just broke. I think the next one for me, because UNH seems like it's headed down for that absolute bottom, is going to be 100 on NVIDIA. So the best part about today for me is that I liked NVIDIA to the long side. When it doesn't look like a long, I'm not back in it till it sets up. And it's seeming like it wants to set up at that $100 level, or at least close to the $100 level for the trend break. That's the shot that I want. You get one that pops and gets me to VWAP, and that can be it. As far as I'm concerned, NVIDIA looks pretty sad. I agree with you in the chat there. The Piper saying it looks sad. It looks too sad to want to jump into a long that doesn't give you the right entry point. So hold on to your shorts. The market's breaking the low of the day. Yikes, Meta just broke the $500 level. Hertz, unfortunately, can't seem to hold on to VWAP yet. Still waiting for this to look a little bit stronger. And then we can jump into that one and take a shot at it. The $8 breakout, it could still happen later in the day. It's just not right now.
All right, so there it goes, Google. We added 50% to our net on Google with that last trade, but it does come out right there as the diamond hands can't hold on forever right there as Google winds up going down. But there's a perfect example, again, of losing, to Neil's point there about UNH. Now, I know UNH will wind up being the L there, but to the point of risk to reward, right? It's like right there on Google, 17 cents of a loser, but this one actually printed over 60 cents to the upside. So that was good. We would have always liked to get them all out, but like I said, man, there's not much we can do with that. All right, we do have Nat Gas coming out as well. Let's check out what Apple's doing real quick here, just to say what's up to everybody that's trading Apple. Pass. All right, let's see what's going on with Tesla today as well. 240 and change. Let's see if there's been, okay, so this one, again, look at the pre-market. This is, for Tesla, I really feel like I'm going to do, I probably won't do any charting this weekend or anything, but I'll just pretend like I will. All right, I'm going to do some charting this weekend. And this one right here, 244.50, 245. Like, and what I wanted to say is that what I would look at for the charting, and you could use e-signal for this, great back testing. I'm trying to look to see if we generally hold either the pre-market tops or what does the pre-market bottom or top break look like, because Tesla just gets so crazy off the open. Like that break right there in the pre-market, that pre-market low, that gave us a huge trade right off the open. And then now that we've broken down, we come back up into 244.50 right there, and that held. So like I want to look, it's like when I look back at and do some charting, which generally I'll do it after market here during the middle of the day. I generally do not do any work at home, to be honest with you. But this 250 to 251 to 250, it just, I literally, like, this is the thing, like, even tonight, and I know everybody has different things going on, but like, it's just an absolute gong show at my place. Like tonight we have hockey and chess, and last night actually was pretty good. We just had CrossFit, which is fine. That's an hour for the kids there yesterday. But most days it's like double barrel action, which I'm so happy to be with. And then even this weekend, I'm getting messages right now. There's 4 baseball events going on, and I'm supposed to be at that hockey event. They asked my daughter to read the Little League pledge in front of everybody there at Hyde Park. Yeah, and we had to turn it down. We can't even be there I can't even be there for opening day at Hyde Park. So yeah, man, it's absolutely wild. But hey, that's
the
what,
one thing I'm down. Well, go.
Yeah, that's what life is all about, though. I know you and I are the dads around here.
Well, but I'll say this.
And
though.
soon to be Sharif.
No, but even before I had my daughter, I still didn't do like charting. I like to come in early and do that charting stuff if I'm going to. I'd rather not do it at home and get distracted.
Yeah,
there was a moment, anyways, when my daughter was a toddler. I remember I was doing something related to work, and just the reaction when she was really young, when Daddy was not paying attention. And I'm like, that's not me, man. I don't want to be that guy. But I believe we're supposed to. We're still trending down. 100's $1 away on Nvidia. We could get there by
100
by the time we come back from the small cap recap.
All right, let's go.
I think. Shit, these markets.
Let's do that recap pretty quickly then so we can get to all that NVIDIA action. If you look here, the IWM doing a double top on the 15-minute right off the open, pushing to the downside, but actually still green on the day is the Russell 2000. STEM here, this is STEM Inc. This one, penny stock, no news, but they have a 29% short float. Then we have HTZ. HTZ, arguably not the smallest of small caps here. We do have a market cap of about $2.2 billion. But of course, Hertz making a big move. We initially had Pershing Square, of course, Bill Ackman's firm, reporting a 12.7 million share stake in the company. But then, right before the close yesterday, hours after this news came out, then we had CNBC reporting actually this stake is 19.8%, which would make Pershing Square the second largest holder of the company when you combine the swaps and the shares. Then we have SXTC. This is XST Pharmacy. This is a Chinese company. And so no catalyst on this one either for SXTC, but one to just be aware of here, guys. Nice mover, 500,000 shares. Back to you.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
I know.
I'm wearing the same shirt. Oh, I'm wearing the... There you go. Now it's almost exactly the same. I got to put a sweater on over it because it's always too cold in this... I almost said theater, in the office in here. We're breaking lows. The NASDAQ continues to go lower. I'm staring down 2 things at the same time. And this is always, that's just how the market is, right? Like you're going to get to the pre-market low on UNH at the same moment that NVIDIA is going to test the $100 level. So sorry, UNH, NVIDIA, 100 is just a little bit more of a thing. Right, we're breaking the low on Intel. I'll adjust my sights when it comes to shorting the pop on Intel, but that's breaking the low. Here we are. We're now underneath the 101 level. We're absolutely tanking in here. You're getting big-time acceleration to the downside. Pretty much everything is just lost. Whatever the local bid was, just kind of puke-ish to the downside. I don't even want to look at Alibaba right now because I'm just going to give myself that FOMO. I know we had that short and we didn't really hang on to it, and that was all on me. But want to see if we can't get a press just a little bit lower. Give me any kind of a bottoming tail candle. It could do this, it could do that, and then we're going to try to go long off this 100 on NVDA. I know there's other names that are moving. All right, I had this one up on another chart. I just want to quickly show you guys AMD. Whoops, how is that still in? There we go. Got to show you guys AMD, for whatever reason, not bleeding the same way as NVIDIA. So file that one away. Advanced Micro Devices catching, I mean, it just broke the low of the day as well, but only down 1%, whereas NVIDIA is screaming right back into 100, down 3.5%. So if NVIDIA doesn't hold and the futures do, the TSM holds up pretty well, it's not the craziest idea to go look at maybe AMD for a little bit of relative strength. But we're still pressing right into the 100 level on NVIDIA as it's getting really, really nasty. TX Trader just said Apple underneath VWAP. Well, yeah. Load, load, load. It's not really. It's at VWAP there. No, it's not. It's not under. Apple looks strong. So if you're looking at Apple today, like AMD, relative strength, but much better. You're holding the lows here. I wasn't really looking at Apple for a trade today. It's an inside day. It hasn't broken the pre-market range, but that's pretty good. Futures bounce. I don't know why you wouldn't be thinking Apple's at least in that long bucket. That's just a great look. So good look, everybody that was just paying attention to Apple. You want to find that relative strength if you can. NVIDIA is going to be the one that we've been waiting around for this $100 level. So I'm not going to be getting too far away from it. When I can show you this is what we're in, rah, 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 Intel doing what it did yesterday. So same thing. Like, you just want to stay short and then short the pops on that while we wait for NVIDIA still pressing. At this point, I just think we're going to get to $100 on this bad boy. Almost no way. Shout out to you, Afri Touch. Welcome to Trader TV Live. Yeah, NVIDIA is bleeding. It's bringing the market down with it. The NASDAQ just turned red. It is going to be nuts. You're starting, Trader Forever, drop down has slowed in NVIDIA. Slow wing a little bit. You can see like the biggest, heaviest candle came in when we broke 101. So it's decelerating since that move, but it's still very heavy. You look at I'm looking at the tape, staring it down, and it's still very much heavy into those lows. Oh yeah, of course, UNH. Yeah, UNH bounced off 460. There's your initial $4 or $5 move. But what are you going to do? I said NVIDIA was more important to me. So, you know, UNH will go from here just to slap me in the face. Shout out to. I was about to shout someone out in the chat, and then I saw Donald Trump in there. But I wasn't trying to shout out the president. I was going to say shout out to those that pointed out that Apple. Because it was pointed out just a minute or two ago, as the market was breaking the lows, that Apple was at VWAP and holding. So Apple looking relatively strong at this moment. I don't know if it still is because I'm focused on NVIDIA.
I now have 3% or so. We already told you about how much I have on Palantir. I was waiting for 92.50 to break, but now there's more obviously happening as the market is now red, down 0.29, which is kind of awesome. We're going to be down from where we were at 9:43 when we said we were up about a day and a half. We were up about a day 1.7. Right now, we're just a little bit underneath that, and part of it is because of this move back in on the market. We had dripped out of all of this. We talked about it breaking through 94, that we wanted our stop in there. We got the stop for half of our position, and at that point, we only had 10% anyways, a couple more out. So we are getting lower and lower here into 92.50 and into the market, as I know you're already on NVIDIA, so I'm not... Did you take the long yet, or it's not? No. Okay, I was going to say.
The tape is still, they're just battering the bid right now.
AMD, wow.
They just smoked somebody again at the $50 for like 50,000 shares,
People
shot.
Getting smoked. AMD down too. Like almost the same. I don't know.
No, more.
Oh, no, NVIDIA looks.
NVIDIA's down.
Yeah, NVIDIA looks like cascading right into there. But yeah, I was more looking at, look at this 5-minute chart for advanced micro devices. Boom, right down there into 87 again. The money destroyer is advanced today, that is for sure. All right, so 92.50. Looks like you may want to hold down in and around here on PLTR. So we'll let it settle down. We'll punch a little bit there at 65. And then now we'll wait. I just put another bid at 92.50. I'm going to give it to the close here of 92. So if we break through this $92 area, then we're gone on Palantir right now. So nice little dip buy opportunities potentially for Palantir. So we're going to do that right now and see if this market can hold. As Adair is going to bring us all of the news right now. Yeah, not gas storage right there coming out. That shouldn't really affect the market, but definitely we're going downside now. All right, so now we're into Palantir. Our average price is $92.73. And just to tell you, we have about, how many shares I have the first time? So we have about 15% or 20% of the shares that we had in total when this was happening. So a little bit of a lighter position right now. We're long. It's in the money. It's flat actually now at 92.70 on that play. Google, wow, Google's getting kicked right now. Look, what the hell just happened to Google?
Whoa, what the?
Yeah, the market is really,
what the heck, Google?
Something is going on with Google right now. I don't have anything in my ear, but there it goes, right there to the downside. And this is what we talk about. How in the hell is this guy actually up on Google right now today? Because there it goes to the downside. Nice pressure there on GOOGL. Downside, downside, downside. Maybe it was just a break of 150, but that move happened at 152. So there it goes, man. Everything getting to the downside right now. We'll wait to hear from Adara. What up with that? But that's a nice move down. Was anything else really going right now? The stocks? Oh, was that an NVIDIA break? Is that why?
No.
No. Okay. All right. What's up, Dara?
I saw one headline here that could be the contributor, but this isn't like circulating popularly on X yet. I had to search the ticker to find this. Looks like the Wired is saying that companies in the EU are starting to look for ways to ditch Amazon, Google, and Microsoft cloud services because they're worried about some security risks from the US. So that's one potential story here as reported by the Wired. Light circulation on X, but again, it is worth noting that also mentioned other companies, of course, Amazon and Microsoft as well. If I see anything else on that, I'll let you know. Here's Bitcoin, though. BTC consolidating very much near its lows on this 5-minute chart here. And we had a little bit of an interesting story in this space as well. We had Binance CEO here talking to Financial Times, Richard Tang, saying that he basically believes that the U.S.'s more crypto-friendly approach under Trump is a good look for the firm. And he also said it's basically leading other countries to take similar action. So Richard Tang here trying to be, according to this Financial Times interview, on the front lines of getting this, I guess, pro-crypto or crypto-friendly regulation internationally. So keep an eye on Bitcoin with that in mind, always on watch. Here's Binance. Speaking of Binance, let's take a look at what these crypto plays are doing. So Bitcoin relatively flat, Ethereum up about 1%, up or down about 1%, basically flat here on the day as well. BNB up about 0.4%. Solana, though, having a nice day, up about 3%. Solana, by far, the best performer here. A little bit flatter mix for everything else, guys. Back to you.
Instead of Meta.
There we go. Back into Palantir. We just took some out there at 93, so that was going to be a good one. So we'll go awesome. On the reload there for Palantir. Yeah, well, look at Google, Sharif.
Look at Google, Sharif.
Yeah, you got to look at Google if you want to know what's happening. It might also be happening to Amazon, by the way, as well. As, you know, we talk about some of the cloud, the big hyperscalers there. So we have, yeah, good one. But Meta is one as well, but I don't think that that's necessarily going to, well, yeah, Meta off that 500. I saw some people in the chat were like, 500 longs have been working. Yeah, they have until they don't. But that only goes down to 498. So you could
Apple's holding up really well there.
Apple's different because it doesn't really have any, like, you know, they haven't made that huge move into the hyperscaler world yet, as they were using some ChatGPT. ChatGPT is in Apple Intelligence. It's just they don't have the rollout quite where they need it yet. But there goes Apple. Apple's still up 1% today. So considering like what Apple's doing, what Google's doing, Google down 2% and change, Apple's still up 1%. So maybe Apple does have it all figured out, but I doubt it. We'll wait to see what winds up happening. I still want to be short Apple underneath 200. Same reason why we're looking at, I mean, we're on NVIDIA here at 100, but yeah, like that, when that slips, you have to be sort of quick on the keys there and watch out, because again, a big psychological level. This is the next one.
Oh, 100%.
Here on NVIDIA.
So just so for clarity, when I just taken a bounce on NVIDIA when I saw that Google, and I didn't even see it myself. I kind of turned my head and saw Sean's chart and punched some out of NVIDIA, because I'm like, well, if something bad just happened, I didn't want to be all in front of $100. That didn't make any sense. It's not a good story for NVIDIA. It could still break 100. but there's no way I'm jumping back into the shares that I punched out unless I see us bounce off the 100. We're retesting the lows in here. So what I need to see is hold the 100 level and then jump back in. But my first gut, and I did this before with, I forget what stock it was, if I see a crazy spike, my first assumption is some kind of tariff headline or whatever it might be, and I'd rather shoot first to cover if I'm in the wrong way and then worry about the rest. So unless I see a bounce off 100 first, I'm not getting back into the shares that we got out of. And right now, it doesn't look like we want to do it.
Born ready.
And yeah, I said this might happen, that I was going to pick NVIDIA and not get into the UNH bounce. Well, UNH did bounce from 460 to 470, but you can only look at one of these at a time. That's the one issue with, you could maybe automate a strategy like that, but that's the one issue with staring down a mean reversion, is you've got to be on it in the right moment for sure. But I said NVIDIA at $100 was going to be the one I took, so it is what it is.
All right. Yeah, we do have e-signal. And again, if you're looking at key levels, you may want to use charting software that you can trust. Scan that QR code right there. Trade smarter, not harder. Grab 1 month free, your first month free. And if you don't like it, then drop it, get out of there. You can do tick replays. We can literally just replay what just happened in the market. You can look at how your the market is going lower here. We may break again here, but you can back test all your strategies with ease. There's tick charts, there's scanners, there's hot lists. The 500 symbols is huge. Like, that's how these hot lists work. Able to scan over 500 symbols at once, and you can actually put them on your own curated list. Just simply, there's the screener right there. Technical analysis, fundamental analysis, values, anything you want, it's right there. I mean, check out that moving average. This is what I have set up in my chart right now. See, it's like moving average, 10 period on the daily, so on and so forth. You could set that up. You could do it all with e-signal. Super easy, great customer support. Get going with e-signal. So, all right, man, here we go. Thank you for that, Fabian. We are just sitting on our hands. You asked Skull why we reloaded Palantir. We've only traded 2 names today. They're both really have been good for me so far, that's for sure, including Google Long, believe it or not. Google Long is still a top stock right there. But you could see here, that was $92 yesterday. Obviously, the close looks like it went out around $92.50, $92.70. So I just wanted to reload it here at 92. So that was going to be my drop zone right there. You can see yesterday afternoon, there's 92 right there. We had a problem getting back up through it. When it failed, it tanked. And then we held 92 pretty good right here, including right there where we broke it and went to 93.50 at the end of the day. So I'm just going to stay long, until we break 92. So, but we just got a little bit more out. We're long at 50. I think it's 64s. That's a 92. These are 290. One's at 90, one's at 98 right there. So we took 30 cents on the reload so far. I actually have half left. So this is what I'm saying, 1-to-1. We didn't even get 1-to-1 yet on the reload, but we're trying to hold out for a little bit more. And if we do wind up losing on this trade, we'll give back, if I just do the math properly, probably about 20% or so of what we made on this move. So we're going to try it. Like I said, man, traders got to trade, and I like the idea. We'll trust it for a minute, but look at how this market is bleeding back down into the downside. So there has rarely been an up move today. Like, you had one move right here at basically at 945, where we went to the upside. Ever since then, there's been nothing. There were not even anywhere near VWAP. We're nowhere near the 50-period moving average. So the shorts are bangers.
What's your Apple?
Today for sure. So there we go, man. Just a huge move down in the market, down 0.63. Happy Easter to all. But, you know, you'd think that we would get a nice green day today for that. But let's wait to see. Hey, man, look, Easter's not today, right? Maybe crypto bounces on Easter Sunday there. All right, here we go, man. Palantir, nice move. Let's see if we can get that long, strong
Bitcoin's
and long
tanking, well,
right now on PLTR.
Yeah, look, Bitcoin's going down as well. Like, everything is the only big cap name that's not falling that I've seen is Apple, man. Like, Apple's holding on for dear life. So we did get a bounce and a green candle off 100. So NVIDIA is trying to make that bounce. Let me just quickly, I said it and didn't show up. Apologies. Apple looks really, really good. I feel like the second this NVIDIA trade resolves itself, I'd probably jump over and see if Apple's still holding the volume weighted average price. That's intense, man. The market is breaking down and down a half a point. For Apple to be doing this is incredible. It's spectacular. And I know it's not moving much, but in this market, if you're not bleeding, that's really good. That said, this is the mean reversion I was looking for. You have broken the downward trend, as you can see on NVIDIA. I want this one getting back into the volume-weighted average price. I'm offering in front of ones. I'm offering at 101.5 and then 102, and then the volume-weighted average price on NVIDIA. I have put a trailing stop on Intel as well, because that has its trend down looks exactly the same. It's a whole boatload of red candles, and when it breaks that trend, which it hasn't done just yet, I'm going to jump out of it. I think that was a call for Adara.
Here is a very mixed sector board today. Finance to the upside with the exception of PGR, a little bit weaker there. They reported earnings earlier this week. Then we have health technology. Great look here for Eli Lilly after announcing positive results for the phase 3 trial of its oral GLP-1. Energy minerals strong across the board. Consumer non-durable strong. Transportation really strong. Uber and UPS both to the upside here. Communications looking good. Utilities looking good. In retail trade with the exception of Meg 7 player Amazon actually to the upside as well. But let's talk about these tech stocks because they're really dragging down the market today, or at least that's how it appears. Google, Microsoft both red on the day. Would you yell with that downside move? I still have not found any concrete story to explain that drop. Other than, as I mentioned earlier, there was a headline lightly circulating on X suggesting that the Wired reported here that I guess the EU companies are trying to avoid these cloud services from American companies due to concerns over security. But NVIDIA, Broadcom red here, a lot of these chips red. But as Neil mentioned earlier, Apple to the upside. So AAPL might be the Lone Ranger trying to hold things to the upside in the tech names. Back to you.
It ain't no Lone Ranger, my guy. It's got the best wingman available right there. And it is going to be easily the banger right there. Palantir right now. We're doing it again, and we're doing it live. It's another $1 right there on Palantir. So, I mean, the good just keeps on getting gooder. Shout out to all the English teachers out there. Goes to show you, I guess you don't need to be great at English to be a trader, but there it goes. Nicely, or good at anything, really. Nice move to the upside right there for PLTR, and we go boom on that one. So, I mean, yeah, look, we're having, again, another real... Look, I've only traded 2 names today, right? And we're 2 for 2. And it's just Palantir and it's Google. And yeah, these have been real good trades. We'll look for some more, but I just stick where the bread continues to be buttered, man. And there it goes. It's another move right there. PLTR, them and Apple. There must be other strong names, but more gooder is this stock. What's up, Travis? What's up, everybody there in the chat as we continue to go? We are now back higher than we were finally now at. Wow, there goes. Palantir is now more than $1 in the money. So we'll go dollar clubbing right here again. And hope everyone has a great Easter. It's 10:43. There it goes, man. $1 and change right now for PLTR.
Yeah, that trade in these trades in this segment brought to you by our good friends over at Trade the Pool. First, it was commission-free trading. Robinhood made that happen. The next shift is even bigger. It's limited risk trading. And Trade the Pool's rewriting the stock trading rules. Your only risk is a flat $47 fee one time. How is it possible? Well, you were trading on the firm's capital. No deposits are needed. No personal capital at stake. This is about breaking barriers, not your saving account. Just real opportunity without the fear. Scan the QR code, get 10% off, and join TradeThePool.com. Check link in the description as well. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Let stocks rock and roll. I kind of like that one, although I like that, stock drop and roll. But the market, we just try to recap here because we went right to 101 on NVIDIA. Any guess what happened at the even dollar level? Well, at this point, it's kind of obvious. Went right into the 101. I actually was offering the second leg at 101.25. But the second you saw it stacked up and hold, I just kind of hit the next leg out. So I'm now half out of this position. If you can hold a higher low, then we're good. I did trail out of Intel. I said that if it broke the trend, I would trail out of it. So obviously, I'm not going to bother with the trend line. Obviously, it broke the trend. I want to reload this around VWAP. If it breaks VWAP and gives me 19 even, fair enough. That's been the place to go short. So we're out of Intel. I do want to get back into this. The market, while putting in a bottoming tail candle, like when the market was green, this was red. So I don't really see any reason I won't jump back into that trade at some point. As mentioned, when we start resolving on NVIDIA, I wanted to go over to Apple because it wasn't on the list before, but it's holding a great trend to the upside. Let's go to Adara. We have breaking news.
I have a headline here on Google, and I want to clarify. There's not a lot of details on this, so be careful. But we were wondering why we had that drop there in GOGL. This headline just now circulating on X as of a minute or two ago. It just refreshed now, though it definitely wasn't out when we first got that drop. But nonetheless here, seeing this headline, Google partially loses U.S. advertising tech antitrust case. So obviously that's not a lot of details. I'm going to continue looking into this. Benzinga does not have it yet, but regardless, Google here reportedly partially losing, quote unquote, its U.S. advertising antitrust case. Back to you.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
All right, thanks, Joe, for that one. Thanks, Adara, for that update there. I mean, yeah, look, let's just pay the fine and move on. I mean, that's, I think, the best
That's usually
thing
what happens.
For Google to do. U.S.
got the
just never ceases to amaze me how we punish our own companies and just don't even care about anything else. TikTok's fine. Who cares if it's Chinese run, right? All right, what's for lunch? Okay, here we go on this lovely day, Friday. It's Thursday, April the 17th. All right, this morning we had fresh fruit bowl. We talked about crustless vegetable quiche, which was really good. And today, though, I'm gonna initially slap a fail on this, but I don't know what it's gonna look like. But we've already had something very similar to this this week. Today, I'm not a big fan, but we'll see how it's made because I think it's very specific how you got to make these things. By the way, right now, Palantir, absolutely Moon City, now $1.20 in the money, and this just keeps on going. What that reload down there at 92.50, we just should have made it again, but at the end of the day, it is beef chili. Yeah, I think it could be okay. We'll see what happens with Mexican rice. And then here we go. Toppings, shredded lettuce, diced tomatoes, green onions, sour cream, tortilla salad with chili lime vinaigrette there. So beef chili with a bunch of toppings and some Mexican Chilean rice.
Huh?
I don't know. I just said that because I see my guy Fabian over there.
Okay.
So shout out to Fabian. Fabian, what is, if you could say that Chile was known for a specific food, you know, is there something that's more popular over there? I assume beef with, I don't know. Tell me, carnitas, what's going? Empanadas. Okay, we're hearing it in our ear. Ooh, ceviche.
I love ceviche.
Oh, what'd you call me? Oh, it's called corn cake. Okay, I get it. Yeah.
Okay, like shepherd's pie. Okay.
Yeah, so there we go. Thank you
Corn cake. Yeah,
for all
that's
of
an
that.
interesting
Yeah, so interesting there. Thank you for that. That is what's for lunch. It's 10:48 right now, and we're getting ready for the midday show.
I had the worst ceviche.
Oh yeah. You don't want to have bad ceviche.
Look, when I went to Paris a couple of years ago, it was a great trip, and all the best food. It was fantastic food, but we made one mistake. We kind of got caught not eating dinner, and we had visited the Eiffel Tower. And like, let's just stop somewhere close. So I went to one tourist trap because we were hungry, and the ceviche was about as bad as you would expect. It was like the second most expensive meal that we had, and was by far the worst. Do not eat near tourist traps in Europe. I knew it, and we did it anyways because I was hungry. But someone just asked me, what do I mean by in front of? So I don't know 100% the context you mean, but I'm going to make a guess that it had to do with either getting out in front of 101 or getting long in front of 100 on NVIDIA. It just means going in front of either you see a massive order or a big order and you just put your offer, like if it's at 101, you put your offer at 197 or 98 and just get filled in front. Or it could just be a big psychological level. Like I never even saw the 100 bid. But it bounced off 100, so we go long in front. But that was, I'd say I put the order in front of the 101 seller that I saw in the 90s. I think I put like 98 or 97 or 98. So getting in front of it just usually means a level and putting an order underneath if it's an offer, or it could just mean a theoretical level like the $100 one where I didn't even see a big bid. I do believe it is time to look at what has been a weak US dollar.
Indeed it has, Neil. We do have this DXY continuing in this downtrend. We've kind of had a series of downtrends, little bear flags, and then continue to push to the downside. That's really been the story for the last couple months here for the DXY. No huge economic data today. We did get a slightly lower than expected jobless claims print coming through, but actually DXY slightly green on the day. That longer term trend, though, as Neil just alluded to, does not look particularly promising for that US dollar. Now, I do want to really quickly, before we go back to you guys, I want to talk about this situation with Google because I did read a little bit more into it. Here's the chart for GOOGL. Basically here, New York Times and The Information both had reports on this. What happened today was a federal judge here in the U.S., the Eastern District Court of Virginia, ruling that Google had broken the law to build its dominance over that ad technology system. So because of this ruling, it actually allows the court to potentially, I guess for ramifications there, for remedies, they could force Google to spin off parts of its ad tech business or break up the company. So this ruling could have some pretty big implications going forward. But before we send you back to the guys, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at ProfitX. Are you looking for unbeatable odds in the biggest games? Switch to ProfitX's peer-to-peer platform, where you set the price. No more one-size-fits-all lines. It's like crafting your own pegging strategy with real-time trading tools, and you can secure the best odds, track the action, and watch your plays come alive. Experience total control at every step. ProfitX. Sports playing reimagined. Users can use code TRADERTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. Check out ProfitX. Back to you.
Whether the markets are moving to the upside or the downside, TraderTV.live is always on trend. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe to join us every single day the markets are open.
Thank you, Adara, for that. Wow, I just looked over at CoreWeave. I was like, if the market was tanking, I remembered we like CoreWeave at 36, but CoreWeave is not at 36. It's at 38. So it's a chance for this afternoon. I feel like that might have been a good opportunity on Alphabet at that bottom, but I feel like you don't want to just jump into a long when you don't know what the story is in that moment, didn't really know what it was. Ultimately, it usually doesn't put me in a bearish mood on these types of stocks. You're not even at a great level on that daily. I was sort of thinking to myself, like, do I want to buy Google on weakness as opposed to waiting around for Meta this Q? But I'm not going to deviate from the plan. NVIDIA, that 101 seller, able to hold, and now we're retesting the low. So it's kind of a critical, obviously it's a critical moment in here. If we double bounce off the 100 level, then I add to the position, but it has to hold. I need to see it bounce off that $100 level. Just going to adjust my stop. There you go. We bounce another time like this, then we look to add back into what we've taken off, which was about half. And if we don't, then we just break 100 and I'm out and take the L on NVIDIA. If you wanted to just scalp it to 101, fair enough, but that's not the way I play these on a mean reversion on an SSR name. Want to look for that bigger move. You are getting very close on UNH, as I heard Sharif say. He said 450. It bounced off the pre-market low to give you about $8 or $9 there. That was the exact moment that NVIDIA was coming to 100, so I didn't try that one. But we said if it breaks 450, 440 is the monster level on the daily. So you put a 4 in front of it, and I look for another trend reversion trade for a one-shot chance. Unfortunately, Hertz still looks about the same as it did before, but I promised if Apple still looked strong on the latest pullback, that we'd take a shot at it. Well, it's coming into that support it had at 195.5. So put up or shut up time. If Apple loses a bid, we're in trouble. I think is one of the big tech names that has been able to not succumb to this market weakness.
All right. Yeah. Apple, Palantir, the two strong names here for sure that you want to look for on any dip buy opportunities. You know, we took the opportunity to get out of the majority of this trade at the 50-period moving average, but we still have some on board right now. We have about 25% left of our total take down there. Again, out like 20% there, out another 10 or so as we go up. And then we have, I don't know, it's hard to see all of the fills up here, but if I zoom in, you can see we have 3 fills right here at 93.60. Look, I still think it goes. My next offer is at 93.95, actually above VWAP. Maybe I should change that. I was trying to get in front of 94. And then after that, man, we go to $95. And that's where I'm going to wait to see if we can get some more out on that one. It is 10:54. Again, everybody, we're going to throw you over to the midday show where probably some more small cap gappers right there as my guy yesterday, Sharif yesterday crushing that whole low. And then there was OST. And then, I don't know, we talked about this earlier today as well. I had mentioned here on Webull that if we broke below, it was finished. There it goes, man, even straight from the day. I couldn't believe Webull was actually even up today, but it was, and not for long, says Webull, as it just falls right back down, now down that 10%. We'll take a look at that. There was TGL, was another name, Treasure Global, that was moving around a little bit today as well. And then we had, what was it, Hertz was another name, so that's 4%. HTZ right now, Hertz coming through. Yeah, so again, absolutely nailed it. We didn't trade it, but those of you that nailed that, up there at $8, huge trade there for Hertz. As we zoomed back out and showed you that $8 was the jam, it got there just as the market was opening up, and really haven't, I mean, that's close enough to a retest rate there. I mean, if you're looking for 8 short, then you probably short 780. I mean, so that's going to be a nice retracement back down. Could have had your dollar club right there. But yeah, so far so good here today. We just have those 2 trades on board. I know Neil's traded a few more names than that, but at the end of the day, looking for the best opportunities. And the NASDAQ has fallen down. I wrote down TQs at 45. I didn't even sit there to take that. It did go down to 44.40 there. So yeah, today I was just more focused on individual names than the futures. Hopefully we'll look at the futures as we come back, into the afternoon, because this 200 period VWAP and the 50, you're looking short. I can't recommend the long right now on the futures, which is why I'm not averaging back into anything. I didn't get back into Palantir here, even though it's a level that I like, and we emptied out the clip up here. So we're going to still stop out on Palantir if it breaks 92, and then we'll just work on it after that. So yeah, so far, pretty good day today. Like I said, I'm actually just a little higher than where I was at 943. So yeah, I don't know where everybody else is. I don't know where you are with respect to that either. But right now, didn't do much for the last hour. We sat there, reloaded Palantir, and then didn't give anything back. We're up on Google, but this trade, we were really booming when it was going, and then we got out for flat, thankfully. And this is that thing we talked about with stop orders. It's like people say, I'm not trading with stop orders. Look, we got out before that happened. But at the end of the day, if you're still sitting in this, you take a phone call, you do whatever. Next thing you know, whoops, and there goes your day. For me, could be there goes my month, depending on what kind of shares you got. So you got to be very, very careful on plays like that, right? So yeah, that's why I like to trade with the stop orders.
I think you have to use stop orders, but you need to place them in the right spot. And especially if you have a plan of action. So I'll show you, like, it is, there's my stop out. I'm like, if it closes and breaks the prior bar above the volume weighted average price, that's going to be my out. Well, did it close the bar above the volume weighted average price? Nope, it didn't. That's because this one was wrong and that one was right, and I never got back into Alibaba. So unfortunately, what I liked for the best short didn't really, it didn't materialize, and we got into some longs. But just move on to the next trade. Right now it's NVIDIA at 100. So there was an order. For a split second, I thought it was at 100 even. But it was somebody was already bidding a chunk at 110, it seems. So like the 10-cent level had a big order in front of 100. So my guess is the 100 level, if you see it, you break it. If a lot of big size goes out in front of it and starts buying 10s and 20s, then oftentimes it's like, yeah, by the time it gets there, the people that are loading up at 10 and 20, they're just going to hit that liquidity at 100 to make sure they don't get slipped. So I would suspect there's going to be some scalpers a little bit more aggressively into the $1 level, or so the 101 level. You know what I mean, like 100 to 101. So the $0.50 is going to matter a little bit more. That even's going to matter a little bit more here on NVIDIA. I do still want to work back into Intel. We trailed out. It's back at the low. There was no shot to get to VWAP. The market doesn't seem strong enough. So I work with the low that we have. Yesterday's bottom is kind of syncing up with this little peak here at 1875. So that might be the spot that we get back in. I don't want to take a bottom break because Intel's, it's kind of too close. It's too close to its 52-week low to short a break at the low of the day. That's all. Like at this point, like at some point, you're getting really, really tight to some of these bottoms on Intel. So you want to short, I want to short pops instead of taking that absolute low. You're within like 1 day's move of its 52-week low, not all-time low. That's like, the last time it was under here was like 2000 and, what did we say, 12?
Intel?
We looked at the chart.
Yeah. I think it's like a 40-year chart there on Intel.
It's at least, yeah.
We can go back here. I have the Eastern. We're going to throw it over to the midday. Yeah. Those of you asking if I'm in Palantir, just look at the bottom. Yes, we are. I am still in Palantir right now. It's going to be 2 for 2. Not an easy day trading for many. I hope you guys are okay. Yeah. So as Neil had mentioned here, this goes all the way back. Like, I don't even know what to tell you about Intel. This is 1997. So that's where we are now. So if you sort of are just waking up here after 30 years, is that right? 97, 07, 17? Yeah, man, we're close enough to that. 28 years. Yeah, I'm just playing around with Ramin. Yeah, I know it's close enough to that. But there, Ramin's like, it's 28. But yeah, right there. So 28 years holding on to Intel. They cut their dividend a while ago. And right now, it's been an absolute nightmare of a 3 decades for NVIDIA, or for Intel. And I don't even want to call, I mean, do we even need to, call up what NVIDIA looks like, or AMD or Tesla or anything like that? I mean, here's 99 on NVIDIA. How about $1 where it is now? So 100x there for NVIDIA compared to 0 for Intel. All right, it's 11:01. It's been a fantastic day. We want to thank all of you for watching. We're still long Palantir. You're probably still long NVIDIA. Let's go. Let's see what happens in this market, and we'll see you guys later. All right.
See you guys.
Ciao.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy, Joey Options. And I'm Sharif, and I look like I have a lot more energy than I actually have IRL. I'm going to continue to fake it until it dwindles, and then we can't do anything about it. So shout out to everybody for joining us today. I hope everybody's had a fantastic morning. It's a bit of a rough one, Joseph, to start the morning. We kind of looked like maybe we were trending up a little bit here to start the day, and then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. Google, Amazon, everything in question now, so we'll talk about that. But before I do anything else, Arsenal taking out Real Madrid. You guys are donezo. We beat you on your turf, baby. So I see all you guys there. All right, man. Shout out to Coolman65. Shout out to, who is this? Juan Padilla. We got Nomo, Bren Rex, the Roaring Griffin, and Blue Arrow. How about Sports and Stonks? Wastegate. Not Waste Man, but Wastegate. We got Oscarito, we got Pug Life, Other, Zinc, and Demon Haunted House. Benton C, come on, you gunners, baby. D. Westermeyer, my man. We got Pop Lock, we got Jordy VWAP, Andrew Chow. Who else on the blockchain? Normal Special, I like that. Ozan, not that Ozan, the other Ozan. Kirk D, we got the OG Gorev, Abdul Aziz, and David Beach. How about Donkey Trader? Always gets me chuckling there. Drops trades. Bot Yacht Club, Smokey Love. We got Peyton. We got Stewart. We got Frank Hong, baby. Gerald Dilworth. Monty G. A couple more, Joseph. We got Marwan. And we got Reese. Hope everybody's had a fantastic morning. Joseph, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I mean, okay, we're getting smoked here.
What happened?
Some TQs. If we can pull up my chart. We had a nice long earlier in the morning here, catching the bottom out aggressively, and then we just start to piece things out here, and then we're looking for the hold of this trend here, guys, and it's not looking like it's coming into play. If it doesn't, then we'll just get out of it. We're not going to sweat any of that, but that's what we have going on here. And then we went aggressive here on IBIT, guys, because I did believe that we were going to continue to move to the top side, and we didn't. So you can see enter, add, see you later, we get stopped out. We start small again, get out, and then we go super aggressive there for the move back to the volume weighted average price. And it just said, no, not today, Joe. That's how we're feeling going to the downside. And then eventually turns around, but I'm like 3 strikes, you're out of here. And then here we go on the TQs as well, starting to break through that trend. Not a good sign. NVDA down to 100. My average price is 107 in the swing account. And yeah, that's what it is, brother. So yeah, what do you got going on for small cap?
All right, here we go. Here's what we got, baby. I'm keeping my eye here on SXTC. It's between it and ADGM, the 2 biggest gappers in these markets right now. I'm talking about gappers above that dollar. Don't really know what the hell they're doing below the dollar. Don't really care. So here's a top left-hand corner, SXTC. This one did halt. It halted, it looks like here once. Let me just verify that on the one. No, this is a multiple halter. Both have been to the upsides, both halts on SXTC to the upside. Let's do some TA here. The first halt, though, 5 minutes. The second halt, 10. So just to give you some context, I'm already liking the price pattern on this, and I'll tell you why. Look at this $2 level over here, area rejection at 10.15. We work our way up there. We big boy drop back into that $1.40. Lo and behold, though, when we cleared that $2 area at 10.40 and we drop back down, look where we held up. We got a double bottom here at $2. That tells you the buyers are using that halt level as an intraday area of support. So I'm very interested in weaseling into this one. I also happen to like the fact that the volume weighted average price and that whole dollar level at 2 are awfully close. We got VWAP essentially at $1.94, $1.95, and you got the halt level at 2. That gives me a bit more, confidence trying to punch in at that $2 area, knowing I don't gotta give it 25 cents. It's 5 or 6 pennies, maybe 10 if you really want to get, a bit more aggressive. Whatever SXTC in focus will be looking to get into that. ADGM, Joseph, your jokes. ADGM, this one was putting a plethora of lower highs and lower lows. It seems to have found a bit of a support level as well. You guessed it. Above that area, that halt area at $1.83, it ends up double bottoming here at $1.90. So clearly some buyers a little bit higher than that halt area on ADGM. It is, though, putting in those lower highs. Go.
Sweet. All right. Go. Pull up the screen here. Guys. There we go. We're holding on to this position. And what do we do, Sharif? What did we do
What did you do, bro?
Added, brother.
I love it.
Oh, we're about to take some off the top. Let's go. Give me a little squeeze type price action. Apple really starting to move. Bitcoin, my guy, even though that didn't work out for me, continuing to move higher and higher. That's all that matters. As long as we got it in the long term, then we're content with life there, Sharif. And there we go. A 10% or 20% I just took off there. Continuing to climb back towards the volume weighted average price. What a play here on TQQs. Just using basic TA here. I showed you guys the trend line that I was referring to. If it cracked to the downside, we were going to get out of the position, but it held up relatively strong, and that is a good note. So we're going to piece a little bit more up here as we head towards the volume weighted average price. Really nice trading here. What a beautiful ad. A work of art at that there, guys. And my guy, Bitcoin. I love it when Bitcoin is moving higher because guess what I'm going to do? Sharif? I'm going to be buying more in the long term.
Tell them what you're doing, though, Joseph.
I told Tesla. I sold Tesla a while ago. I sold Apple a while ago, sitting on some cash, gonna grab more to that Bitcoin. Sharif said, Joe, tell him what you're doing. I'll be honest with you guys.
Tell him.
I don't even know if I should be saying this. I'm YOLOing Bitcoin for the long term. It's just like, just go for it, right? Like, if this asset is truly going to do what it's going to do, then I want to participate in it. And honestly, I have a really good history with Bitcoin. I'm going to be frank. I have a really good history, so I just want to stick with it for the long term. And I think that's going to be my game plan. I'll hold on to some other equities, but I want to just size into IBIT as much as I possibly can. I already have a good chunk in there, and now I'm sitting on about 10-15% cash, which I really like, and I'm just gonna slowly start to grab more. And my goal and my plan is to literally hold this for 20 to 25 years, God willing that I live that long. So, no, I'll hand it off to.
Look, you and I were talking off camera. I think it was a few weeks ago at least, right?
DJ Haircut.
What? He's like, YOLO.
No, to be honest with you, no, he said I'm about to be homeless. But no, to be honest with you, this is like an account that I can't even really withdraw money for 20 years.
Are we talking about GIC?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like a retirement account.
Gotcha.
So it's just like, it's either I retire with a nice amount of money or I'll be panhandling around the streets of Toronto.
Stop. Yeah, there's not going to be no panhandling, baby. No, but you and I were talking off camera, and we were talking about, the volatility in equities, the potential hit the revenue stream, the profitability as a result of the tariffs, and we were talking about what could be non-tariff affected, even though in real life it may move with the tariffs because it's looked at as a speculative asset. There's really nothing about Bitcoin that connects it to tariffs all that much. So because it's a global asset, right? So,
and to be honest with you, so what I did, I started buying IBIT when it IPO'd.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've been in it since, like, literally I bought some the first day and I just slowly continued to grab more and more of it. So
I like it, man. All right, just got in to a position here on ADGM. It's breaking out. I'm punching in at the high of the day, but it's really catching an aggressive bid. So let's see if this one can squeeze. I've got 59s. It's showing me 64s. There's a seller at 63. There we go. We get the fill at 64. Then you already know where I'm waiting. I don't have to tell you guys. If you've been watching the show, you know I'm waiting at 69, baby. So we'll see if this one zigs and zags in the way that I hope it will. This one is an interesting one here. ADGM kind of just popping off here last minute, trying to catch the better part of this trade. Maybe we'll wet the beak a little bit here in the mid-60s. That seller at 63 here on ADGM keeps reinstituting their position. So we wet the beak a little bit there. Anything, though, below that 40 penny print, we're going to have to flatten out this one. I don't mind getting back in, though. Like, I have no issues looking at getting back at that 2.25, where the 10 exponential on the 5 is, or that 210, 213 area where the volume weighted average price is. I'm going to certainly keep an eye out on that. ADGM flat right now on it, Joseph, but already wet the beak a couple of times, looking for this one to hold the $0.50.
Yeah, nice. Tux Brown's vlog, please don't annoy me today.
Today's not the day, bro.
Yeah, it's not.
A lot of us are getting sick.
Yeah.
We're tired.
I've been on the couch for the week, so I'm gonna ask you very kindly, just don't.
You don't even have to be that
See
kind.
you later. Look, even Ramin is like, later. We won't see you later. So yeah, just don't be that guy. Don't be Tux.
Who is this guy? What's his beef, bro? You want me to take it?
No,
you don't need anybody to help you, obviously.
But but let's see what we got cooking up here. TQ's looking really, really good here so far. Nice ABCD pattern forming right here. Yeah. Okay. I didn't hear that. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go off to Adara, then we're gonna talk some more TQs, guys.
Keep an eye on some of these oil names, specifically here. Occidental is one I pulled up here. XOM also on watch. They were named here in this story by the Wall Street Journal. Apparently, the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, as run by Elon Musk, is apparently they're looking now to come for these clean energy names, which now puts companies like Exxon and Occidental at risk. So Wall Street Journal flagging some potential concerns for projects for Oxy and Exxon after Doge apparently looking to invest in or investigate and look into these companies. Back to you.
Comment there, skirt. Best time to accumulate Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin will be between December 25 and August 26. Mark my words. All right, yeah.
Reason. What's the reason for that, please?
Elaborate. Yeah, elaborate a little bit more. Yeah. Is it because of the halving cycle, where we stand in it, etc.? Just leave a little bit more. We'll keep an eye out for your name there, skirt, to see what you say about that. Not disagreeing. We just want to see what your thesis is and why that specific time frame is the best time to grab and slowly allocate Bitcoin. We're very interested in that comment. Who's being mean to our Joe? Yeah, exactly, Matthew Booth. He's not being mean. He's just being annoying, and I don't got time for annoyance. I got a puppy at home who can't sleep or does anything along those lines, and yeah, so that's what it is. Street's laughing at me. Man, I was on the couch last night. The guy, he's just freaking out all the time, so it's just like chill out, sleep maybe a little bit at nighttime, not during the day, and then not freak out at night.
I love trying to reason with a puppy, bro. It's impossible, Joseph. Right, all right, baby. We added at that $0.50 on ADGM. We're taking Prince to the high side, baby. Just got filled at 62s. It's still zigging and zagging right now. It's at the high of the day, so you feel the shorts are stepping in, or there's aggressive profit taking from those holding it from the single dollars, but we're already profitable on it, man. So we're trying to stay profitable, but that $0.50 seems to be an elusive target to close above. I mean, we're zigging down now below that 50 penny area. So anything below 40s, as I've mentioned, gets me out of this trade. But I don't mind getting back in. I really want to stress that 2.25, that's a 10 exponential moving average, a little bit below that at about two mid-teens, like 15, something like that. That's where the volume weighted average price is. So if it does stop me out below that 240 area, we'll still be profitable on it, but I will be looking likely to get back in if it does stop me out. So I'm throwing in my hard stop below that level. The other trade that I'm involved in right now, this one, SXTC, we've got 20s. It's showing me 13s. So my mistake there. So we're a little bit out of the money on this one. So I'm looking to wet the beak here at 23s if we're able to. I'm looking to defend essentially that 10 10 exponential moving average on the 5, which is currently at 203. I'm seeing another psychotic one come in here, OMH. This one is also up bigly. There we go. This one is trading crazy, though. It just popped into 319, then dropped below 3. So I haven't looked at the level 2, but from the price action on the chart, I can tell you already it's likely very spready. Just because it's moving, 5-6 pennies at a time on a $3 name, typically not the case. OMH, trade this carefully. I still haven't had a look at it very thoroughly yet, but it's been on the side chart since we got on. So I'm keeping my eye here on SXTC as it's continuing to drop a little bit below that 205 area. So the deal is with this one, here's VWAP, and it's already losing VWAP, and I just got stopped out of that one. So we'll go 1 for 1. We'll take a bit of a hit on this one. This one, I didn't get any prints out on, full disclosure, so we'll take the full hit here on SXTC. Back to ADGM. We get another print to the high side, so doing well on one, not so well on the other. Now I'm waiting at 69s, and I've got shares on this one, so I'm going to go ahead and wait into the 70s on this one if it does allow me. So at ADGM and SXTC, Joseph.
Good look there. Yeah, Eduardo Lindenmeyer, what do you mean by nothing special about 10 minutes? I'm just curious, genuinely. So just tag me again. I seen your comment there, and then we'll talk a little bit more to it. But all love to everybody in the chat who's tagging us. Who do we got? Andrew N, Eduardo on the block, Darwin, my guy. Everybody's saying it. Monty G saying, Joe, don't have any kids. All right, I hear you on that one there. My friend JG, my guy. Damian Oliveira, much love to everybody. I mentioned Andrew N, Skull, my guy as well too. And it's good to see my boy Stevenson in the chat. Glad to see you guys back here. We're still rocking in this TQs trade. Is there going to be a potential ad around here? I hope so. This is what we're going to continue to look for. We want to make this trade as big as we possibly can. We're going 2 for 2 on the TQs right now. So you can see we started here. I hesitated on this ad. If I got it in right here, I would have been a lot more safe and had the ability to hold significantly longer, even if I did piece them out. But then we just got right back in, and then we added again. Right into this position. So let's see if we can crack the volume weighted average price. Google just dumped on that news, so they're partially losing. Pay that fine, and I agree with what Sean is saying. Now's not the time to be picking on your best players or suspending them, right? And this is my opinion. We got the AI war going on. We got tariffs going on. You're battling with China. You want your strongest to be your strongest. You want your best to be your best, and now's not the time to be picking up on them. So yeah, just avoid that. Okay, Tux Brown, see you later, my guy. We're not that. We just don't like annoyance. That's all. We're peaceful people, so we're not. We're definitely.
What's this guy, bro? Are you dense, bro?
Yeah,
he told you he's tired.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the fact that he's Canadian. And I'm kind of tired too.
Yeah,
don't poke me either, man.
Don't poke this.
Yeah.
Don't poke
All right,
this guy.
Joseph, we're doing it live here, baby, on ADGM. We're back at 62s. I just went the beak at 82s. Now I'm gonna wait for a $3 touch and drop because that's what that's what these ones do. They dance around the whole dollar level. So the situation is with ADGM, we got back in at 62, and we're doing it live with this one. I'd like to take some out possibly in the high 80s before I take out that last hopeful profit taker around $3. It's doing the dance with no underwear or pants at $2.75 right now, which is not unusual. We need the $half, the whole dollar, the $quarter. It really depends where the shorts or the profit takers are setting up on the day, but those are the levels, where you're likely to encounter areas of support and resistance. I'm talking about the quarter, half, and whole dollars. 3/4 as well goes with that. So we're in the money nicely now. ADGM is a big boy winner today. It's 200% in the green. And as a result, let me give you some more information about it. ADGM, let's put it into trade ideas. I don't have a short float, sadly, but I'm seeing the float on trade ideas about 2 2/3, so 268,000. Okay, I don't know if that's accurate, so I'm going to check it on my platform. I'm seeing 3.3 million float. So trade idea saying about 260 some odd thousand. My platform saying 3.3 million. Well, they're both small either way. Obviously, one's a lot smaller than the other, but 3.3 million still qualifies as a smaller float. So keeping my eye on this one, looking for that parabolic move up. Just to give you some idea, the high of the day right now, 287. It just wicked off beautifully off the 10 exponential moving average. So it is respecting key areas of technical support. I'm talking about moving averages, VWAP, and price action, support and resistance. That's what I mean there when I say technical areas of support. So far, so good. We got a couple of outs there on the top, but the deal is I add at between 2 1/3 to 2 1/2. I will be looking to defend the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 on ADGM, and this is kind of what I'm seeing on my black charts over here, so you just have an idea of what I'm talking about. Oh, goodness gracious, good God. All right, here, let's move that down. There we go, okay? So this is what I'm talking about when I say that green line right there. If it dips into that, I'm looking to pick up a little bit more. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that one. How are we doing there with SXTC? So this one's losing the bid completely. We already went 0 for 1 on that. I won't be buying it at the 20 exponential moving average, which is exactly where it's at right now. I'm talking about SXTC. You know, it's below VWAP, and I just won't break my rules on this one. Simple as that. So the ADGM losing a little bit of the bid here, but we got a couple of more outs on this, so I don't mind adding. So let's go ahead and throw out those orders right now to shadow that 10 exponential. First order is going to go at around the $0.50. I'm going to front run the $0.50 by a couple of pennies if I can, and then I'm put a little bit lower as well to actually shadow the 10 exponential itself. That'll be in the low 40s. So we already get the fill there in the 50s. Do we get the low 40s fill? We haven't gotten it quite yet. So now we got 57s as an average cost. So let's throw out some orders to the top side to see if we can catch a move up. I'm talking about ADGM, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. So I see what you're saying. Eduardo Lindenmeyer. So those who are more, I guess, familiar with crypto, you're referring to hard forking. So that's what you're saying. So anyone could copy Bitcoin source, change that 10-minute mining time to whatever they want and create a new crypto. For all my crypto fans out there, I'm pretty sure he's referring to hard forking, and I don't think it's that simplistic. I'm trying to remember the percentage metric that you need to do to create a fork. So then you have Ethereum, and then you have Ethereum Classic. Essentially, Ethereum Classic was the original one, and then it was hard forked into Ethereum. And then that's what Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash were. Those are hard forks, but you need about like 50 or 51%, I believe, in order to do so. And I believe it's like 51% of all total mining power to be able to hard fork. And I don't think that's that easy anymore, considering there's more and more miners. So those who are more familiar with that terminology, hard forking, and exactly what you need to do, please allow me to do so. Yeah, so Rivian Millionaire, 51%. That's exactly what I was referring to. So you need to have 51% of the computing power in order to hard fork. So that way, I don't think it's that simplistic. Not anybody can just do it. You need a lot of mining rigs. So there we go. Yeah, so everybody's confirming that on that front. Yes, 51% of mining. So in order to do that, how are you going to get 51% of mining? I don't think it's going to be that easy, and I don't think anybody can just do it. I mean, can someone with a ridiculous amount size bank account and really deep pockets do it? Yes, possibly, but would they want to spend their money on that? So, okay, it's not the miners. See what everybody else said. Code is open source. I know a couple girls that okay, Marcus, come on. I almost read that one out loud there, my friend. But yeah. So yeah, that's exactly what you're getting at, I believe, and I don't think it's just that easy. So I know it's open source, but you still have to be able to take advantage of the chain. You have to take control of the chain, and you need to take control of 51% of it, and it's not that easy. So yeah, there you go. 51% of miners is like 1 trillion in capital. Or yeah, exactly. So there you go. It's not that simplistic. You can't just take it over. Not every average Joe can do it. Otherwise, it would have already been done. But they've already done it via Bitcoin Cash and Ethereum and Ethereum Classic. Let's see if we can continue to climb higher. We're starting to get that pullback. We grabbed some more off of the top here, guys. So we got that break through the volume weighted average price. But we got some big names hovering below VWAP, which is going to be the likes of Google, Amazon, and NVDA. So watch out for those. If they don't want to continue to climb higher, they're going to be running into some issues here with the TQs, but so far working out really well for us.
All right, caught in a down hold right now on ADGM. So I added into this one. I thought I had a good good position. Then the bottom really did drop off quite aggressively, so we're going to have to be careful. Currently, the theoretical auction price, I'm well out of the money on this one. It's showing me 208. I'm long 242, so we're going to take a hit here. If I get stopped out, my stop is below that $2 area. $2 has been a good area of support, at least on the day. It's been the kind of the area that we've been holding up since we've been bouncing off that previous halt level. The previous halt level was around $1.84, give or take, and then we clear it, and then we use 2 as a defense. So currently, we're halted at 212. Tap now showing me 11. Are we going to Adara?
Yeah.
Adara, go ahead.
Thank you, Sharif. And speaking of Sharif, I don't know if you noticed this small cap, but I might have a new one for you. OMH, Oh My Home, fun name there for this one with about a 1.3 million share float. No news on Oh My Home, but yeah, maybe saying OMG here to some OMH. Back to you.
Right here, Dara, that made it onto the side chart earlier. It's a beautiful look. It's a 50% look right now. Very respectful of the moving averages as well as the volume weighted average price. It's been putting in higher highs and higher lows. It does have, though, wide range per candle. You can see that every time we kind of make that new high, we're met with aggressive selling. Let me make my case. So we're moving on our way. We get that big boy pop. Boom. Take out 2 3/4. Then all hell breaks loose to the downside. But we hold the 10 exponential, most notably. We do the exact same thing at 10:45. We catch an aggressive bid, breaking that $3 area to about 310. Boom, down, back into 250. We do the exact same thing again over here at 11:10. We make a new high, even with that 11:15 candle. Boom, right back down below 280. Every single time we popped up and we dropped back down, we ended up finding support at the 10. So take, history as a guide here if you want to trade it that way. Look at it, still respecting that green line on my chart, which is a 10 exponential moving average. So good call out by Adara. OMH, great looking pattern. We'll have to see if it continues to trade in that way. I'm still holding my position here. Now I'm seeing the theoretical auction price, the tap showing me 215. I already have my stop below that $2 area. As I watch SXTC as well, it's trying to work its way back above VWAP. So it did find support at the 20. It has a 2-candle hold up at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5, and now it's a skosh. Above that $2 area and by extension of that VWAP, but it's having trouble clearing too right now. Full disclosure here on SXTC. So that's number one. It's good, it's above VWAP. The bad side is the lower high situation on SXTC still in play. Every candle since that 1050 candle on the 5-minute chart has put in a lower high. So you have to be careful. Okay, here we go. This is now open. SDGM, let's see if we can pop back up. I won't be adding anything over here. Let's see exactly how it trades. So it's trying to hold that $2 area. It's a skosh below VWAP. Let's see if it can catch a bit to the high side. Adara.
Keep an eye here on Faraday Future, FFAI. So I guess one of their subsidiary company here, Faraday X or FX, its CEO, Max Ma, apparently set to meet with White House officials to talk about tariffs so they can bridge a strategy to navigate trade turmoil. This is coming from another member of the company here, and by that I mean Faraday Future. So apparently Faraday X CEO Max Ma set to meet with White House officials to talk tariffs. We'll have to see what comes of that, if anything, but FFAI on watch. Earlier today, they also said they are resolutely opposing a reverse stock split. They want to get the price up, not through that, I guess. So keep an eye on FFAI, pushing a little bit lower here. Back to you.
Thank you for that. So yeah, Eduardo, I see what you're saying now. So fully understood on that front. But we had another good question in the chat here. It says, Joseph, what do I do about a call option if it reverse splits? So I just want to give you the exact answer. So when a stock undergoes a reverse split, the terms of your call option are adjusted to reflect the new share structure. Here's what will typically happen. Number of shares. The number of shares each option contract represents decreases in proportion to the reverse split ratio. For example, in a 1-to-5 reverse split, each contract that originally covered 100 shares will now only cover 20 shares. So what does that mean for your strike? The strike price of the option is multiplied by the reverse split factor using the 1-to-5. For example, if the original strike price was $20, it would now become $100. Now for your contract value, the overall value of the option remains unchanged. These adjustments ensure that the intrinsic value, okay, so not the time value, the moneyness of the contract contract. Value of the option is preserved before and after the reverse split. So that's what goes on with that one. Ooh, we're taking a hefty pullback here, guys. On the TQs, yeah, we're coming back into my break even. A couple more pennies, and then we're gonna have to get out of this trade if it decides that it wants to come all the way back. A heavy rejection of the volume weighted average price, with the likes of Apple starting to come back in as well too, Sharif. One of the stronger mags on the session. Oops, let me get rid of that. And here we go. You can see we tried to break out multiple times, but a lot of eastward type price action here, and then now heading back towards the low of the zone. That is not a good look on that front. But then we also have NVDA starting to curl back over here as well, heading to that $100, maybe even south of 100. We couldn't even reach the volume weighted average price. Not a good sign on that front. Let's see what the options chain is telling us. If there's any form of base here on NVDA, to tell us, hey, that's enough, we're not selling anymore, especially on that news. So at 100, we do have 74,000 currently open contracts on today's expiration cycle. Let's see if we can hold those levels, Sharif.
All right, man. Still watching ADGM over here as it's trying to hold that $2 level. It's neither dropping nor popping. So my read on it is lacking at the moment, quite frankly. I'm really unsure how this cookie will crumble. SXTC, for whatever reason, found support at the 20 and 20 EMA on the 5, and ADGM seems to be doing the same thing. It's not a level that I use, so I don't feel comfortable basing anything off it, but I'm already in this trade, so we're going to have to continue to watch this. We're long 29s, now showing me 22, so we're certainly out of the worst part of it. I can flatten out here and get out of some trouble, but it's not dropping, so then why would I, right? I mean, let me just see the trade through, and if I got to take the hit, I got to take the hit. Simple as that. Let's see if this one wants to pop up. It does seem like it is finding buyers at this level, but not with the same aggression with which it was trading earlier. So I am a little concerned, full disclosure, about this one. So if you're trading ADGM, be a little bit careful here. The bamboozlement is real. It is technically still putting in those higher lows. If you're looking at that area trough at around 1045, where the low was 191, generally, obviously, we're putting in those lows. You can kind of see the higher low situation. The higher high situation, though, is the one that we need right now because we're not shorting this, we're going long. So let's keep an eye out on this one. It's having trouble with low 20s now. So now the selling is coming in around 22, 23, sometimes in the 19s. Or, as I mentioned, the low 20s. So ADGM in focus. SXTC. This one was bamboozlement central. It continues to be bamboozlement central. Why? It has an ugly topping tail candle through VWAP. Probably got a lot of people long thinking, okay, well, look, we're reclaiming the volume weighted average price. We put in a new 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis, and then all hell breaks loose. It drops from 216, quick as you like, down into 185, and now below VWAP. So this one ate for me until it can stay above the volume weighted average price. Back to ADGM, we're still hanging out in the 2 low 20s, 2 high teens. So 2 doji candles in a row with a very tight range on the 5-minute chart and almost non-existent body of the candle. And that means that the equilibrium almost for the moment is even between buyers and sellers, right? The buyers are pushing it up, the sellers are pushing it down, and no one seems to be winning, at least not yet. Let's see which way this cookie crumbles. OMH is the one that Adair brought to us there. It continues to defend that 10 exponential on the 5. Fantastic look. It's above $3, but below the high of the day at 335. It's putting in a new 5-minute candle, will make a new high. So the trend certainly is to the upside. We'll have to see if we can take out that 3 1/3, Joseph.
Yeah, thank you for that. And Marcus James, don't forget, I haven't forgot about you. Sorry. So we'll go over CRWV here momentarily for you, but we got a 500 DOP super chat. Hello, people. What would be a good delta for a 1-year call leap option? 70-80, thanks. See, that's the thing, all right? So if you're going leaps, personally, I wouldn't necessarily focus on the delta. Again, if you were to give me the underlying, then we can take a look at it for you. But for me, I would just go slightly out of the money, just because if you truly believe that the stock is going to continue to climb within the next year, then you can collect some extrinsic value just with that contract. So again, I wouldn't necessarily focus on the delta, just focus on the trade, your risk parameters, et cetera, especially when you're looking to buy a contract that far out. All right, so hopefully that answered your question, and thank you very much for that super chat. So my answer is very okay. Not everyone can handle the truth, but the data backs it since the genesis of Bitcoin. But I know you are a spiritual guy with an open mind and could handle it. Can't explain it on here because of care. Yeah, okay, that's fine. No, totally respect that. Thank you, Skirt. Much appreciated. So yeah, thank you for chiming back in. We wanted to see your take on why do you believe that specific time frame is the best to start allocating Bitcoin. What I'm remembering, what I'm comfortable with is that usually the third year of the halving cycle is one of the strongest leading into the next one. So that's just my take on maybe why you're saying into 26 and into 27, because I believe the next one is not until 28. So we had it in 24, and then 28 is going to be that next halving cycle. So yeah, the third year usually the strongest. We got a nice bounce back here, guys, in the TQs. So hopefully we can break through VWAP. Apple's just moving sideways here today, guys. So you can see it just chopping around this range, going from top to bottom, thumps, and then grinds back higher. Let's see what kind of range we're actually trading in here to get more specific. So about, we'll call it 197 flat to 194. So about a $3 range if we want to tighten it up, because it has been trading in that. So in about a $2 range right here, guys, you can see Apple continuously just fluctuating, selling the highs and then buying the lows. So if it continues to pop, then maybe we get the continuation within the TQs. But right now, this is choppy. NVDA doesn't want to recover just yet. And then we still have Amazon and Google slightly below the volume weighted average price, Sharif.
Fat Pipe is back, Joseph. FATN up 28 2/3, 27%. Shout out to my man Bovin, a.k.a. my other pair of eyes. Shout out to my dude there in the chat. He's always helping me out when I've got my eyes fixated on a trade. He's letting me know what else is running. It's impossible to look at the chart, the level 2, the time and sales, and the scanner. So my man Bovin in the chat letting me know FATN is moving. Now, it's a little light on volume. It's got a bit more than 1 million shares traded so far, but Fat Pipe is having yet another good day today, 28 2/3. As I mentioned it last time, it was about 27%. The high of the day, though, guys, we're about almost, substantially below the high of the day, 1239, topping till candle. Now we're all the way back down to 1160. That's the bad news. The good news is the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 is about $10.85, a little bit below 11. So we're well above the 10. So there is room for FATN to pull back and for you to pick it up at a more advantageous level. I would humbly submit $11 would be a really good area to pick this bad boy up, just because it's a little bit ahead of that 10 exponential on the 5, and it's the whole dollar level. So I'm going to go and throw it in order at 11.05, and come what may, we'll leave that bad boy there. And if it triggers, it triggers. If it doesn't, we'll look to trade it nonetheless. Now, again, I really want to tell you that the volume is light today on Fat Pipe. Right, 1.03 million shares traded. That is not a lot for a name that's a small cap gapper, $11. That's not really saying a whole lot there, but the chart pattern speaks volumes, so to speak. Get it? So we'll keep an eye out on that. ADGM coming back down into the low mid-teens again. It dances in the 20s. It dances in the low teens, holding the 20 exponent. That's almost now 15 minutes of this nonsense, right? So I'm a little concerned right now about ADGM losing the bid. I've already put my stop, but it is still a little concerning. OMH. I'm looking at picking this one, as I mentioned, up off the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So that's exactly what I'm going to do right here. And we're going to look to go long at that 290. I think I got 92s. That's fine with me. Anything below 80, we're gonzino on that. So let's go ahead and throw the stop there. And then simultaneously, we'll throw out some beak wetters. So in case this one does pop up, we're able to extract some profits. I got to go back here to ADGM, though, because now it's in the low teens right now, high single digits. So this one continues to drop. It is below the volume weighted average price. It does look like it will lose 2. And if it loses 2, that's the end of the trade for me there, Joseph.
All right, good luck there. Marcus James Reed, my friend, here we go on CRWV. I told you I wouldn't forget about you. So thank you for being patient. Much appreciated. So here we go. You're looking for the crack of 40. Where did all my things go? All right, so you're looking for the crack of 40 and the continuation to the top side. So one thing to know, we can go from the top of this That's a hefty downtrend right here. And then you can see that we have this base. Until this cracks and sits on the backside of this trend, I think we're going to continue to bleed, right? So that's what you want to keep an eye out for here, is sitting on the backside of this trend to the downside, and then maybe you can get that slow climb back towards your target that you're specifically looking for there, all right? So just keep that in mind until that cracks and you hold it, then expect it to continue to move southward, all right? Southeast, that is. All right, so yeah, let's see what else we got going on. I see my guy Eduardo is continuing, so that's why I'm bearish on Bitcoin or any other coin. Anyone can copy the source code and change a name, which the float is theory infinite and thus inflationary. Okay, I appreciate your opinion. We respectfully disagree, but again, that's why we can have these constructive conversations and go back and forth, right? So I like taking information for both sides. Sharif does as well too, and we can either agree or disagree, and that's what gentlemen and people do. We have respectful conversations around here, and thank you very much, Eduardo, for your input there, my friend. So yeah.
Yeah, I've never really understood why I have to dislike you if we disagree, and that's what a lot of people do these days.
I don't understand that either.
It's the political environment I think we live in.
So, okay, Sharif, if we agreed on everything and everybody liked the exact same thing and everybody wanted to do exactly what we would all be robots. It couldn't be more, it would literally, you would be a robot. And do you want to be more of a robot? No. I personally don't. So respectfully disagree, agree, whatever it may be, and carry on. There's probably going to be other subjects that you guys agree on. You may not agree on one. So what? Move on. Find something else to talk about. You know what I mean?
I completely agree with you, Joseph.
Yeah, exactly. So that's it. Amen. Yeah.
No, I think it is kind of. I think a lot of what's happening these days is the political and the climate is if you're one side, I'm the other, and we don't see eye to eye on anything. We can't. I hate that because it's just not how I think.
What if Eduardo likes UFC and football and hockey? All right, cool. We just don't agree on Bitcoin.
Are you talking to Eddie R?
No, Eduardo. Lindenmeyer. Who knows?
Cool. I like
the biggest UFC fan or the biggest hockey fan or something, and was like, oh, cool, I love all that stuff too.
Absolutely, my man. Absolutely. All right, so that's the situation, Joseph. We're gonna continue to hear every side of the equation, and on this show, every opinion has a home, straight up. And I disagree with a lot of what Big Spile says. Shout out to the Big Spiled one, a lot. I mean, he looks at the world in a completely different way. Love the hell out of the dude. You know what I mean? And we're going to keep it that way. There's going to be there's going to be a home for every voice on the show, straight up. I really do mean that, even if I disagree with you vehemently. So I think Joseph would echo that sentiment as well. So here we go. Fat Pipe is coming right back down into that level that I've been waiting for. I've been waiting at 05s. It's dancing now with 09s. It's showing me 11 on the level 1 and on the bid, and then 11.20 on the other. So it's really opening up in the spread here. I don't know how I feel about that. That isn't usually my cup of tea with these spready small cap gappers. All right, we got a partial fill. I don't know how the hell I got a partial fill on that, but I did. Now, the deal is the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 is at 1083. So if it doesn't hold 1080, it is over between me and this one. So we're going to go ahead and throw out the order there for that, and simultaneously we'll throw out some orders to the top side to catch any moves up on Fat Pipe. That's what we're looking at now. I'm still involved with all my trades. ADGM still didn't stop me out. It's still holding for whatever reason the 10 exponent or the $2 area. But this one we're doing real well. We're doing it freaking live. I'm talking about OMH. Shout out to Adara for calling this one out. We're gonna wet the beak there as well. Let's see if we can get that cross at 320. Thank you, Adara. I will try and get it over here, but it's not letting me get it right now. I mean, it's just like, it's not letting me take it out. Where are we long here on OMH? 92s. I'm looking at 320s for my out on OMH. It just popped up quick as you like through 20s, but true to form, these tickers are a little spready today, so didn't cross, and therefore I did not get the fill. I will continue to pack my patience on, on this one. I see Fat Pipe is right back above, and we got the fill there on Fat Pipe. Bang! No one got that innuendo. Come on now. Let's go. I appreciate you in there. All right. We're looking. I just saw Neil cracking up. I'm like, all right.
Neil almost fell off his chair.
Yeah, he did. Neil's good vibes, bro. All right. We're looking to do it live over here at 11 1/4. It's showing me 28s on the ask side of the equation, 16s on the bid. So we'll see if this one can pop up. Sorry. Joseph.
All right, man. Come on, TQs, hold up. But see, the thing is, though, NVDA isn't helping our cause, and neither are some of these big names. I know, who was trading?
Who?
Meta. Someone kept saying in the chat that it's like Meta. They're in some Meta, so let's take a look at that one there for you there, my friend. What are you guys laughing at here?
Sorry, bro.
What do you guys, don't apologize.
I always seem to throw that innuendo when Neil's taking a bite out of his food, and the food.
Right.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, have a good time. Technically Friday Junior. Meta's still moving sideways. I know you got some puts in Meta. Nice work there. Let's see what Adair's up to.
Right now, we're actually waiting to find out what Trump is up to. Donald Trump, president of the U.S. As you can see here, we have a schedule. This is posted every single day on X at TTV Research, usually before 11 a.m., so check it out there. 12 p.m., President Trump will be greeting the Prime Minister of the Italian Republic, Giorgia Meloni. So I have that stream ready whenever that occurs. I will be covering that if there is anything market moving. Then these two will have their bilateral meeting at 1:50 p.m. They're also having a bilateral lunch, but that's closed press, so I didn't include that. That's going to happen between the greeting and the meeting. So at 1:05 p.m., stay tuned for that as well. A couple different Trump events as we head into this final day of the shortened trading week. Back to you.
Yeah, we know that they're friends too. Like they're mutual admirers of each other. I'm talking about Giorgia Meloni and Donald Trump. He says good stuff about her, and he doesn't say a lot of good stuff about these European leaders. Let me tell you. He does not. He did obviously entertain Keir Starmer. I don't know how to say his name, man. Keir Starmer. Starmer, thank you, Adara. He did, and they seem to have good vibes, but I think that's just more Donald's admiration of England in general as opposed to him as a political leader. So we all know how Donald feels about the UK. He likes the UK, in case you're wondering. All right, guys, so we're taking some outs here. I took some more out on FATN. We've got a couple of beak wetters there that are kind of hidden because I've still got one unfilled beak wetter. I'm talking about FATN holding on the 10 exponential, but as I mentioned right at the get-go, this one, number one, is spready. Number two, the volume is kind of low for this type of name, okay? It's up 23%. It's got good technical support, but it is not clearing it with any vigor, so make sure you are trading this one correctly if you're going to trade it at all. I'm talking about FATN. All right, back to the one that's got me in trouble, full disclosure. ADGM. Look, it's putting in lower lows right now. I think I've already put my stop below $2. I don't think I want to move it. I'd rather just get stopped out and take the hit and have that opportunity possibly to get above that level and get the print, then take it out prematurely. So that's what I'm going to do on that. I'm going to let that one cook. OMH though. So we're out almost out of this one. We've got one beak wetter left. We've got 92s on OMH. It kept spiking up into 3. I thought certainly I was going to get the 320, that is. I thought certainly I was going to get the print because the spread was not that wide at the level. I don't want to be quick to take this out because OMH is showing you over and over again that it is putting in higher lows. So if that's the case, then I don't want to paper hand this trade. Take advantage of that repetition. The higher lows has not stopped here on OMH. So I don't want to trade this too poorly, right, on the day. I'm kind of tired, but look, that's not an excuse. We'll try to do our best right now. OMH, I see higher lows, and therefore I don't want to take it out too quickly. Back now to FATN. You guys see, look at that. The price action showing 1130. I'm not getting filled. And that's because there's a prohibitive 30-penny spread on FATN right now. I know, Adara, when they're $300, it makes sense, but not when they're 11. I mean, like, come on, fat end, you're killing me here. So, oh boy, where is he at?
Where is he at?
There he is, bro. He's doing good today. He hasn't been here too many times this week, bro.
Yeah,
he was chilling. I know he traded at home this week. Yeah, I saw that. Well, he can post up wherever he wants, bro. He is the one, Canope. So that's the situation there, Joseph. What do you got on your side?
Yeah, guys, as you can see,
I was gonna trade fat. Get it,
yeah, I got out of this TQ trade here, guys. We broke the trend here and now sitting on the backside of it. And with the likes of the big names, again, if you're trading this underlying, you got to focus on the MEG, right? Because they're so heavily weighted. So that's what I just keep my eye on. I want to see what all of them are up to. And if NVDA decides that it wants to continue to move lower, then I don't think it's the best news for this. But Apple's still trading within that range. Amazon's still slightly below the volume weighted average price. So we got out of it. Could I be wrong here? Absolutely. but I think there will be some more opportunities that can potentially arise here if we decide to get the ball rolling, guys. So take a look at this. You can see we have the same kind of trend line going on, and then we have a resistance zone right here on Amazon. That could be a potential VWAP break right there as well. And if Apple decides that it wants to really start to get moving, yeah, boo big time on Apple because it's just moving eastward. Like, what kind of nonsense is this here, Sharif? Like, pick a direction here maybe and help your boys out and the market. If you break through some of these resistance zones, even Neil's got the hands going. Like, come on, Apple. Like, what are you
putting
doing?
in higher lows. Leave it alone,
It's
bro.
putting in higher lows. So is Amazon. The market is as well too. What happened?
Nothing, bro. I get defensive when anybody talks bad about Apple. It's like my child or something, bro. I gotta calm the hell down.
You're harder on your own child, but nobody else.
Yeah, well said, Joseph. Yeah,
you're hard on it. Yeah, and that's like me, and I'm hard on Milo. I think I would like to think so. I'm probably not, but here we go. Like, let's see if we can break through some of these zones. I think this is going to be really important for this market to continue to climb higher. As long as the Qs are stuck below VWAP, there might be a potential short. And most definitely, if NVDA wants to take that additional leg lower and crack through that that $100 strike price with 80,000 open contracts expiring today, then that could be some bad news for this underlying asset, because that means hedge funds would have to start hedging. Firms would have to start hedging, and that could lead to some more panic selling there.
Can I tell you how out of touch I was before in 2020 when I started like doing the whole investing thing during COVID? I didn't understand what hedge funds were. I didn't know that they were made for the purpose of hedging.
Hedging their positions?
I didn't know, Joseph. I just figured they were big investment funds, and there was a name or there was a use of the word hedge that I didn't know. But clearly, that's what they were there for.
Yeah,
so
to protect the downside there.
You just mentioned it right now, so that's kind of what I want to.
Rivian Millionaire, Joe got a haircut. Yes, I did.
My man got faded, bro.
Someone said I had a fight with a lawnmower and lost. But yeah, I'm okay with that. The lawnmower was a good one. No, it wasn't offensive because I was obviously joking, but it's a good lawnmower fight because it turns out, I think, fresh, you know what I mean? Let's see what it is.
I do.
Just be aware here. I mean, we're a couple of minutes away from having here, I guess, the meeting between, or the greeting of Giorgia Meloni at the White House, that is the Italian Prime Minister, by Donald Trump. Then they'll have a meeting about an hour after this greeting. But before we get to that, NASDAQ on watch here. Politico reporting that the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has cautioned White House officials on their attempts to fire Fed Chair Powell. Now, why is this significant? Because Scott Bessent, this has been the second time at least that we've seen reported where he's actually tried to moderate Donald Trump's efforts. The first came, this was on April 4th, so a couple days after the reciprocal tariff announcement of Liberation Day, we had some reports suggesting that Scott Bessent was trying to moderate Trump's tariff attempts. Now, the reason this is significant is because his attempts could do so, people are saying, could actually split the White House apart and lead to tons of, fractions within the White House, could lead to more issues. So just be aware here, market dropping a little bit initially, but trying to recover on reports that U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent cautioning White House officials on their attempts to fire Fed Chair Powell, as reported by Politico. Back to you.
It's interesting there, Joseph. I mean, what's his name again, Adara?
Scott Bessent.
No. Our Jerome.
Too late, Powell.
So Donald Trump, he wakes up in the morning and he wants violence immediately, right? Like I don't know if he's sitting on the can, Joseph, or what he's doing, but his phone is in his hand, and that's when he's dangerous.
You got to see this Cat Williams bit, right? They're making he's making fun of him because like Donald Trump is up at like 2 a.m. getting his retruth ready, and he's just making fun of him. It's a funny bit there by Cat Williams.
Hold on, we got to pull this up, Joseph. I got Truth Social for the exclusive purpose of following Donald Trump. Right? Because, he's a market mover, so we got to put some respect on his name there. So here's the deal. Here's what he called him. He called him, what did he call him again? Where the hell is it, bro? Mr. Too Late. He's now referring to Jerome Powell as Mr. Too Late. It was Sleepy Joe, it was Crooked Hillary, it was Ron DeSanctimonious. What do we got, bro? Oh, is that what's it called? The James Webb Space Telescope. What's the problem there? Signs of distant life on a planet? I don't believe that. I need to prove. They're probably finding oxygen and organic material and stuff. Give me 1 second. So now his name is Mr. Too Late. Why? Why do you guys think his name is Mr. Too Late? Well, what have they been arguing about?
Oh, whoa. No.
Look, I'm not taking his side. All right, look, I'm just talking. I'm saying what he was saying, dude. I'm not the one who's saying it. Look, Look, you guys got to figure things out.
Tell him we'll call
You
him back.
can't be putting us in between your beef. We have investment accounts that we have to worry about, and you guys got to get it together.
Get it together.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
I'll call you back. So the point is, right? The point is that he wants Jerome Powell to cut rates. Jerome doesn't want to, obviously. He wants more data. Donald obviously wants to stimulate the economy now that the tariffs are having a bit of a headwind, and they're not seeing eye to eye. They haven't been seeing eye to eye since he appointed him. I think, when did he appoint him? 18?
I think that's what
it was 18. Thank you, Adara. So, yeah, I mean, nothing new there. They haven't been seeing eye to eye for a hot minute, and well, it's kind of the situation. So, all right, guys, let's talk a little bit about these trades here. So OMH, back at that level again, and this is the level I like it at. So we're going to look to punch in another little bit over here, look to take out some more. This is still continuing to put higher lows with that flat top. I'll submit to you guys at 315 to 320. The trend hasn't changed on OMH. It is continuing to put those higher lows, and that's why I did add at that position. We have a bit of a higher cost basis, but I'm fine with that because it gives me more outs. OMH, right? So I'm going to look to what the beak here at 7s. Now that we added there, I'm going to leave my ultimate out though at that 320 area, or one of my outs, that is. All right, let's go back and have a look at Fat N. Yeah, this one's not really popping off with any aggression. I don't want to be nursing this trade. We're going to flatten out here, break even, Fat N. All right, we'll sit over here, and I'll take the fill right there if I can. You have to cancel these ones before I do that. So Fat N, here we go. We're going to sit at 05, see if we can get that one break even, because this one does look like it's going to flat bottom break. So we'll see if we can get something on that one. What else we got over here? Yeah, there's an interesting pattern that's starting to form here on SXTC. So I'm a little confused about this one. This one actually could be a bear flag or a bear pennant. Entertain me for a second. So down move, right? So we know that this is kind of the pull, the upside down pull. And now we have a compression pattern with lower highs, but we also have higher lows. So flip that upside down, and that could be a bull pennant. I'm seeing a bear pennant here. Not that I'm going to act on it. I don't like shorting these ones, especially if they're above the volume weighted average price, but I am certainly seeing something here of note on SXTC. We'll have to see if we can weasel something into that if it does allow us. So I got flat there on Fat N, profitable on it, but not the best trade there because it was not complying to the high side. I just didn't want to give too much back on this one. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, I got nothing going on right now, my friend. I'm waiting patiently here as we start to consolidate and move eastward here in the market. I mean, Apple's just doing the same thing. I talk about it time and time again. It's moving the market sideways as well too here, guys. So you can see, let's pull up here. Okay, so nice working. And you can see we're just moving sideways. So top of the range, bottom of the range. At what point are we going to break out? We have to be patient, wait and see. One thing to note, guys, we have to always monitor this volume by time profile to see what's going on. Are we ready to break? Have we consolidated enough? Have we grabbed enough liquidity in order for us to break through some key resistance zones? Now, why are we trading within this range? Let's take a look at the chain and see what exactly it's telling us, right? So why is NVDA holding $100 to a T? Well, going back and look at the chain. 79,000 open contracts, 74,000 open contracts currently at that $100 strike price. That's a tough level to break through. That is a put wall we are holding now as support. Let's see what Apple is telling us. Why can't we crack through 197? Well, what do we got at 197.5? On today's expiration cycle, 6,000, but go up to 200, and then we have 27,000 open contracts. So that's where you can see a little bit of overhead resistance here, guys. We just don't want to take that next leg up, and you can see we put in a peak around exactly 197. So there it is, the options market just again telling you what ranges we could possibly trade within, and I'm looking to implement this significantly more. I told you guys yesterday, I've seen this now twice. During NVDA's earnings report, I've seen a ridiculous amount of open contracts on the call side, and then I've seen it just before they released that news here that the H20, you're going to need a license to ship the H20 now to China. And I've seen that roughly the same amount of contracts. And look what happened on the earnings report, and then look what happened in the post market as well too. So those are coming in, those levels are coming in really, really good. And I'm going to start to build a system around it because I think the accuracy on them can be relatively high, and then the risk to reward can be there as well too. So going to continue to focus on what the options chain is telling us because I think there's a lot of answers there, Sharif.
All right, sounds good, man. Okay, we are losing the bid here on OMH, so we're going to have to stop out of that one. I'm going to continue to watch that if it bounces off the 20 exponential. On the deeper retracement, OMH, got one beak wetter on this one. We'll take that one break even on the last little bit there. The 280 area, 275, that's the 20 exponential moving average on the 5, but it's already dipping below that. I'm talking about OMH. It's losing the bid aggressively now. Okay, that was a good out there because it's about 20 pennies where we got to look at it continuing to bleed. Yeah, these ones are around for a good time, guys, not necessarily a long time. I know it sounds super lame to keep saying, but that is the actual truth. Look at that. It's bleeding. It's going nuts over here. It's no 20, no nothing, no half dollar, no areas of technical support except maybe at that 250. We'll have to see, does it find support at 250? And if it does, it's going to have to do it without me because it's going to be a long below the volume weighted average price. That ain't for me. Yeah, this ADGM thing is the wrong trade here, Joseph. And I got to find a way out of here with the most amount of grace because this is the wrong trade. It is now putting in lower lows and lower highs. It's a bit of a downward channel. There's a seller of note in the 20s. Anytime we catch a bid and move up into that 220s here, ADGM has been met with aggressive selling. And on top of that, the lower lows as well keep me feeling that, this one's going to flat bottom break through $2. So $2 has been a great support level for ADGM intraday, but it doesn't have to last that way forever. I think this one loses the bid, and I think I end up getting stopped out on this one. Now, I was considering adding aggressively into that 2 on a drop into 2, and then looking to kind of break even on a pop through that 10 penny area. And it's been showing you that it can do that 10 penny pop. It goes up into 20. But I think that, I do that, and then all of a sudden it breaks $2, and I end up losing double what I was going to originally lose. So I'm a little concerned about ADG. I'm not going to lie, guys. We'll have to see how this cookie crumbles after we get back from Happening Now and Neil's lesson of the day. Oh, my bad.
Sharif just mentioned flat bottom breaks there. We're kind of seeing something happening here in the queue. This is a 15-minute chart repeatedly finding a little bit of the support at that 4. Whereas I guess around that 443 level was slightly lower high. So NASDAQ, maybe a little bit of an intermediary flat bottom break. Looks like that kind of structure is on watch here. We're going to pop up in the market, but right now we're just trying to see if we can sustain that pop. Certainly not sustaining many pops is UNH, UnitedHealth, decisively to the downside. They missed on EPS, they missed on revenue, and they also provided very disappointing guidance there for fiscal 2025. I'm just looking here. Donald Trump is stepping outside here with his greeting for Georgia Maloney. He's just pointing to her right now. That's all that's happening there. But be aware, Georgia Maloney and Trump entering the White House. Looks like that greeting may now be over. But be aware, they're going to have their bilateral meeting at 1:05 p.m. Eastern. Hertz also on watch here, HTZ. This one driving to the upside continuously after we had Bill Ackman's position. Reportedly 19.8% of the company is owned between shares and swaps by Pershing Square, which is, of course, Bill Ackman's firm. That gives them the second largest shareholder of HTZ. So with that in mind, we're going to send you back over to Neil, where hopefully nothing hurts, with his lesson of the day.
Ooh, thank you very much, Adara. The puns are strong with this one. Great pun. I like that one with Hertz. No, nothing to do with Hertz today, but I promise you this, it will hurt if you don't follow the rule on this lesson here today. When I went to driving school, one of the first things that they made you, the one I went to was kind of a hardcore one, but it was good because your insurance is lower if you did Young Drivers of Canada. They always talked about doing the old walk around. Before you get into the vehicle, walk around and make sure everything is copacetic. When you get in, make sure you check all your mirrors. Just go through your checklist. Know what your route is going to be. All of that kind of stuff. In trading, it's the same thing. And I'm going to show you why not, and things that you would assume are okay might have a little something off, and it can end up costing you. And there's two things. The second part, of course, is your trade preparation. The first is just your system, your keyboard setup, man, like your quotes, your data, like all of that. Are you A-okay? And sometimes the simplest thing could be off, and it doesn't matter why, but it could end up costing you. I'm going to show you an example of that here. If you're watching the morning show, you probably know exactly what I'm going to say. So the idea for myself, and I'm showing you the black chart for a reason here, the idea I had on the gap up for Alibaba was we've liked the short for a couple of days now on Alibaba after that breakdown. We liked the short there, we liked the short yesterday. Both days good shorts. Fine. So it gapped up. It's still underneath that first prior day, the first up day's bounce level, so I like it. I liked anything in front of the 113. Do you get 113? No. So when I don't get the pop, what do? I want a short trend with VWAP. And if it closes above VWAP, I want to get out. So what you're going to see here is at the open, there's like one wick, and then we just start closing underneath the volume weighted average price. So great. Neil's short, and Neil never got out of the short. I don't usually speak that way, but it's fun. Well, that's not what happened. I did get short, reloaded it, and then in what was a bounce in the market at the time, it violated my rule, right? Like we broke above these prior closes, above VWAP. That's a punch out. That's a stop. But if you notice something distinctly different between the volume weighted average price here and the volume weighted average price here, it was about $0.50 different because one of my charts was missing a little bit of data. Something that I can look at and know, and I'm, it was a new version today, and I was the only person on it on the show, and I should have been able to detect that. I would have seen this the entire morning. It's just a simple thing that if I correct that, either I'm jumping right back in the trade instantly because I recognize it, or I'm just never getting out in the first place. All you can do is move on to the next. I did short the first available good pop setup that I could get back into the low, but you don't want to miss out on what you, this was the short that I liked the most today, and we didn't really hammer it because I made a simple error, and I'm not here blaming it on anything but myself because I could have seen that was off, and if you use an indicator, you want to make sure that everything's okay with it. The other rule that I always say you should do in your preparation is whatever was your best or one of your best trades the day before, it was a level, direction, whatever it might be, maybe you should go back and look at that name in particular. I'll give you two names that I was short yesterday because we're down in the morning, made it all back in the afternoon at lunch, mostly at lunch, in a couple of reversion plays. One of them was on Holo. It's Hollow, I guess, right? Trend up, trend reverse, acceleration through 50. Now, if this was a great trade and I see it trending up into the same level the next day, what should I be doing? I should have eyeballs on. I didn't pull up Hollow this morning. Just didn't do it. But it trended up in the pre-market. It broke the trend. I could have been sitting in this before the open with a stop at the high, and then you get a clean dump. Basically into the same levels. Now, it curled a little bit lower, so like a couple of cents lower, and then it broke down and made a bottom a couple of cents lower. Pretty much the exact same move. We grabbed this move yesterday, so why not take the same? It's a good 15 to 20% move. You can have it both times. So I didn't. Why? Because one of my better stocks, there was lots of stuff happening, the gap ups, NVIDIA, all that. It's going to take your attention. But if you notice it, and it was a good trade for you, maybe you get something almost the same. And another one, which was a good short yesterday, was SMCI on a trend reversion break. Now, this is a bit different because if you were shorting this reversion, which is the one same as Hollow, that was the short that I had earlier yesterday. But if you look at the second part of that move, okay, so there's your short into the VWAP hold. Look when it breaks down. You had the exact same thing off the same levels. History doesn't always repeat itself, but it does rhyme. And if you go through your checklist, you will be able to find some easier trades based on what you saw the day before. But also make sure your setup is copacetic and don't make the mistake of having a bad indicator. And we're going to go back to Adara, but that's your lesson of the day.
Thank you for that, Neil. Let's take a look here at Tesla's Dojo supercomputers. Apparently, this is their in-house built computers. This is what they use to train their FSD. Nothing super market moving, but interesting to know here. Tesla releasing photos of their Dojo supercomputer to train their full self-drive. Also, before we send you back here, we have some news here. Donald Trump saying here during his meeting with Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, or at least his greeting of Meloni, saying that he is, quote, very confident that they can reach a trade deal with the European Union. So Trump saying that he has some confidence in the U.S. ability to reach a trade deal with the EU. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But we might not have to wait that long for more comments from Trump because he and Giorgia Meloni are going to be having their bilateral meeting at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, just under an hour from now. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yeah, I was watching as he met her on the White House grounds. It was, he embraced her. He seemed to be very happy that she was there. As I mentioned earlier, I think that he is genuinely a fan of hers. So we'll have to see, if any trade deals come out of that, if she helps kind of lower some of the tension between the European Union bloc right now and the United States. We'll have to see if she can act as an intermediary between the two trading blocs there. So interesting look, and we'll obviously be covering that for you. Adara's at the big desk, and she's going to know exactly what's going on. So stick with us, right, guys? We're going to be bringing you all the news on that meeting. All right, new position for me here. I weaseled into MSGM. This is a new small cap gapper du jour. I got bottom wick so far 78 with the beak at 85. Now I'm waiting at 95. Okay, this was a pullback into the 10 exponential on the 1. This is not the end of the trade for me. I'm looking at adding more at the volume weighted average price. Currently, the volume weighted average price at $1.70. So I'm looking to front run it here by putting my order at $1.72. I'm talking about MSGM, guys. It's up 62%. It's a dollar stock, so this one can get crazy likely. Let's talk a little bit about the details. MSGM, we have a float of 1.59 million shares with a short float of less than 0.93% of that float being borrowed for short. Let me just double check that on my other platform here to see if they jive. I'm seeing 1.2 million shares on mine, and as I mentioned, 1.59. So not that big of a discrepancy here between my platforms with respect to the float. So smaller float, but kind of slowing down a little bit in its ascent. It was quite aggressive earlier on. Let's see if it's able to kind of hold the bid. I'm looking at adding into this position, at that 170 area. I'm also involved in ADGM. So much do I hate it, I can't even pronounce the name. I can't even get myself to say the letters. That is how much disdain I have for this one. I'm kidding, of course. I'm exaggerating for effect, as I typically do. No, but I'm looking at getting out the majority of the position. If this pops up into the mid-teens, I'm getting the hell out of this. Simple as that, okay? This is a bad trade for me. I want everyone to really understand that this ADGM trade is a bad trade. I found myself in a halt, and I had a larger position, so I'm trying to basically DCA and try to break even. This is not the way that I typically trade, nor the way that I would want anybody else to trade, okay? So ADGM, not a good trade for me, an outlier. I never mentioned anything about this. GCI is a rocket ship right now. It's not giving you that much of like a notional move, but it has a low of day of 297, now it's 371. It has no pullbacks below the 10 exponential on the 5. This is what I'm looking at over here on my chart. This is a buy program, bro. Jeez, this is clean. I mean, even at the times where you do pull back a little bit, the wicks don't even touch the 10 exponential. And now we're really moving here. 374 high day on GCI. I don't really know what the headline is, but the point is it's a good technical break, and keep your eye out on it if you're interested in something like that. So let's move back now to the other one over here, MSGM. Just got that ad at the $0.25. So let's go ahead and wait at 77s and see if we can extract some profitability if this is to pop up off the volume weighted average price, Joseph.
Okay, guys. Yeah. So we'll take a look at this IBIT here. But what I was referring to, Sharif, earlier was that we have this consolidation phase going on AAPL, and I was waiting for that break. I seen somebody in the chat say short Apple. Not going to tell you how to trade or what to trade, but do you necessarily, we've gone over this setup multiple times and just following the volume. Could we be wrong on this time? Absolutely, but you don't want to short something necessarily when you see that volume spike really come in. Can we reject it? Absolutely. I'm not going to say you're right or wrong, but just be weary of what's going on with the volume by time profile. So we're going to look for the continuation to the top side here, because it seems that with that news, that tariff news, that could be some positive signs here for for AAPL. As we come back into the zone, I mean, if we crack 196, then we have to get out of the trade. There's no questioning that. But let's see if we can follow the volume and continue to the top side. Okay, so something else just came out. As we can continue to dump, so we're just fading those pops. We're going back into the middle of the range. I'm hearing a call for Adara. I'm curious to hear what this one is about. Let's see what Adara's up to here, guys.
Yeah, I'm just seeing some comments from Trump. I'm not really sure where, because the stream showing his greeting of Giorgia Meloni of Italy actually ended. But Donald Trump saying here apparently that the U.S. and Italy have a very good relationship, and in general that apparently things are moving along on trade, quote, very well. So Trump expressing some positive thoughts here, and I guess on how these trade negotiations and talks are moving. It's unclear if he means Italy, excuse me, specifically, and then more in general. Also, more comments coming through from Donald Trump, so I'm going to go over these pretty quickly. He said they're going to make fair deals, and they're in no rush to announce trade deals. So not rushing here, much like Fed Chair Jerome Powell yesterday saying they're not going to be rushing on rate decisions. Trump saying that he's not going to be rushing here on trade deals because they're going to be making fair deals. So no announcement rushes. Earlier we've heard apparently 75 countries are in negotiations, so we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But NASDAQ pushing a little bit lower as Trump says they're not in any particular rush to close any deals. Back to you.
Go in no rush, and he's going to make the best bigger deals that there is. So yeah, just fading the pop. But here we go. Let's see if we can continue to move. We're in this one. We like it for a potential break. If the volume can be sustained, then we do believe we might be on the right side of this trade. But we are starting to construct lower highs. That may not be a positive sign there. So again, I notice a lot of people in the chat are getting frustrated. It's just like I mentioned this before. It's such a headline-sensitive market, and you have to be prepared for that. You can't be in at like full risk right away. You need that thesis to start working out for you, and then you can slowly start to build in. And you need to widen those stops. So just pay attention to this headline-sensitive market and start small because the volatility is most definitely in here, Sharif.
Yes, sir. All right, we're going to end this misery here on ADGM. I'm going to take the loss and just call it a day. So that's the situation right now on that one. The only one we have is MSGM. It's going to have to hold this 55 penny area. There's a lot of pullback on a lot of these small cap gappers. The continuity, I feel, is not there in the days where they're respecting technical areas of support. It doesn't seem like it's happening today. So you got to trade them a different way. That's kind of my feeling right now on the small cap gappers. We'll have to see if MSGM can pop back up. We're a couple of pennies out of the money on this one, but not in the same fashion that we were on ADGM. ADGM will be my biggest loser of the week, by the way. So that was a very badly executed trade. This one's going to haunt me because of just how I trade. I should have been getting out on the break of VWAP. I added into that 220. That was the wrong thing to do. Once it had lost VWAP, I shouldn't have been adding there. My assumption was, oh, look, it's just going to wick and then pop back up, right? It had respected that level multiple times. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been making that guess that it was going to do that. So that's my thinking on that one. So we'll have to look and see if we can do a little bit better. Now, currently, there's really no small cap gappers that I'm really liking on these markets right now. I'm seeing a lot of people talk about Hertz, and we'll talk about Hertz in a second. But it's still below yesterday's high, below $9. So I'm feeling there could be some bag holders here. As you've heard me say before, I kind of treat these after-market highs from the day prior to be very similar to the pre-market highs that we would get because people are trading it in the aftermarket for a specific reason. And it's because it doesn't have a halt parameter, a volatility halt parameter, that is, right? And so when we have these aggressive moves up, sometimes, you know, the bag holders holding it at $9 or like say $8.50 to $9, well, they're going to want to get out if the price action moves into that $9, $8.50 area today. And so that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Hertz, I'd like it a lot better if it cleared 9. Clearly, it's been putting in a bit of an uptrend since that $7 area, and now we just wicked into 8 1/3. So clearly, there's a trade to be had here. And if I look at it a little bit more deeply, it does have somewhat of a respect here for the 10 exponential off on the 5, at least since this volume spike at 11:30 today. It's been putting in those higher highs and higher lows with some obvious opportunities to pick it up on the dip trades in and around that green line you're seeing there on your screen on said black chart. So Hertz, I'll be looking at that. I also mentioned GCI. GCI also looking decent over here. Again, it's not really giving you much of a notional move, but you know, you don't really need to. You can size in substantially on GCI, right? It's $3. You can take a bigger position. And on top of that, it's not really a volatile name. I mean, look at this. The range per candle is quite, decent. You can stomach that. Also hasn't been breaking trend. The trend has been quite respectful to the high side, respecting that 10 exponential. So GCI for me could be another interesting one here if it doesn't hold up. The other one is, let's have a look back here at MSGM. It's still below VWAP. If this wants a double bottom and get above the volume weighted average price, we can entertain this one again. But for now, it's below VWAP, and I just won't be breaking my rule. I've made too many mistakes today to make any more of these rule breaks. So that's the situation. Let's have a look at the large caps, because I've said literally nothing about these. So let's have a look at the MEG and where we're at on the future. So the futures clearly using VWAP here at the volume weighted average price. It's rejecting that level. Here's my case. First area, 950, pop into VWAP, reject. Again, 1015 or 1115, excuse me, pop into VWAP, reject. And now you have a 2-candle rejection at the volume weighted average price at 1205 and 1215. So the futures being kept down, again, using VWAP as a technical area of resistance at Dara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Avanex. Want to see how a Forex robot performs without risking real money? Text Forex VIM free. In demo risk-free and test Forex VIM risk-free in demo mode. Forex VIM is an auto trading robot that analyzes trends and execute trades for you, but before you use it live, test it first in demo mode. This free backtesting demo lets you see how it works with historical data, adjust settings without real money risk, and decide if it fits your strategy before going live. Perfect for beginners or pros who want data-backed results. Try the free backtesting demo now. Link in the description box. Back to you.
You got anything you want to cover? I want to cover this Apple here real quick, Sharif. So I feel like I'm fighting. Oh, here we go. Nice
I saw that spike. I saw that spike.
Let's go here, Sharif. But what I was going to say here is that I believe that I'm fighting the options market, which could not be a good thing. I want to see if we can push to 200. I'm going to try to diamond hands this year. No Devin Haney. But who should I refer to? Like Deontay Wilder. Diamond hands. Let's go here, Sharif.
Get it, Joseph.
Let's go. We're getting that pop that we're looking for, guys. I mentioned follow the volume. How many times have I said this to you guys? Just follow the volume and look at that volume spike as we break out. Before we came back, I'm like, just keep an eye on this. This consolidation phase is really nice, and I'm gonna look to take some off here. About 30% there. We're gonna leave some for a run. I want to push to 200. Nice breakout. You can see that we even added to the position for that break of that key level, and now we're trading at 198. So a nice about 60 cents right there we caught. So really, really good look here on AAPL there, guys. So continuing to move, but we're struggling. It's a pure battle against the options market here, so I want to be patient. I'm not going to give it too much risk. I will get out at the break-even stop, just because if we do decide to dump, I mentioned before that we're fighting the chain. Too many open contracts between 197 and 200. That's going to give us some overhead resistance. So there we go. Gorev, nice little pop there. So there we go. Yeah, be patient. I think it's going to be more of a grind. If some of these other big names are going to participate, that's only going to benefit us and Apple. Let's see what Adair is up to. Bang.
Keep an eye on this SOC. This is Sable Offshore Corp. Nice pop to the upside. A judge here has denied the California Coastal Commission's requested temporary restraining order. So basically here, SOC could have faced a temporary restraining order from the California Coastal Commission. That that TRO has been denied. So SOC pushing to the upside. Back to you.
All right, yeah, so guys, I got stopped out there. I was looking for more of a continuation. It's not going to be a clean break, but we got a nice little pop there, 30% off of the position on that pop. So a nice little go, and there we go. I think it's going to continue to climb higher. Maybe I didn't diamond hands this. I Devin Haney did. I apologize for that one there. So yeah, Devin Haney. Call me Devin Haney.
No, I'm never ever going to call you Devin Haney.
But yeah, there he goes. It's continuing to move. I should have held slightly longer, waiting for the break of those key levels. And there you go. You get another spike to the top side. So we entered, added, took some off, and then we got stopped out without that pop they were necessarily looking for there. Sure.
Imagine being a grown-ass man and dad runs every aspect of your life. Like, I don't know about that, man.
I mean, Devin, well, I guess his dad's his trainer too, right?
No, but like his dad's his mouthpiece, bro. Like, have you ever seen this guy's dad? Like,
yeah, I remember when Javante was making fun of Devin Haney. He's like, we're going to 145, bro. It's like, bro,
where's Devin Haney fight? 154?
No, he's like 140 something.
147, yeah. So he's welterweight. He's actual welterweight. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Or 35 even.
What's Ryan fighting at? Is he fighting at 154 or fighting at 160 now? Ryan's gotten bigger.
He's gotten bigger. I forget who his next fight is up.
It's
either
like
fights
in May.
135 or 140.
They're fighting. He's fighting Rolly.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's fighting
He's
Rolly.
fighting
So that's 130. That's
Rolly's getting knocked out.
That's a 135.
Rolly can't. I like Rolly. I like Rolly's personality, but I don't think he can take a punch. That's the thing.
Rolly, no.
No, he can't take a punch.
There's
And
no
Ryan
way.
can hit, so it's going to be interesting.
Most definitely. Rolly's going to get knocked out real
No, I
quick,
think I would agree with that as well.
So-
Yeah, it's kind of my Prince Nassim
Jose,
Bree-Bot 5,000. Have you guys
Nassim.
seen Prince lately?
Yeah, he's big.
He's a big boy, bro. You should have seen him and Lennox Lewis, bro. Lennox, because they're both English. Well, he fought for us in Canada, but he still has English ties. That is, obviously, I'm talking about Lennox Lewis. Man, Lennox is like 6'5", right? Prince is like 5'6", the opposite.
Yeah, if that.
And but Prince is a bit bigger.
Yeah, you gotta go wider.
Yeah.
Call it wider.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I mean, his style was like, there's nothing else like Prince.
No. I haven't seen anything like that. You gotta assume that it was mostly a gift. Like his kid's fighting now. Have you seen his kid?
No, I haven't seen
Yeah, his kid's fighting as well.
You know
yeah.
who has an identical style? His name is Ryan Whitaker, I believe.
I've heard of him.
And he fights out of the UK.
Yeah.
Actually, Selena's friend's fighter. Yeah. So he's sick.
I love that guy, bro.
Yeah.
Ben Whitaker.
Ben Whitaker.
Ben
yeah, sorry,
Whitaker,
Ben
man.
Whitaker,
Yeah.
Ben Whitaker.
Ridiculous
It's like-
style.
It's like the drunken style, right? It's so
But he's gifted.
cool.
You can tell he's gifted in
good,
speed.
right?
He's gifted in accuracy.
He just
like,
does
yeah.
everything. It's just like, wow, okay, that's some
got
cool
him?
stuff. Let's see what
Thank
we
you,
got
bro.
going
Oh,
on
because it
here.
just dropped aggressively, Katina, man. That's why. I was looking at the Katina, man was nice enough to get me shorts on SXTC, and this one just dropped nicely. So what I'm going to wait for is another move back into the volume weighted average price, and I'm looking to get short now on SXTC. Look, I feel these small cap gappers just don't have them in it today. All right, they've been losing the bid on the pops. They haven't been respecting technical areas of support. I'm going to try to be really careful with this one. Obviously, I don't want to be caught offside on a short. It's completely different than being caught offside on a long, in case you don't know. But that's what we're going to look to do now. Katina Man's got me SXTC. Short, we'll be looking to take this one short at the volume weighted average price, Joe.
All right, Sharif, check this out. Robinhood changed the game, cutting commissions. They made trading more accessible, but now Trade the Pool is leading the next revolution, limited risk trading. Your risk is capped at a one-time evaluation fee starting at just $47. You can choose how much you want to manage, from $5K to $200K. Of the company's capital. That means no margin calls, no account blowups, and no stress because it's someone else's capital. This is a limited risk revolution. Be part of it at tradethepool.com and scan the QR code and save 10% there, guys. And I mentioned this before, that you're going to pay tuition, right? There's no getting around that fact that you're going to be paying tuition to the market, and you may as well just test out Trade the Pool to see if you can pass that evaluation, even if it takes you a couple times. I think it's worth it at the end of the day. And Jose Villa, what does that mean? Come on, man. Cut me some slack. All right, so options chain question for you. Are you familiar with the max pain level on expirations? Apparently, it's the price where the optimal number of options will expire worthless. Yes, exactly. So I went over this conversation with another individual in the chat. So when you go looking for a max pain, you want to be able to identify the highest levels of open interest at an extreme high or an extreme low, and that could be priced in as the max pain of an options market. So that's the most simplistic definition I guess I can give you. But yeah, max pain would be you'd see an extreme amount of high levels of open interest. So we'll use the example of NVIDIA. I believe it was a 120 strike price or something along those lines with 150,000 open contracts. If we go north of that, that's quite a bit. You don't see anything that high north of that strike, and that would be classified as the max pain level there, Sharif.
All right, man. We're in a few positions. We're taking this one short aggressively. We're going to thank the Katina man for getting me shorts because we're doing it live, baby. And we're getting short on this bad boy over here. I don't usually take these small cap gappers short, but it's just that kind of a day today. So let's have a look at see what the situation is. Looking for this one to break down, ideally below that $1.75. It's had a lot of support at $1.75. I'm talking about SXTC. It had support at $11.15, again at $11.20, and then that little bottom wick right now that we put in at $12.20 also bounced off that $1.75. So I'm all ears and eyes and whatever else to see if we can get that flat bottom break. I've kept a tight stop above that $2 area, but we're going to have to see about that, whether it wants to continue to head to the downside. So here's what I'm doing. We're going to go ahead and wait just like that, and we'll put in the stop there. What else am I doing over here? So we've got that one on. We've got MSGM again. I'm looking at taking out some at 78. There's the first print there. Okay, let's see if this one wants to head up a little bit. MSGM is back above the volume weighted average price, and we just got the first peak wetter there. We're long 74s, just took some at 78. Now I'm waiting at 82 and then 88s. We'll see if this one wants to run or what the situation is with this one. GCI, I also weaseled into this one. Going to be a tight stop below the 10 exponential moving average, but layering my orders on GCI, it's been very directional on the day. Let's see if it ends up being that way. So a lot of pullbacks right now on these small gappers. Let's see if we can take them short. That's what I'm doing with the SXTC. Adara.
Charles Gasparino here, Fox business contributor, commenting once again on tariffs. He's reporting here that apparently White House officials have told him that if the current trajectory of these negotiations continues for tariffs, they expect to announce a trade deal soon with Japan. No details as to what the deal is, and also the fact that we're heading into the Easter holiday could apparently slow down the progress of this deal. But regardless, some White House officials telling Charles Gasparino they expect a deal soon with Japan. Furthermore, Trump commenting here, apparently that he's thinking that the U.S. will have, quote, little problem making a deal with Europe or anybody else, quote, because we have something everybody wants. Back to you.
Consumers, the buyers, the debt, the credit card holders. Yeah, the home equity holders that have tons of equity in their home that can pull it out and spend. That's what he's got. He's got the world's biggest market. He knows that. He's trying to leverage that, how much he can leverage it, and to what extent, and to how much, and to what extent people are willing to play his game and call his bluff. We're gonna have to wait and see. But this is uncharted territory. Excuse me. I kind of feel like with these markets, I don't know how everybody else feels about this, but you know, I think he's in a grand experiment right now. No one really knows how this is all going to pan out. There hasn't been this kind of aggressive tariff push in how long, Joseph? We're almost going on 100 years, give or take. We were saying during the Great Depression or something like that.
The last time, yeah, I remember that's when everything went to ish after that.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, so it's going to be super interesting. I mean, for me anyway, obviously it hurts the long-term account, and you know, I'm not. Let's just call a spade a spade. The fact of the matter is, though, I don't know how this cookie crumbles. I don't think a lot of people know how this cookie crumbles, and that's why you're seeing so much uncertainty in the market right now, and that's being priced in to these stocks, and that's kind of the situation. Guys, ADGM is curling back up here, man. Oh, and then never broke two. Oh, silly Sharif. Silly Sharif. Yeah, brother, I know. It's been that kind of day today, Katina, man, I'll tell you. But that's the situation right now. How do you guys feel about that, man? Andrew N. 4% of the world's population and 40% of the world's capital. Come get some. He's making his point very clear. I think we're echoing the same sentiment, you and I. I think you're seeing exactly, or you're saying, sorry, exactly what I'm saying, which is, like it or not, man, the U.S. has the biggest market. They have the biggest buying power. And you can like it or not. It really doesn't matter to me. But that's the situation, Joseph.
I think as long as the states stay on top of the throne, then these companies will be good. It may seem absolutely disastrous right now, but if we truly believe that this stuff is rigged, then you're going to continuously see highs. It could be, this is noise in my opinion. It's very loud noise. There's no question about that. But at the end of the day, as long as America stays king, these companies will remain at the top of the throne. And again, you just have to be able to sit through some of this noise, and it's very, very loud noise, and it can be very deceiving at times. But if you think long-term, Shreve, I think that America will come out on top, and so will some of these big names with the likes of Apple, NVIDIA, etc. So yeah, that's just my opinion on that one there.
And look, goodness, I hope so, bro. All my investments are based on it, and I don't really foresee. Let's just call a spade, Joseph. I don't foresee strong Canadian growth in the presence of a weak American economy. I just don't see it, bro.
Well, what is this saying? So America catches a cold, we get the flu.
That's always been the adage. The old adage has been, and as much as the current Canadian government and a possible new government that's coming in would like to diversify away from the U.S., in the short term, at least in the short to intermediate term, there is no viable option. Come on, bro, give me a break.
Nothing. What are you going to do? Like, nothing else is sustainable. Like, think about for how many years we would say that China is not investable. If you want to park your money somewhere, it's in usually American markets, right? Whether it be fixed income and even in the equities market, you just want to partake in the American economy because it's the strongest and the biggest one for a reason.
Exactly, bro. I mean, yeah, look, you can try to, make all the calculated guesses you want about what the Chinese are doing, where we end up in 25 years. All right, look, reasonable people can disagree about that, right? About where China is. Could they maneuver out of some of the problems that they're having, population issues or population growth issues, I should say. Some of the real estate issues that they're having in China obviously have been a bit of a headwind, excuse me. But I think those are all manageable issues. Now, here's the deal, though. The population one in China, I think, is a bit of a bamboozler. We saw that with Japan. Yeah. They had stagnation in their population, and they don't embrace immigration. And I don't see China embracing immigration either.
No,
I gotta tell you the truth.
I don't see it any.
I don't see that. I don't see China becoming an immigrant country in the same way we didn't see Japan look to that option when they had a population stagnation problem. They didn't embrace immigration. They just stagnated and have been continuing to stagnate since the late 80s. And they just kept it that way. So, yeah, so many different little wild cards there that we can, reasonable people can disagree on. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say in the chat. What are your opinions on this? I mean, Joseph and I are waxing poetic here, but I'd love to get your input on this. But make sure to tag Joseph or I so we actually see your comments, and we'll talk more about that when we get back from Midday.
Nice push up here for the NASDAQ. We know that frequent Fox business contributor Charles Gasparino posted on X that the White House officials are telling him they're expecting to announce a trade deal soon with Japan. Now we have Scott Bessent, who is the U.S. Treasury Secretary, adding that he's saying the Japan talks are, quote, moving in a highly satisfactory direction. So both Scott Bessent and Charles Gasparino here are saying that it looks like we're going to get a trade deal hopefully soon with Japan. Things are moving in the right direction there. Excuse me, back to you.
Donald saying that he's very confident they can get a deal done with China, very confident that he will have a deal with the European Union, reporting CNBC, so keep your eye out on that. We'll have to wait and see, obviously. Again, as Adair has mentioned multiple times, he is meeting with is it the Prime Minister or President of Italy? I don't remember which title it is, but meeting with Giorgia Meloni at the White House right now, and obviously trade will be on the discussion there, Katina Man. Yeah, one of your boys or one of your girls is at the White House right now. Katina Man obviously is Italian, so we're going to associate him with Giorgia Meloni. Yeah, shout out to BPI as well.
Shout out BPI. So yeah, Hal R says some interesting stuff too. Savvy Vet. The market is one of the most difficult to trade that I've seen in a very long time. Lots of whipsaw moves. Totally agree with you on that front there, Hal R. And I think a lot of people would agree on that front too. So you can even see it in the chat. So wow, Bitcoin really starting to move here, guys. I like that point. So Bitcoin starting to move, and Apple continuing to climb higher. Devin Haney, this one, which is unfortunate, but there we go. The thesis playing out. Oh, come on, don't hit me with that fail. But yeah, there we go. Nice look there. I told you guys, just follow the volume. We talk about it all the time. You get that breakout volume, especially after a consolidation phase for this long, and then you see that volume by time signature right there really pick up on the 1 minute time frame, and there you go. You just look for the follow-up. You wait for the pullback, and one thing to note, you can see that when we pull back, look at the volume as well too there, guys. Really, really low volume on that front, on the pullback, and that's why we decided to go long. Shouldn't have took some off there too quickly. Should have been a little bit more patient, but that's okay. NVDA is starting to climb higher. That's a positive note here for the market. But my guy, IBIT, really putting in a session here today, Shreve. I had a long bias on this name in the morning, but I was just too early to jump the gun. And I seen this signature right here, and I'm like, no way. I couldn't take any more swings at it just because of my rules, and I didn't want to breach them just because it's a long weekend. You don't want to get too gung ho, I feel like. So we'll take an L on that one, but a really nice trade as we continue to climb higher in IBIT, now breaching through some of these pre-market highs there, Shreve.
All right, Joseph. Great comment here from Terra Engineering. Let me bring it in the middle.
Where is it at?
In 1970, in China, there were 12 workers for every retiree. In 15 years, there will be 3 workers for every retiree. Retirement age in China is exceptionally low. Look, I don't know if that's accurate or not. I'm going to take it at face value and say that you are accurate. What does that say to you, though? What does that say to you? Is that a sustainable model? Like, are those retirees not going to eventually retire? You know, I hate to put it so crudely, but are they not going to eventually die? Right? Where does the population growth come in from if they don't have, you know, some sort of policy change? Now, we know that they had that one-child policy or whatever. I don't even think that's in play anymore. I think it's just kind of like the same situation when a country industrializes and becomes a modern industrial economy, people don't really want to have children as much. It sounds crude and not cool, but that's just the way it is. I mean, that's what the facts have been. So we'll keep tabs on that. All right, Fat N is really going here, guys. It's really starting to break out now. It's about 40% in the clear. I traded this one really poorly today. It just took out the high of the day at 12.50. Now it's 12.77 HOD. A lot of strength for Fat Pipe today to the high side again. 12.77 HOD. It's got a lot of strength and sales under its win now. So we're going to have to weasel into this somehow, some way. Just not exactly sure I want to punch in at the highs, given that it's a prohibitive spread. Here comes 13. Lucky number 13 in play. 12.94 now HOD on Fat N. Can we clear 13? If we can't, where am I picking it up off? Is it a 12.50 dip trade or a 12 dip trade? I'm seeing 2 different levels. The topping tail candle at around 11.30 rejected at 12.50. But the 10 exponential moving average and some of the price action resistance that we had was at 12. There goes 13, bro. Just punch in and shut up. Yeah, I mean, straight up, dude. If I had punched in, I'd be like 40 pennies in the money. Fat N is really going here, guys. Good strength on this one. 45% in the clear. Absolutely rocketing to the upside, but a very wide spread makes it really hard to manage risks on at least the down pulls. We're going to give this one the old community college try and see what happens, Joseph.
All right. So yeah, I mean,
wow, that kind of day today.
Yeah, it's all right, man.
That kind of day.
It is. It happens. So let's see what's going on with Bitcoin. I think this is one of the better trades here on the session. Moving really, really nice, and that bottoming signal was absolutely A++. Unfortunately, we didn't take another stab at that one. Should have went a little bit more cool. I told you guys before, so you can see we hopped in add, looking for the break of the VWAP and then break of the pre-market levels there, and then it didn't work out. We get stopped out at the break of the support level. Hop back in, doesn't work. Hop back in, doesn't work, and then eventually it does turn around. But that's okay. We got some nice trades here on the TQs. So that was a nice one here. You can see that we took a nice trade all the way up there, added to the position, took some out break even, and then that's where we added, and then that's when we got that really, really nice move. But continuing to the top side, as you can see, we're holding some bases. What else did I trade on the day? I think that was it. Oh, and Apple. Yeah, so Apple was our nice little pop up there on volume. We were just following the volume, but we didn't get the continuation that we were looking for. Quite a choppy mess, but that's okay. I'm seeing something really, really key here on NVDA if we decide that we want to head a little bit lower. Look at this print here just below the volume weighted average price. That could lead us lower. If we crack it to the top side, then so be it, but a good short signal possibly here on NVDA. Risk profile is already defined. If it cracks it to the top side, then just get out of the trade. Wait for more indecision above VWAP, and then maybe you can get that move back towards the lower day here, Shreve. But I mentioned that we do have a high level of open interest at 100, so that could be the max pain low here on today's expiration cycle.
All right, we're going to cover the last remaining amount here we have on SXTC at 86. Is not really much of a trade, but it's not really moving up with any aggression, so we'll let that one go. ADGM, I don't feel too bad about this one because now this one did break that $2 area, whereas before it wasn't. So that's the situation. We'll keep an eye out on that. Looking for FATN to take out some levels over here. We've got 66s. It's showing me 60s, but it's not popping up with any aggression. I'm looking for a general hold up at the $0.50, Joseph. This one does have a 13.21 high a day, but it is not popping up with the exact same kind of oomph that it had under its sales earlier. I'm talking about FATN as it continues to zig and zag near that level. The other trade that I've got on right now is GCI. I've got it at 67s. We're showing 65, so it's not exactly popping up, but it's not dropping below the 10 exponential either. It's been holding the 10 exponential now for about a 4-candle setup, so let's keep an eye out on that one as I watch FATN either stop me out or take out some of the highs there. Got a nice position on this one as well. I'm also seeing Hertz, HTZ, about to take out that $0.50. So that one we were talking about earlier, but I didn't want to get involved on this one until it took out $9. And the reason I didn't is because it ran into $9 in the aftermarket, which I kind of take as very similar to the pre-market high in the sense that it could have bag holders at that level. So I'd like for it to clear 9 before I do get involved with that. I'm talking about HTZ at that $9 level, Joe. I just have to manage this position here on FATN.
Yeah, absolutely. So LB, excuse me, you're asking me to take a look at the volume. Sorry. Excuse me, just drink some water. Again, there's nothing that stands out, right? Like other than you have this, but you can see the selling pressure. And look at the volume. Look at the volume by time profile, right? So as you continue to move to the southeast, that volume really sticks. And then look at the pullbacks as well too. I think this is really important to note. If you're following a primary trend and you want to get involved, kind of like how I did with just that Apple trade, you can see the strength to the downside. You can see the health within the bearish prints, and then look at the indecision within the pullback, right? And then you can see the volume as well too within the pullback. So keep an eye out on that. If you're looking for the continuation and feel that you've missed the move, wait for it. Look at the volume by time profile, and that might be able to give you an entry. It takes some time, a lot of seed time. There's no doubt about that. But once you continuously monitor it, go back in past charts and look at those levels and look how the price prints and how it's correlated with the volume, then you'll be off to a good start here. So you can see that we have this indecision. I'm going to look to take a short here, possibly on NVDA as the market is continuing to bleed. So that could be a good entry. I do like this signal right here. Yeah, so that's it. What do you got going on there?
Yeah, 75 here is a level where there's a lot of selling on FATN. It's been unable to break above 75 pennies for a while. I'm watching it. It's continuing to trend at 75. I've got 60s, but I'm not taking anything out right now. I did wet the beak there at 80 super quick, so we did get a 20 penny winner, but the 75 penny level has been a bit of a tough level to clear. I don't mind averaging into this one into 12 now that I was able to de-risk a little bit at that 80 penny level, but yeah, FATN, lots of selling at the $12.75. Yeah, $12.75 level. Let's see if it continues to do that. There's a lot of resistance initially at that $12 area. We'll have to see if it comes back in and acts as support. GCI now, it looks like it's going to break down below the 10 exponential here. So this is the first time it's actually pulling back below the 10 exponential. I'm talking about GCI. It's been quite aggressive of a move on the day to the high side, 379 HOD. This is the first time it's even touching that 10 exponential. So we'll have to keep tabs on that, whether it breaks down or not. SXTC continues to bleed to the downside over here. So let's see if we can get a little bit more on this one and then weasel in to another little short there on the downside. We got 180s, and then we'll take out some over here to the downside in the 70s. So lots of weakness now coming into SXTC, whether it becomes parabolic to the downside in the same way that it was parabolic to the upside. We'll have to wait and see. Got short again on this one. The Katina man was nice enough to get me shorts on that. Back to FATN. Now the seller is at 70. This is concerning, okay? Because the seller was at 75. Now it's holding up at 70. There is support for this one, though, at the $12 area vis-a-vis the 10 exponential. So that will be an interesting area for me as well if it is to continue to move down there. Back to SXTC as we look to wet the beak there at 77s. 1 penny spread on SXTC, which isn't too bad. We'll have to pack our patience and see if we can get something in and around there, Joe.
All right, good look. So yeah, market's starting to pull back in here. You can see we formed somewhat of a shelf on Apple now, starting to fill it here, holding the support level and the breakout zone relatively well. Let's see if we can hold that support level. It's going to be key. So Marcus James, another big AI name that nobody has been mentioning is TEM. Cathie Wood bought big shares of it a while ago, and it has just continued to drag the bottom. Let's take a look at TEM. I like that. I wonder what my guy Rich Tech Robotics is up to. I haven't looked at that in a while. That might be a good play. But TEM, Tempest AI, again, sideways price action, but let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. Ooh, okay, so IPO over here, a nice move from 40 all the way up to 91, so a nice double up on that trade, but now heading back closer to where we just opened up from the IPO standpoint and heading back towards the sell side. I wouldn't be getting involved in this just right now because of the price action and what the overall market is. I would rather stick with some stronger names and something that has previous history. I don't know enough about this company to get involved, but I like the good look. I like that you're expanding your horizon, so thank you very much for that one, Marcus James Reed. Yeah, 75,000 at that $100 strike price for NVIDIA. Exactly, Los Pollos. Thank you. Actually, I love that you're looking at the chain too. So exactly what I'm looking at. That's a beautiful thing. I know a lot of traders are doing the same thing as well too, and have adapted that. So that makes me happy, and it helps a lot, right? It's like, why aren't we breaking these support levels? You don't have Bookmap, you don't have anything in depth, but if you have the ability to look at the options chain, then you can just pull it up and say, oh, okay, hey, that makes sense. We have this amount of liquidity standing at this point. Who's going to absorb that? Can they be absorbed in this amount of time frame? And right now, the answer is no, because like you said, Los Pollos, 74,000 at that 100 strike price.
Absolutely, Joseph. Good call there. Continuing to watch FATN over here. We've got 55s on it. Now it's got 55s on the ask. Let's see if it can cross. It's been super spready, so it's been really hard to get the print. There we go. Now we get the print, 52s. Let's see if it can continue to move up here. Trying to really get, there we go. All right, now showing me 64s, but as it goes higher on the ask, the spread opens up. That's interesting there. So showing me 64s on the ask, and then on the bid, it'll drop down into the low 40s while it was in the 50s. So bit of a bamboozler there on FATN, but let's see if this one wants to pop back up. Here comes again, 64s. Now 60 on the bid, 64 on the ask. Still not getting the print. There it is, man. Holy. Yeah, finally, bro. Jeez Louise. Okay, so we're doing well here on FAT, and finally we're nicely in the money on this one with a much larger position than I typically take. Here comes that 75 penny area, and now we're going to take some profits here as well, so we'll wet the beak there, and that'll change the cost basis every time we wet the beak because we have quite a large position from down in that 2 2/4. So let's see if we can take out that $13 level. We're zigging and zagging right now with 13, so we're going to take more up here. So there we go, top wick so far here on Fat Pipe as we look for that $13 area. Dara.
Sharif, I am seeing a headline circulate right now on X. Apparently the EU is weighing some export restrictions on the U.S. if their trade negotiations fail. It's funny we get this headline after we have comments from Donald Trump, who's currently speaking with the leader of Italy, Giorgia Meloni. He said that he actually is hoping they can get some kind of EU deal. But apparently, reportedly, if this does not work out, the EU is considering export restrictions on the U.S. should these trade negotiations not work out. Back to you.
Great reporting as always, Adara. Thank you for that. Looking to take more shares out here on Fat Pipe as it continues to trend up a little bit. We got 42s, just took out some there at 82s. Still ultimately looking for that break and take of 13. I'm kept quite optimistic by the higher low situation that we have here, knowing full well that 13 is unlucky. No, I'm kidding. 13 is a level of resistance. We've had 4 candles in a row on the 5-minute chart, all reject 13, with one candle wicking above 13, making that high day at 13.21. Again, though, what's really keeping me optimistic about FATN right now is the higher low situation on the candles on the 5. So that's my thinking right now on that one. Would love a break of 13 and to clear out some of those resting orders that I have there in front of 13 and not 13. What are you giggling about,
Marco
bro?
Hernandez.
Marco Hernandez. Trump about to catch my hands. Marco's not happy right
he's
now.
Not happy, man.
He's not happy.
I feel
What
you
happened,
on
Marco?
that one, man. What hasn't happened is
Yeah, the
right,
long term
Sharif?
is in good condition,
yeah, you
Joseph.
know what I mean? So that's what I mean. I was saying to you this morning, it's just, I mean, there's not too much, man. I don't want to talk too much.
Why not, man?
I mean, he did. He just totally dumped on the whole market with these tariffs, which is totally.
Can I say something to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, I'm just saying, what if? Do you think if we end up running, like, and it ends up, this whole grand scheme of his has some sort of economic benefit?
Yeah.
Do you think that this little blip here that everybody's suffering through right now, and albeit everybody is suffering in the long term if you're long, do we even talk about it?
No, like all things, right? Like
forget about it.
Right? You forget about it. Like think about how hot of a topic COVID was, right? It was the be all to end all at one point. And then no one even really talks about it anymore, right?
No,
so
they don't.
It's just how it is. I'm back when I had Facebook. By the way, I deleted Facebook back in like 2016, 17.
Why'd you do that?
Because I was sick of social media at that time, man. I was in my mid-20s. I didn't need it. I mean, I was living in Liberty Village, having a good time. I didn't need the social media aspect. But again, I would go back and forth when everybody was doing that. But the internet moves on. Everybody moves on. One day things are hot and everybody's all worried, but then life just continues to move on, and eventually you forget about it. With the likes of COVID, the tariffs will be behind us one day. Right now it seems like it's everything, but come in the future, you're just gonna forget about it. I'm like, oh, I remember those times and laugh about it. Everybody hated being locked up in the house during 2020, but now you sit back and you laugh about it and think about the good times.
Katina Man preferred that, he said.
I had great times during COVID. I'm not gonna lie. I had fantastic times during COVID. I remember my roommate at the time, and I told you, Sharif, we bought that spot and moved in like the day everything got locked down. He was pacing around the house. He's like, Joe, I can't take this anymore.
Right.
And then now we talk, he's like, dude, I miss those times. And I think I don't know if you're gonna necessarily miss what's happening here, but you'll reflect, you'll look back, and then eventually you'll laugh it off.
I agree completely.
Yeah.
Let's see what people are saying here in the chat. I want to get some commentary. Marcus James Reed, AKA Aspiring Pro. Sharif, we will never remember this slight blip. Frank S. Trump, he is saying that he is making $2 billion a day with tariffs. Jose, okay, that's more about your thing there. Brendan Franklin, no one is suffering if they are long-term portfolio holders. James Dell, the OG, short-term pain for long-term gain. Eric Burkhurst, it's a blip. Get ready for the market to rip this year. Andrew Bakes Cakes. The benefit, will be for him and his inner circle of Okay, all right, I see you there. Philly, Sanchez, Sharif. Well, if they all made a deal, we wouldn't have to worry about it. Good point. On the blockchain, Sharif, the ends justify the means. Kip, depends how long it goes on. We are talking weeks or years. Are we talking weeks or years, they say? Sorry, misread that. Who else? Thomas Bivens. Trump has the negotiation skills of Finding Nemo. Oh. Okay. Sadie. I know, that's very specific, says Adara. I happen to agree. Sadie B. Sharif. It isn't a blip for people who have realized losses. That's a good point. Now, look, I don't think you have to realize losses unless you're buying on margin. My understanding is, or at least what I've been doing on my portfolio, is I try not to buy too quickly on the dips. I try to look for key areas of technical support to buy at. But if you are forced to sell because you are buying on margin, it's an entirely different story. I'm not saying, Sadie, you're buying on margin. I have no idea what you're doing. But I'm saying that you're not really forced to sell unless your broker is liquidating it or you're getting that margin warning or whatever. Because nobody forces you to sell, unless you need the money, of course, and then that's a different story. And
hold on, Sharif, I got to say something
Joseph.
here. Sean B, we give thanks to the Most High to get the opportunity to buy low. Shout out the Most High.
Appreciate that. Let's see what else people are saying. I really like to get some different opinions over here. Many years, says Tammy KB. Yeah, I mean, it may feel like that at the moment. And that's usually the case, though, when we're going through hard times. They don't feel like it goes fast, right? It feels like it kind of goes forever. We are going to win and win bigger than ever, says Morpheus Moonwalker. I happen to love your name, dude. That's a sick name there, man. All right, let's see what else people are saying. Did you already mention Arsenal win? Oh, they mentioned it immediately on the start of the show. Are you kidding me? Bellomati Navy. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you for mentioning it again because it's been nice. DJ 2 a.m. Trump is considering Michael Burry to replace Jerome Powell as Fed chair. I don't know if that's true or not. Dara has not heard that. Donald, you got to...
Mr. President, it's too much, and I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more.
I can't, Joseph, I can't keep winning like this, bro.
I can't keep winning. It's hurting.
There's too much money everywhere here, Katina, man. You're going to have to pick up the money off the floor, bro.
Too much winning.
Pick up the money off the floor, Katina, man.
Can I say something, though?
Yeah.
I personally hate losing more than I like winning. If that makes sense to you.
You hate losing
more than I enjoy.
And we've talked
winning.
about this before.
Yeah, like
we've talked about this before.
Like, yeah, I don't know. Something it just like again. I'm playing beer league hockey these days. When I played competitive, it was the same thing, but it's translated into that like when we lose, when we shouldn't, it irks me more. I feel more pain than when than like euphoria when I get when I
respect that, bro. And can I say something to you?
Yeah.
I had this discussion with my old man. I said to him, the losses fester longer than the good feelings from the wins, right?
And that's why they say people are addicted to gambling, is because you get that more the dopamine when you lose more, right? Because you feel more when you lose opposed to when you're just winning. You're like, oh, that's it, I won. Okay.
I mean, it's all we've got. Yeah, look, I respect that. I think there is some psychological explanation for that, right? With respect to the losses festering longer than the wins, help you feel good. Blah, blah, blah. Everybody knows about that. Everybody's experiences a little differently, too.
Absolutely.
I got to tell you, early in my career, like, emotion was very evident in my trading. If I took losses, they would emotionally affect me for days. Now I'm good within like 10, 20 minutes, right? Like you have to be a short-term memory in terms of emotion, long-term memory in what you made the mistake on so it doesn't repeat.
Exactly.
Right?
Bang.
Thank you, Derek.
Good one there. So yeah, everybody's saying the same stuff. Casey Frank, same here. Winning is the baseline. Winning is the exception. A lot of people are saying Summer Sunrise says, I feel nothing. I wish you sent a little bit over that over here. A lot of people saying same. Trader for Life says losing makes me sick, etc.
Yeah.
So yeah, everybody feeling. Yeah, exactly. Sir Poopy Paper Hands, losing makes you feel alive. Exactly. That's exactly what it does. You feel alive. Maybe a little bit too much alive, but that's okay. Scott. Scott, welcome to Trader TV Live. Good seeing you in here, guys. I mean, look at this trade on Apple. Wow. Unfortunately, we didn't hold on to this one trade, but a really nice
what the
look
hell
here
is Apple
on
doing?
AAPL. I mean, follow the volume on that breakout. You can see I was talking about that consolidation phase for quite some time, and then just as it broke out, I was saying to Shreve, oh, watch Apple here. We might get that breakout, and it broke out on volume. So I waited for the pullback, which kind of hindered my entry, and then that's why I wasn't able to kind of hold on. I took some off too soon. I should have sat through the grind, but I didn't, unfortunately, do that. So that's okay. There will always be another opportunity. Maybe NVDA wants to start to bounce, but I think that the sentiment around this name is too weak in order for that to look for that continued long. But what is strong here, Shreve, looking good for you, my guy, is IBIT. Bitcoin starting to climb higher. We might be tapping into closer to the north end of 84,000 on Bitcoin. Might even be north of that there, guys. So a good look here on BTC. Let's get that exact number before we send it back to my guy. We're trading at approximately 84,963.
Okay, here we go. We're still watching this bad boy develop. I'm talking about Fat N. I've got 42s. It's showing me 71s, but my beak wetters, my profit takers above 13 have still gone unfilled. I didn't add anything. This trade here, this dip trade at 12.07 didn't go unfilled. It was defending 10s. I didn't have the compunction to move it up at the time. I should have been moving up that dip trade. in order to get a fundamentally a better cost basis. I would have been in the 20s had that been filled, but alas, it did not fill. So we'll keep an eye out on that. This trade is no longer valid. We're breaking down, we're putting in lower lows and lower highs. I'll pick up GCI at 350, so I'll go ahead and wait at that 350 level. I think that is the better level for a long on this one. I'm still short, involved in the short on SXTC. It's still giving me the indicator to go short at the volume weighted average price. So I'll keep my eye out on that, and we'll see how all these positions are doing when we get back from Adara at the big desk.
Not much of a move, but worth noting, Nikkei reporting that apparently EHang is going to be launching its commercial air taxi service this year. So we know, Sharif, here, I know you follow the eVTOL landscape. apparently going to be launching their commercial air taxi service later in 2025, as reported by Nikkei. Back to you.
You know what time it is, my guy.
What is it? Yeah, I'm just...
okay, do your thing, do your thing.
Go ahead, I'll just give you the numbers, let me know.
Give me the numbers, Here,
5:30.25.
Okay, here, okay. All right,
5:30.
You're not ready.
Yeah, I was ready. Because I got it on my side screen, that's why. 25.
Gotcha. Yep. We're going long, by the way.
Okay. So 5:32.25.
5:32.25.
And then we're stopping out 5:29.25.
5:29.25. Thank you for that. I'll pull that up here in 1 second. 29.25, and there we go. We're in right at 1 o'clock. We'll take a couple shares on it for you, for everybody. Just to know that we ain't playing around here today, Sharif. And there we go. We're actually on a 3-day losing streak, Sharif. Are we?
Yeah, I got stopped out yesterday when it should have been a banger because the downturn came a little bit later.
Exactly. So there you go. Three losses in a row. I got to edit this here real quick for you guys. Oh, those are shares. Sorry, though. So I don't know. I put a minus there. But yeah, there we go. 3 L's in a row. That's okay. We'll get right back on track. That's why you run a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio there, guys.
All right, guys, keeping my eye out still on this bad boy here. I'm talking about Fat N continuing to zig and zag at 75s. I'm not moving any of my orders down. I really am waiting for this one to break 13. It is accumulating in a way that I've seen before. This is, in my opinion, a bull flag. The second of the bull flags on the day, the second very clear bull flag. There's your first one, the move up, the consolidation sideways, defends 11, moves up again, kind of doing the exact same thing. So I'm looking for that 13 break. Whether or not that 13 break ends up manifesting in yet another bull flag, that's a different story. We'll have to wait and see whether or not that ends up happening, but I like my chances here for a $13 break on FATN. SXTC starting to go over here. So this is interesting. This is catching a bid again, despite the fact that I'm short. So we're about 6 pennies out of the money on this one. Let's see what SXTC does. It's above VWAP. I don't like to trade these short above the volume weighted average price, but it's got a whole bunch of resistance over here in the mid-teens. So I'd like to take advantage of that if it allows me to. So that's exactly what I'm going to do there. We're going to wait in the low teens to get a little bit more on this one and to see if we can kind of tank this one back down. So that's my look right now on FATN and SXTC. One short, one long. I like Fat N likely to the high side a little bit better, but we're going to have to wait for that to happen. Adara's got breaking news.
Keep an eye here on MP. This is MP Materials. It was one of these material stocks moving along earlier this week. Now, this came out, I guess, about probably 10 minutes ago now on Benzinga, circulating now on social media. The company announced that they're accelerating their strategy to, quote, reindustrialize the rare earth supply chain. They also said they're going to be stopping their rare earth shipments to China due to the tariff concerns. So MP making this announcement, pushing to the downside after the fact. Also, right around now, we are supposed to have this bilateral meeting take place between Donald Trump and Giorgia Meloni of Italy. I have one Trump stream in my ear. If there's another one starting, I will, of course, switch to that one. But as we know, oftentimes, Donald Trump is a bit later than we're expecting him to be. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Let's see if he's too late to this meeting as well. Back to you.
Yeah, because it was funny because when he called him Mr. Too Late, I was like, yeah, because I was telling Adara this morning about the new nickname that Donald's got for Jerome, right? And she's like, he's calling him late? He's the one that's late all the time. Ooh. She would know, right? Because she's waiting for the dude to drop hot lines, and he comes out late. So, come on, Donald.
Come on, Donald.
Show up, bro.
Show up, bro.
No.
Well, I mean, come on, man. I mean, the guy was 2 a.m. He's like, it's 2 a.m. We're taking notes. Biden wouldn't do that. Biden wouldn't be here.
Your boy Joe Biden was on the Rampage yesterday.
guy.
Oh, he's your friend, bro.
That is your-
Well, I heard that you guys, you guys go way back. That's what I hear.
We're both sleepy, I guess.
This guy's like, what are you talking about, bro? I don't know the man.
Yeah.
No, man, we're kidding
I think
around
we have
here.
the same interest in ice cream, though, apparently.
Oh,
You know what I mean? So there
Tell
you
him
go.
what you really feel, Joseph.
I feel the ice cream.
All right, guys, we're just having some fun over here. Obviously,
Friday.
Hey, it is.
not
It's
Friday,
Thursday.
it's
Yeah. But you know, today's obviously this week, I should say, is
we're
shortened week.
flying.
Right? So tell him what you're doing.
Yeah, okay, so one of my good friends is getting married this weekend, guys, so I'm going to be flying out to Dallas, Texas. My first time going to Texas, so everything is apparently bigger and better, so we're going to find out real quick. And I will give you guys maybe I'll make a video and give you an honest review on some Texas barbecue.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
You gonna hit up a saloon?
I
I know it's like so cliche Texas,
maybe.
but
Yeah,
there's
I
like
think so.
probably
Yeah,
got more
fire it up.
Walmarts and Costco's than they
fire
got
it up, man.
saloons.
I'll go to
baby.
a saloon. See, the thing is, I'm not there long enough. I have good friends in Austin.
My bad,
And I
yeah.
wanted to go to Austin, but I just don't have the time.
That's
so,
okay.
Yeah, so shout
Yeah,
out to-
Austin's live. Everybody's
Yeah,
talking about Austin
apparently.
these days.
Apparently
Like a
it's
lot
like
of
more
California people
go to Austin.
And
Yeah,
they
it's
leave.
I'm kind of trying to think of an area that is kind of like hip, kind of.
Well, that's what it is,
like
right?
Youthful and stuff like that.
Yep.
So yeah.
Guys, MSGM.
Dallas sucks, says Bill Smith.
What? Oh, he probably doesn't like the
Yeah,
Cowboys,
he
or
doesn't
maybe
like the
some other
Cowboys.
team that's there. MSGM just rocketed up, guys. Don't know what's going on, but this one caught an aggressive bid at 105. That candle at 105, a 5-minute candle, that is. The high of the day is $2. It's still below that $2 high a day, so be careful with this one. But what a move up here by MSGM. This one did break below the volume-weighted average price, so I had to get out of that one. But it is trying to reclaim that level at the moment, so let's keep an eye out on that. Fat M, though, so we had multiple outs on this one. Still have that $12 defend that I wouldn't mind getting. It still hasn't filled. Now it's dropping down to 34s. We're long 42, so a little bit out of the money on this one. But Fat N zigging and zagging over here at the 10 exponential. Still interested in picking up more at 12. We'll have to see how this cookie crumbles. But this short here, I'm still waiting at getting more on the short here on SXTC, looking for the topping tail candles that were forming in and around the low teens, mid-teens to kind of hold up as resistance. We'll have to see if that prints or not. Adair.
SGM for you. This is Motorsport Games. Let me check here. We've got a 550. Oh, that's AXP. Let's check MSGM. We've got a 1.6 million share float, so pretty small float here. Their most recent catalyst was on Tuesday, but there is some social media attention on this name. There's not a lot. The last tweet we got here came 13 minutes ago, but it's just a lot of people posting the exact same tweet. MSGM, $2 break coming. So lots of social media participants really wanting this $2 break on MSGM. Back to you.
It's MSGM, yeah, topping tail right now, Adair, right in, yeah. Right into that $1.94. I want to say $1.95. Quick as you like, though, right back into that $1.80. It's still having trouble with that $2 area. That is technically the high day. Sorry, I don't have the ticker on there. Allow me a second to throw MSGM on there. MSGM. There we go. So yeah, it was a very, very respectful trend. So maybe the right move here was to look to the 20 because it does seem to find support at the 20. It found it over here at 11.10, 11.15, and then all over here where it consolidated from 12.35 all the way up to 1. It did find support at the 20. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. If this one takes out $2, I'm really interested in picking it up, but it's going to have to break that $2 area again. Farm Trader says Hertz is going for 9. I do see it. So I do see HTZ. It's been quite respectful of these moving averages on the way up. I still think that I'm going to wait for 9, though, for HTZ to take something on this trade, even though there was clearly something to be had prior to that. But, you know, you have rules that you have to follow, so that's what I'm going to do. $9 is where I'm looking for a possible long trade on HTZ. I'd like to take out some of the possible short sellers that were holding this, or bag holders, I should say, not short sellers, bag holders that were holding this this at $9 from the aftermarket yesterday. So that's what I'm looking at there. Continuing to watch Fat N over here. It's showing me 12.50. We're long 42s, so we'll have to see how this cookie crumbles, Joseph.
Yeah, thank you for that. Normal special. If I had a chance to travel, where would I go? I mean, I'm traveling today, obviously, but I like that question. It would be Asia. I really want to see Southern Asia.
Same.
Yeah, that's just like one place that I most definitely go. I like how tropical it is and everything along those lines. So Asia is definitely at the top of the list, and I've yet to cross the pond as well, too, Sharif, as we would like to say over here. But yeah, guys, I missed this entry here on Bitcoin. We had a 5-minute pullback that I had that feeling I should have got in, but the volume by time profile kind of swayed me, but that's okay. We're starting to climb higher and head towards that the high day. So there we go. Really good look. Bitcoin is strong, and I mentioned it. I'll pull it up here from a daily standpoint. Just how we're sitting on the backside of this trend, which can be a positive note, and maybe we really start to get moving here. So you can see that continuous move. Now we're sitting on the opposite side of it there, and then we can continue to climb higher and higher and higher. That's kind of the game plan and the thesis that I've established. Unfortunately, in my swing account, I'm sitting in some NVDA and some IBIT, and I might have grabbed some too much too quick, which is okay. But again, we'll be patient. Maybe we'll add some more, especially once we break this 88,000 and head towards this support level, which can now act as resistance, and maybe we take some off because it is only a swing. I'll definitely add in the long term when we break the all-time highs. That will tell me that we're going to head into price discovery and we're ready to possibly climb higher. And that's my game plan, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
I'm positioned really, really well. I told you I've been buying IBIT since the IPO. And then now when we break this all-time high, or if the price action tells me we get a positive catalyst, that's when I'll start adding into the long term and maybe possibly the swing account.
All right, we're taking profits here on SXTC as it comes back down into the volume-weighted average price. I'm looking for a drop below VWAP for the next peak weather there. I'm waiting at 96s. It's showing me 02s. We've got 10s short right now. So this one, let's see if it bounces off VWAP here. If it bounces off VWAP and makes a new 5-minute candle, make a new high, that's where I'm ending the trade. I'm going short on this one, so I'm not looking for any strength to come in at the volume-weighted average price. That would be counter to my trade. So we'll see exactly what we get there. Let's set up a couple of beak wetters as well, just a skosh below that $2 area so we can get some fills that on there if it does pop back up. But in this day's segment of what did Zuck say in testimony. Let's talk about this.
I like this news.
Yeah, because we're going to have a wild trial now, okay? I didn't mean for that to rhyme. But the trial is slated to go to July, if you, according to some analysts there. So let's talk about what happened yesterday, because a lot of new information came out. So apparently, right before the trial, your friend Zuck wanted to get out of the situation. So he offered the FTC 450 million big ones to get out of the antitrust lawsuit. The FTC responded by saying, I don't know about that 450. We want 30 billion big ones and a consent decree. Meta responded back with their increasing their offer to $1 billion, but also it was rejected. Apparently, the new chair, Andrew Ferguson, was willing to go as low as 18 billion, so almost half of what he was asking for initially of that 30 billion to let Zuck off the hook. Zuck apparently leaned into his ties with the Orange Man, hoping for support. He apparently, we all know, he donated $1 million to the inaugural fund. He met with Trump at Mar-a-Lago. He attended meeting with Trump officials at the White House in February and March, according to sources, to kind of have this whole thing. And he apparently, Zuck that is, told the FTC in March that Trump would back the deal. Now, here's what the FTC responded by saying, oh, thank you for that. So FTC Chair Andrew Ferguson refused, as I mentioned, to settle for anything less than $18 billion. But apparently, a deal was considered. But Ferguson, the Department of Justice under Pam Bondi, and White House officials ultimately convinced Trump to allow the FTC lawsuit to proceed. And former chair, the wrath of Lena Khan, criticized Meta's offer, calling it delusional. She said Mark bought his way out of competing, so I'm not surprised that he thinks he can buy his way out of law enforcement too. So interesting, more information coming out of the latest saga of the FTC versus Zuckerberg. Did not know that he had tried to, I guess I'm not really surprised by that. He had tried to obviously get off the hook, get this done. And what I really want to stress is the Katina man was just, he was kind of saying, you know, Google, just pay the fine already and get it over with. Sometimes, though, the fine is prohibitive. And so ends up happening is that you're offered something as big as $18 billion, which you can't stomach. So that's the situation there on the latest version of what did Zuck do to try to get out of the FTC lawsuit.
The new hottest segment right there. What did Zuck do? We gotta get out of that. What did Zuck do? Man, now he's tuning in with the UFC.
Baby.
Yeah, he's in with the UFC there. I mean, good look there. And a lot of people are chiming in on the chat. It's like, where does the money go at the end of the day, Sharif? I said, where do you think it goes?
Where do you think it goes?
Exactly. Where do you honestly think it goes? Putting it in the pockets of certain individuals. Dude, he started Facebook in his dorm room. Let's see what
That's the truth.
What is everybody else saying here?
People don't like him, but he is a successful guy and he's self-made. Like, has he made mistakes? Maybe has he skirted the law a couple of times? Like, he tries to put everything to his own benefit. I mean, can we really fault the man for being self-interested?
No.
No. And that's why the checks and balances are there, right?
What major success story like that has been completely smooth sailing?
I don't think any. I don't know of any.
You're gonna have your ruts along the way. There's gonna be some things that are kind of teeter-tottering on the line. But again, there you go. He's servicing America. I personally like Zuck. I like the glow-up Zuck as well too. I'm not the biggest fan of Instagram, but.
Yeah, I know you're on that all the time.
Yeah, I'm on it all the time. So, but I mean, he started from his dorm room. It's a total success.
It's the truth, man. Yeah. It's the truth. I mean, again, remember that. What's it called? The Social Networking?
I never watched
movie?
that movie.
I did. It was one of the movies that I did watch.
Yeah.
They don't portray him in such a great light in that movie,
I don't
obviously.
Like that.
But
to be honest with you, I don't like that actor too much. That's why I don't.
Oh,
I
yeah. I forget his name.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't care. It doesn't hurt me.
So I'm not gonna watch
damn, you guys were paid by Zuck, says Brandon. We really weren't, brother. I mean, like, the fact of the matter is, he just happens to be a successful guy, and I don't know why society these days likes to crap all over successful people as if they're, I personally don't see it that way. I like to champion that kind of thinking, that kind of mentality, that kind of, as Joseph would call it, glow up, right? We're not paid by Zuck. Come on now.
If we were, that would be nice. I wouldn't say no.
All right. You're not helping our cause here, Joseph.
But I wouldn't.
No, seriously, though, that's the situation. Again, what we're talking about, guys, is the trial that's currently happening right now between the Federal Trade Commission and Meta. The Federal Trade Commission is alleging, guys, that they bought their way. They're bought their way out of competition by buying Instagram, by buying WhatsApp, and they're alleging that kind of behavior is anti-competitive, and as a result, they're looking for Meta to divest Instagram. They're looking for Meta to divest WhatsApp and pay a large fine as well with a consent order. So, yeah. Natalia M, they are jealous. Hertz Scrambler, they are jealous. Look, I don't know what their motivation is. A lot of people lately in society, I feel like there has been this push, anti-billionaire push, I don't want to say wealthy people, because I don't think that that's really what it is. But there has been that kind of sentiment lately, and I don't espouse it. I understand why some people do think that way, because rough times for a lot of people right now, man. And so they don't really like to see these guys buying 2 boats with a support boat for their yacht. It must bug some people, bro. I don't live that lifestyle, Joseph, but it doesn't bug me.
It doesn't bug you?
No. It doesn't.
I mean, do you wish you were? Obviously, you wish.
I aspire.
I aspire.
But I don't hate it just because I can't reach it. It's just not my thinking, dude. And everybody's different.
That's why everybody was kind of pooping on the all-female Blue Origin.
They were so hell-bent. They were furious. Why are they going up there? Shut up.
Like, who cares?
Yeah, just leave them alone, man. They're having a good time. They're flying in space. And, bro, I'll take that any day. Any day of the week. Put me on Blue Origin, man.
Blue Origin.
Or any day. eVTOLs, Blue Origin, Joseph, I want it all.
Would you take that one-way ticket to Mars?
Okay, we have to discuss this a little bit because you can't just say it like that. I'm getting stopped out of another position.
Just like that.
No, no. It's not like that. If you were to, okay, so the plan to Mars here is to send unmanned missions to put resources there for people ahead of sending people, so that when you get there, there's water, there's food, there's all this stuff that can help you out. So if there's stuff waiting for me, yeah, and it's arrived there in one piece, I'll go. I swear I would go.
But you know you can't. There's no flight back.
No, I want to come back.
Okay, but
why would I die there? Though? Oh, like so I'm supposed to colonize Mars? That's the thing.
Yeah,
I'm supposed to colonize it. If they train me, I'll go.
Okay.
I would. I really would, dude. Like, I mean, how many people in the history of the world could say that they went to Mars? So I'm good with it, right? I'm one of the first people. I'd do it. If it's got to happen, it's got to happen, Katina, man. Like, I mean, like, look, bro, it's what I like. It's what you like or what you don't like. And I don't mind going to space, baby. I live in the stars.
I'm terrified of heights.
My mind is in the stars. No, I'm playing. Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by ProfitX. In sports playing, flexibility is everything. Excuse me. At ProfitX, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why would you settle for a single offered price when you can just set your own? Plus, our mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back, up to $300. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, and on this latest episode of, yes, us colonizing Mars, the Katina man's like, bro, I don't even like heights. Don't send me to Mars, right? Like, I get that.
Mars. It's just
I get that.
Getting to space would be my issue, right? Once we get to that, past that part, I'd probably be all right, you know what I mean? But then landing back into Mars, once you get into the atmosphere, that landing would be probably pretty scary.
I mean, look, bro, you're not going to feel a whole lot if it doesn't end well.
If it doesn't it's going to be quick,
Call
right?
a spade a spade, brother. There's not going to be a whole lot of suffering on there. It's just going to be...
Yeah, that's it. Done.
It's over. All right, let's talk about some more headlines today because there's more to talk about. So allow me just a moment over here to load up my notes from the morning. So let's talk about some of these headlines. So we already gave you the latest dish of Meta. UnitedHealth as well. We all saw that big boy drop on UNH as a reason for that. Profit forecast. Heavily revised. They were guiding earnings per share, full year earnings per share of $29.50 to $30. They revised that down substantially, down to $26 to $26.50 as a result of higher medical care costs and more demand. They're blaming the baby boomers. They're blaming the seniors, saying on Medicare Advantage plans are driving cost overruns. They're also saying that the costs for 2025 are already above what they planned for the increases. So they knew there were going to be increases because of, the aging population and some inflation that continues to subsist in the healthcare. But the actual costs are going to be even higher. So the CEO, Andrew Whitty, saying the company didn't meet the internal expectations. And so what he's saying is there's going to be cost cutting and there's going to be restructuring. And essentially, that's a euphemism for layoffs. OK, so I would not be surprised, sadly, to hear in the not too distant future that UNH is laying off some people. So that's one of the major headlines today. Also, our friend Jensen has weaseled his way over to China. All right. And the reason he's over there is because on April 9th, the Trump administration blindsided him, according to him, with this H20 ban. What is this H20? It is a China-specific AI GPU, which the Biden administration kind of gave him guidelines, Jensen that is, on what he can and what he can't export to China. Well, we're in a new administration now, so expect new guidelines, and that's exactly what happened. So on April 9th, as I mentioned, you have to have a license now to export the H20 out, which essentially puts the kibosh on the exports because you're not going to get that license. What do you got up there, Adara? Which one is that? Is that a Bang or is that a Rockstar? Okay. In response to a House Select Committee probe, NVIDIA said, we follow the government's directions to the letter. He said we add American jobs, we add billions in tax revenue. And he also highlighted another point that you and I talk about. He said the Singapore listed sales, Joseph, are not all China bound. And he actually said that a lot of American companies have it sent to Singapore for whatever reason, often billed as U.S. subsidiaries that actually open up in Singapore, maybe for tax purposes, I'm assuming, with shipments headed out of Singapore to the U.S. or Taiwan. Whether that's true or not, you have to do your own homework, but that's what he's saying. Obviously, NVIDIA shares dropped aggressively today. They're well off their lows. They were down 7% on Wednesday, actually, with the House committee. And there's also going to be an investigation. I totally forgot about this. Apparently, there's going to be a House committee investigation into the loophole, again, the Singapore loophole that we've already talked about, suggesting NVIDIA may have exploited gaps, in prior regulations. So apparently, there is going to be a U.S. Select House Committee investigating that. We'll have to wait on that. Also, Eli Lilly, a big kind of breakthrough today. We've been talking about these GLP-1s, which are weight loss drugs, moving from the injectable form into the oral form. And apparently, they made big boy strides with respect to that. I'm not going to try to pronounce this one. I had a ill-fated attempt at pronouncing it today with Brendo, but make a long story short, it was successful. Patients lost on average about 7.9% of their body weight, about 16 pounds, and there was no plateau observed, believe it or not, meaning that you can continue to stay on it and continue to lose more weight. So that is a look there, and there's lots of side effects: vomiting, nausea, and diarrhea, guys. All right, so there's a look there. KeyBank downgrade Microsoft. Don't really care about that. Taiwan Semi reported earnings overnight, and this was a monster beat, guys. Monster beat. Revenue grew 41.5% year over year. Profit grew 60.3% year over year. This company is a dynamo, man. Taiwan Semi is what I'm talking about. They make obviously the most advanced chips in the world, that 2 nanometer technology right now. They also make AI and 5G chips, yada, yada, yada. You get it. Now, there are some headwinds. The Trump tariffs, right away, they're going to get slapped with a 10% tariff at minimum for everything coming out of Taiwan. But that could pop up to 32% because that was a tariff rate Trump imposed on Taiwan before, of course, he had that 90-day pause, that 90-day suspension. So possibly could see a tariff rate up to 32%, but currently it's a 10% levy so far. They're also trying to please the Orange Man, and what they're doing is they're looking to invest in foundries in the United States. $165 billion is what they've earmarked. They've already committed $100 billion, right? Or sorry, they've already committed $65 billion for the 3 fabs, fabs under construction in the U.S., and they've committed $100 billion more, obviously trying to get on Donald Trump's good side. Also, part of this story was there was possible rumors about Taiwan Semi and Intel engaging in a joint venture, and the CEO, C.C. Wei, made it very clear on the earnings call that wasn't true. So he publicly denied any ongoing discussions with Intel about a joint venture, any technology licensing, any collaboration during that Q1 earnings call. The denial refutes an April 3rd story by The Information claiming that Taiwan Semi and Intel were in preliminary talks for a joint venture where Taiwan Semi would own about 21% of Intel's fabs. Okay, so TSM statement comes as the Trump administration, of course, escalates pressure to reshore. So we'll have to wait and see exactly how this all pans out. But it's not the first time we've heard the story, and it's not the only company that's been linked with Intel. I believe Qualcomm. Neil, who else? Qualcomm as well as who else? Just Qualcomm. Okay. Has been linked with Taiwan Semi. So that's a look there. Obviously, another very big story was your friend, Joseph, Bill Ackman, taking a big boy position in Hertz. So, and this is a really interesting story here because initially he had a 4.1% stake, Joseph, and that now is up to 19.8, essentially 20%. But the way he got that is the bamboozler, Joseph. He used an SEC exemption to hide or delay the disclosure of the purchase, and that's actually allowed. Wow. Yeah. allowing him to build up his position quietly so that you wouldn't punch in and get rich. Only he can get rich, Joseph. You can stand on the sideline over there with us, right? He's going to get rich. So Hertz obviously surged 56% yesterday once that news was broken. Just to give you an idea here about how Hertz has done in their earnings, they reported a $2.9 billion loss last year, a $245 million hit as well in Q4 because of the devaluation of the Teslas that they bought. Joseph, they bought hand over fist EVs, thinking that people would be interested in renting those bad boys, and they ended up selling a lot of them at a significant loss. So looks like Ackman's trying to pick them up while they're down, possibly. We'll have to wait and see what plan he has for that. American Express reported as well, and they continue to do well. American Express is ridiculous of a company. Goldman also, this, I didn't get to talk about the story in the morning because we skipped over China. This is a really interesting story here. So Goldman Sachs is warning of a possible U.S.-China financial decoupling. Listen to this. So they're estimating that U.S. investors may have to divest up to $800 billion in Chinese equities in what they call a worst-case scenario financial decoupling. This warning follows escalating, obviously, trade tensions and regulatory friction between the U.S. and China. But here's what they're saying. U.S. institutions actually hold about 7% of the market cap of these Chinese ADRs, the American Depository Receipts. So the concerns here around the potential delisting, we've heard this been floating around now, the potential delisting of these major Chinese companies from the U.S. exchanges like your Alibabas, your JDs, your Neos, your XBEVs, et cetera. And if that ends up happening, you're going to have to divest $800 billion is going to come out of there. So we'll have to wait and see there. It looks like it's a tit-for-tat exchange with China saying, we may or may not respect your intellectual property rights, the U.S. countering back, obviously, with higher tariffs, and now the possible delisting of that. So Goldman drawing up what they call a worst-case scenario where we would see about $800 billion coming to the public market shows.
That would be detrimental to the Chinese market and make it even more uninvestable at times than what it currently, is right now or has been in the past. It doesn't seem so bad now, but that would be not a good look for the Chinese equity market. So yeah, good look there. Great reporting as always, Sharif. But let's see what we got going on in this market. Pizza Rat continuing to climb higher here, guys. Our Pizza Rat climbing. IBIT is climbing higher here. Really, really good look. One of the stronger names on the session. We're up just about under 1% here. 0.9 to be kind of roughly exact, 9.4. So really, really nice trading on IBIT. I wish I could caught this long. I just wasn't paying attention to it at this point. But then, yeah, we got that nice move. But that's some shoulda, coulda, woulda. TQs worked out pretty well for us here on the day. I think that was some of our better trading. I mentioned that we are in some NVDA and Apple as well too. So let's pull up the TQs to see what we got going on. And yeah, so some nice work here done, nice add, and just a continuous grind to the top side. You can see that we're holding this trend line here. So until that snaps, maybe we just grind. It is the day before we head into a long weekend, so volume might start to step off. But who knows? Maybe we get that 2 o'clock rally as well. So a lot to look forward to, but just also be patient. Don't try to force anything along those lines. Yeah, Pizza Rat. I didn't mean that obviously, but to short it up here, I don't know, man. It's such a strong underlying right now. Don't want to fight that trend. So be wary of that. And yeah, Die Nugent, I don't know what that means. Those ADRs are down, hella though. So hedgies are going to be forced to realize those losses. Are they going to be forced to realize those losses? Yeah, I think at some point, if that were to be the case, their day trader cut hedgies. I like that new term. We'll pull up Baba to see what we got going on. And I mean, if you look at it, at this name from a daily standpoint, you can see where we had those stimulus rumors, and then we just end up fading. So somewhere with stimulus, yeah, I think this was the first round of stimulus right here, and then you get the pop, and pretty much gives back the majority of that move, and then you get that second round of going right now, and that was more sustained as you crack through some key levels, and then head back into about $150. But now giving back a lot of this here, guys. So that's not a good look. From that peak, where we're currently trading at is about 25% So yeah, just following the overall market. So yeah, tough look here in these Chinese ADRs. And I mean, ask yourself this: do you want to be invested in this name for the long run? I know Sean and Neil talk about INTC, and it's like, okay, yeah, 27 years, 28 years now, it's essentially been dead money at the same price that it was that long ago, which I find slightly comical. But I mean, why would you want to be involved in that? Find things that are going to continue to grow and things that have established themselves. And I just don't know if this is a good long-term investment. And that's what a lot of people are here for, is just to make that long-term money. And I don't think that answers here in BABA and some of these Chinese ADRs. But let's take a look at INTC, because that made me chuckle, and I want to see what that's like. Hopefully I don't ever have to go through anything like that, but you never know. Something may come into along those lines where you just sit in a stock for that amount of years. I don't know if you would sit in it for that long, and to the point where you're just like, hey, see you later. I know someone in the chat asked me, like, hey, Joe, why did you get out of Apple and Tesla? Well, I think that there's a better opportunity to come, especially with Tesla. Or I'm not saying that the price is going to decrease, but I do believe that Tesla, there's going to be a right time, right? As soon as, I like how Sharif was using it as his #1 pick. It's like you got the robotics coming out, FSD, which I think is going to be an absolute game changer. And this is my example, right? Kind of just how we kind of evolved over time. When I was a kid, everybody had that scooter, right? Everybody had a scooter, and you had to use your own feet. Now, today, I don't see any kids with those scooters. They're all electric, and I think that's going to come along the lines of maybe not be the best analogy. Why are you going to give me the fail on that? I know that was you. You don't like electric scooters? Why, Ramin? They're quick. But anyways, I don't think anybody's going to be driving. I don't think anybody's going to be driving eventually at the end of the day. They're just going to hop in their car, and it's going to work out for them.
Tell them, Joe.
Yeah, and I think that's how it's going to work.
Adair's got breaking news.
Yeah, but we're going to go to Adair. That's my opinion on that.
We're going to talk here about Apple, AAPL getting a little bit of a bounce here. Washington Post reporting that the Apple CEO, of course, who is Tim Cook, had private conversations with senior members of the Trump administration. Apparently, this had to do with the iPhone price hikes following tariffs that were levied against China from the U.S. We know the iPhones or Apple's iPhones really stand to have some pretty significant price increases. We've heard reports that the company is shipping these iPhones left and right from India so that they can try to get these to the U.S. as quickly as possible to avoid some of the impact of these tariffs. But yeah, AAPL on watch getting a little bit of a bump, apparently trying to talk to senior members of the Trump administration with regards to their concerns about tariff impacts. Back to you.
That's fair. Pedal bikes. Yeah, I can get behind the pedal bikes there, Ermil. I agree with you on that.
I got to tell these guys about the best platform around here.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I didn't get that one in the old...
New traders, listen up. First month, it's free, Joseph. That's right. We're waiving the fees because they're going to trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience where they'll be able to analyze, strategize, and then hopefully after all that, they'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. And you also predict a lot better with that backtesting option. Reliable, real-time data, global markets, guys, literally at your fingertips, all in one platform. Do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, you will. Scan that QR code or click the link in said description. Shout out to the great folks at eSignal. We will be going back to Adara momentarily. Go ahead.
Keep an eye here on Palantir, any of these defense plays. Why is that? Well, in case you missed it, this morning we had reports that SpaceX was going to be really heavily involved in Donald Trump's planned Golden Dome project for defense. Now Elon Musk said, it's kind of a confusing series of comments here, but basically he said that if Trump asks them SpaceX, to help with the Golden Dome, then they will, but that SpaceX has not made any attempt to bid for a contract in the Golden Dome, and he actually wants other companies to help. So Elon Musk saying, sure, if Donald Trump calls me, we'll get SpaceX involved, but we don't really want to be involved on our own. Keep an eye on PLTR, which was another name really heavily mentioned with regards to this Golden Dome project, and Darrell as well, which of course works with Palantir, not publicly traded, but keep an eye on any other defense names like Boeing, for example, or LMT. PLTR, though, probably the closest name to watch with regards to this story. Again, Elon Musk denying reports that SpaceX has any interest in being part of the Golden Dome. Back to you.
Really interesting there, because that was not the headline that we read today, that he was getting it. Anduril, right, Adara? It was Palantir, Anduril, and SpaceX. But we also did read Lockheed, Raytheon, some of those traditional names that we know in the defense industry were being floated as well. So keep your eye on that story. It's very interesting. I thought, I hadn't seen Elon get into the military game quite yet. I was kind of surprised by the headline, I'm not going to lie to you guys, because all the applications of SpaceX and stuff have been for civilian purposes. So that would be the first time he was throwing his hat into the military, or at least from what I know. Maybe I'm wrong. Fact check me on that, chat. But that's the situation. Finally, we're getting a couple of dubs. Let me tell you guys, I'm red on the day, and it hasn't been a good day today. I kind of felt that was going to be the case. Just given the old noggin there was not in the best form, but we take a nice win here on your friend MSGM, popping into that 215. So we were able to scalp 195, 205. Looking for this one to continually run. I'm going to be adding on the dips, okay, into this one as well. Your friend Fat N as well. Fat Pipe continues to move up to the high side, 1390 on this monster right now, high a day. It's a bamboozler, though. I thought I was trading it correctly. I had all the right levels, but this one does have a tendency to have a specialist breakout and specialist breakdown. If you can't see it that well on the white charts, let me show it to you on the black charts here so you're able to see it a bit more. This probably stopped a lot of shorts out in the same way that this one over here stopped out a lot of the longs. I was involved in over here basically trying to take it off that $12 area, which had been money, and it was. But there was no way I could hold this 60 pennies against me because it wicked down there and then it got bought up quick as you like. So that's the way it is. FATN continuing to trend up. If you're unlucky enough like myself to get caught in the specialist breakouts and breakdowns, well then you might have a different feeling on it. But the fact of the matter is the trend is intact at the moment. I'm also continuing to short SXTC, wetting the beak there at 18s. We took some out at 7s. Let's see if this one wants to continue putting in a downtrend. Anything above 30, Joseph, I'm out.
Yeah, hit the dollar club for me. I'm not.
Oh, absolutely.
For somebody else there. There you go, Pizza Rat. There we go, normal special. That's for your Hertz trade. You get the dollar club. So if you ask kindly, you shall receive. We're in some TQs here, guys. You can see that we're holding this trend line. I would like a breakout, but I think if NVDA doesn't participate, we're not necessarily going to get it. You can see that we're really starting to move sideways now on the session. So just pay attention to that. I'll zoom out and use a higher time frame and just not focus on the one. And again, if we break through 45s, then that trade's going to be invalid, and then we might continue to the downside. So there we go. 20 cents OTM on that one, but that's okay. It's more of a grind. If buyers do want to step in, we can see that volume. And we have our trend line here as well, too. That's going to keep us in or out of this trade. If we snap it to the downside, then we're going to get out of it. There we go. Let's see what Adara's up to.
Keep an eye on SOFI. SoFi reportedly securing a $3.2 billion expansion to their loan platform business across agreements with Fortress and Edge Focus. So SoFi securing here apparently a $3.2 billion loan expansion. Keep an eye on SOFI. Already giving back a lot of this move, but we had a nice pop into that almost $11 area here for SOFI. Back to you.
Yeah.
Crazy. Okay, SXTC is breaking out again. Let's see what the situation here is. We've got a stop at 33s, but this is the area that it's been rejecting before. So let's see, does this one catch a bid? And it does. So we'll get stopped out for the remaining amount, but we did get some profits on that one. So SXTC, I'm having trouble saying this one today. If this breaks above 44 pennies, $2.44, that is a high at daybreak, and this will be a big move up if we can get one. I'm going to be keeping my eye on $2.44 on SXTC in the same way that I'll be looking to add at that $1.80 on MSGM. Adara, tell us what else you got.
Donald Trump, his stream just started for this bilateral meeting. We were expecting the bilateral meeting to start at 1:05 p.m., so about 40 minutes late is Donald Trump, but not too late for us to get involved in this market. That is for sure. Just be aware here, Donald Trump's bilateral meeting beginning. Apologies for all the interruptions. There has been a lot of news today to end this holiday shortened week. Here are the QQs just kind of continuing to top around here. He is, just in case you missed it, Donald Trump speaking with the leader of Italy, Giorgia Meloni. Back to you.
Katina, man, what are your thoughts on Georgia Maloney? Any thoughts? Yeah, no, come on, Katina, man. She's the he doesn't care.
The latte there, man.
Yeah, how's that? It's looking good, Katina, man. How is it warm outside? Yes, there's something to look forward to, baby.
It's pretty big, man.
That's a big one there, Katina, man. Free?
I know.
Who do you know?
$3.99.
Use my points.
Uses
Well,
points.
it's not really that free then. I mean,
Well,
you paid for it.
why? Can you see the eye in the middle? That was so creepy.
What?
You didn't see they
yeah,
like
we
focused
can see
in on
it,
Shaw's eyes there, yeah. Georgia Baloney, calm down there, Joe Schmo. Her name is not Baloney. That's not nice.
When was the last time you had a bologna sandwich?
I don't know, but it's been a hot minute. I don't even get cutlets anymore. I used to buy some cutlets from the grocery store. I get like some choice meats.
Cutlets,
choice
you mean
cuts.
cold cuts, right?
But there's a lot of sodium in there, so I kind of weaned off that, right?
Cold
Like,
cuts in a long time.
yeah.
I'm not a big cold cut guy.
No. Guys, I added into MSGM on the move down, and we're already wetting the beak here. So this one did drop off that 215, so I added at the same position, popped up into 95. We'll take more out there. Now I'm waiting in front of 2. So I appreciate you, Joseph. MSGM, guys, keep your eye on this one. But SXTC, this takes out 44s, and obviously after that we'll be looking at 50s. This could be on one right now. SXTC died basically all of the midday. It was a short, and that's why I looked over to the Katina man, and he got me shorts on this one because it was trading below the volume weighted average price, but now it's been doing the best it can to kind of get back into those highs. And I'll submit to you on that last little attempt, we got into 40s. Here it is again. Here, there's a huge seller at 40. Look at this. Keeping it down. Boom. A new high a day, guys. 245. If we get a breakout on this one, I'm taking it. Okay, so let's watch what this one does. We'll get it on the micro pullbacks as we always do. 245 high a day. It's still being kept down. We always have to worry about a double top for these formations, okay? Because we get back into that same level, and we don't know what kind of short seller or what kind of profit taker we got at those levels, right? So that's the thing we're looking for here. I'm looking for a decided break of the level on a closing basis, not just a quick wick up a couple of pennies above the previous high. It's got to be a decisive break. I'm talking about SXTC. Up 140%, Joseph. Let's see what this one does.
Yeah, let's go TQs in the overall market here, guys. Getting that nice bounce. You can see if we can pull up my screen real quick. So we entered on that one. Took a little off at the break of this pivot here, and then continuing to climb higher. We're gonna trim some more here, guys. So a really nice look. Oh, let's go, Sharif. There we go. Man? TQs moving really, really nice. Going 3 for 3 on the day with the TQs there, guys. So there we go. Nice look on this one here. So you can see that we were in at first, and then again, holding up the trend line, and then we look to take some more off there. So nice movement here in the TQs as we continue to climb. Let's see if we can break this pivot zone. This is gonna be a key level of resistance. Let's see if we reject it or we have enough volume. The thing is, I will note, we don't have that breakout volume here, guys. Even though we are slowly starting to increase, I want to see some more volume step in so we can get that momentum type trade. So there we go. Let's go, Pizza Rat. Let's go, Normal Special. My 2 guys. And Christmas in the chat as well, too. But Normal Special, Pizza Rat, Gorev, Juan Padilla, Hal R. Shout out to everybody there. Oscarito, Adam DeLuce, my guy. What's going on? Everybody in the chat. ADL says, hey, yo. What's up?
Look what he said after that, man.
What did he say after that?
How good was Saka? This good, baby.
Dang.
I was about to use a banned word right now, but he was money. Look, he missed the pen. He tried to get cute with the pen. We all saw it. He tried to chip it over Courtois. Not the right move, but my man was mentally strong. He had an L, and he came back from that L. And he played well the entire game, and then he was rewarded with that big boy goal. But the fact of the matter is, that's the kind of thing you want to see in a player because you're going to make mistakes. You're not always going to be on the top performer, but the mentally strong people continue on. I will submit to you guys, he was absolutely mentally strong yesterday. I'm talking about Bukayo Saka, Arsenal's right winger. I think Martinelli had a good game too, Adam. Martinelli has been kind of hurting a little bit lately, but he had a good game yesterday. Obviously, he scored, but I did like his play before he had that goal. So it wasn't just about him scoring. So that's a look there. I'm talking obviously about Arsenal versus Real Madrid. Yesterday, we whooped their rear ends 5-1 on aggregate, 2-1 on the night. They got their you-know-what handed to them. Adara, what's the information you got this time?
Donald Trump is currently being asked now, the Q&A right now. I just wanted to let you guys know that this is happening, but a comment was just made that I think I have to address. Literally, as we were doing the throw, Donald Trump was asked, what were you going to do about Jerome Powell? He has said that he will not be leaving, and then Trump said, oh, he'll leave if I ask him to. So Donald Trump making it very clear his goal is to terminate current FOMC chair Jerome Powell. Back to you.
Yeah, there we go. Tell him, Ramin.
He's gonna. What did Adara say? He's gonna fire Jerome?
Yeah. He said.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So there you can't fire my guy JP.
Bro, like we're Canadians. And maybe it's whatever, the Americans don't like us commenting about their system, but the fact of the matter is I think this causes a constitutional crisis, man, if he tries to remove the Fed chair. So
then I would say that it's somewhat of a political entity, you know?
Well, apparently, I mean, they're not supposed to be political, but let's get real. Are they not? Like, are they completely tone deaf to what's happening in the country? Of course it affects them some way, somehow, right? Like, they're alive to these issues. It's going to be interesting there to see if he removes them. I mean, they've been fighting since, again, we said this earlier, and Adara confirmed it. He appointed him in 2018, and they haven't had a good relationship since then.
Do you think
right? Like he fought him in I think he raised rates in 18, if I'm not mistaken, and Trump wanted to kill him at the time. Well, he didn't want to kill him, but you know what I mean. Like, he was unhappy with that.
Do you think that Jerome was slightly late to the punch on QT when inflation was at its peak?
You mean raising rates?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. That's why he calls him Mr. Too Late, right?
So there you go.
Calls him too late to raise rates, too late to cut rates, or we'll have to wait and see. That's this issue there. With love to all. Yes, we don't like you, Canada, to tell us what to do. We're not really telling you what to do, brother. We're just commenting. I don't think you should get so sensitive with that. But yeah, that's fine. Jerome is going to show him who the big dog is.
Ooh.
Where's Jerome on here? Oh, I can't find him.
I'll
Adara, more breaking news, I hear.
Dang.
We have now comments about tariffs here from Donald Trump. They're asking how are these calls going. Donald Trump said, well, Scott Bessent, who is, of course, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, could say more, but Trump did say that apparently they're making progress with all countries. The other thing that I think is worth noting here is there's a couple more comments from his talks for Powell. I was literally reading them as I was hearing them out my ear, so we weren't able to really process everything that was said. But he basically said he's not happy with Powell. He does not think Powell is, quote, doing the job. And then also more adding that countries want to make deals more than he does. So Donald Trump basically saying he's got the cards here when it comes to these tariff deals. Back to you.
Excellent reporting is over there, man. We're grateful for that. Yeah, let's see what else are the comments coming in here. Lemieux. It won't be a constitutional crisis, but will be a court case for sure. Yeah, it will be. Well, we'll have to see how this all pans out. Only time will tell. Let's bring in the thing over here and see what else everybody's saying.
No, Kurt,
go ahead.
No, we're not necessarily arguing with you what you're saying there, Kurt. Kurt Hoddle says Canada can't tell anyone what to do. We never said we were telling anyone what to do. What's your GDP there again? I think Illinois' GDP is bigger.
That's not true. It's a $2 trillion GDP.
Yeah.
Chill, bro.
I don't know.
Over $2 trillion now. Where are we at, Katina, man? I think we're over $2 trillion. Where's my chat at?
Come on, man.
Let's bring in chat.
Illinois.
Well, chat was wrong, I think, about the all-time highs on the NQ, so I am a little bit concerned. What is Canada's current GDP for 2024? I'm pretty sure it's $2 trillion change, guys. It's not going to be Illinois. All right, searching the web. Come on, chat.
Oh, bang! Already, I mean,
2.117 trillion. That's what I thought.
2.2 trillion.
You got 2. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. So there you go.
Copilot. By the way, I got something on Copilot there for you, Joseph. It's you're definitely going to want to hear this. So we glossed over the Microsoft story, right? Because it was just a downgrade by what's it called? Where are they at here? Show yourself by KeyBank. But look at this, Joseph. Look at why they're downgrading. Adder's key concerns: cloud growth stagnation, macroeconomic headwinds, and AI investment skepticism. Copilot disappoints. Revenue and demand below expectations. Well, they got to monetize you, Joseph, and then maybe they'll make a buck or two, right? There you go. Oh, Palantir. You just ruined the entire stream. That's Alex Karp, the haired one.
One more time.
He's phoning, Katina, man. You're going to have to pick up the phone,
again,
brother.
One more time. Who?
Alex.
Call back.
Alex, you got to stop.
Oh, there he is. I did that just for you, my guy.
Why does the screen do that, though? Like, what the hell is going on?
Said that Katina man would like that one.
What is happening?
We don't want to talk to Warren. We want to talk to Alex himself. So there you go.
I absolutely love it. All right, the Katina man's still long Palantir, by the way, for anybody who wants to know.
The taxes.
Oh my goodness. All right, guys, we just took some profits here on Fat N at the 53 penny mark, and now it's showing me 65. So let's go ahead and wait up at 74s. We'll look to wet the beak in and around there. I'm talking about Fat Pipe. Up again, 48.5%, not a bad look there. I'm also weaseling into MSGM. I've been into this. Sorry, I'm not weaseling. I'm looking at getting in more, actually. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Punch in a little bit there. On for a pop back up. It's been quite respectful of VWAP and the 10 exponential moving average. So not a bad look there. We'll keep an eye on these positions. We only have about 5 minutes left. Bruce Wayne. As an American who has dated multiple Canadian girls, I have nothing negative. I didn't even finish it. I didn't even finish it yet. I didn't even finish it yet. What's happening?
Bruce Wayne, you are that guy.
Hold on. Let the man talk, bro.
You are that guy.
As an American who has dated multiple Canadian girls, I have nothing negative to say about Canada. I love it up there. Drop that money, baby. There it is, baby.
Yeah, there we go. We love that one.
All right, that should get a couple of laughs there. All right, we're having a good time, guys. Yes, the chat does like that. I figured they would like that. That is quite funny.
That was a good one.
All right, we're having a good time here, guys. Let's keep the good times going. Let's see if this MSGM wants to pop back up into a good level. What did we do there? Okay, so Fat N, we took another nice 60 penny winner there on Fat Pipe, and now we're going back to Adara.
Donald Trump actually talking about NVIDIA, more specifically its CEO, Jensen Huang. Basically, we know that Jensen Huang was going to China because of some concerns about the H20 chip and potential restrictions. Trump said that he's not worried about Jensen and that Jensen's a friend of his. So NVIDIA making a bit of a double top on this, just be aware, NVDA now being mentioned, specifically its CEO, Jensen Huang, by President Trump. Back to you.
Any opinions from a Playboy? With love for all, brother, you really are the opposite, the antithesis of your name. Why are you so angry, dude? Like, your name is with love for all. Calm down over there, brother. Like, I don't understand what's happening with this guy.
Yeah,
I don't get it, Joseph. What's happening over there, man? Your boy has no love for anybody up there in that place.
ELE.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. All right, guys, we're taking some more here on MSGM. So I'm done the trade on Fat Pipe to the high side. We got top wig for now at 1380. I don't mind adding it to this on a move back down to 13 mid-teens. MSGM as well, continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows. The next little area I'm waiting for at 97s. Let's see if we can continue to move up here on MSGM. It's been a decent trade all day. It's been putting, as you can see, it looks like a very, very aggressive higher low, higher high situation. We haven't been really breaking down below key areas of technical support. What has happened on this one is you've had these returns. So pops back up aggressively, and then it will return kind of back to the mean. That's where you should be picking it up on. That I'll submit to you guys. MSGM, not a bad look. And here we go. Now it's popping up into 97s. That's where I'm waiting. I'm waiting at 97s. Let's see if it can cross. It's got to cross 97s for me to get the print. It's at 97 right now. No print forthcoming as a result of the spread. So we'll pack our patience on that one. There it is. Bang. All right, we'll take that one out there. Let's see what it does in front of $2 now. MSGM, guys, a nice move up into that $2 area. Joseph, a couple minutes left on the show.
Yeah.
Leave them with some thoughts, man.
Yeah, I mean, I had a good one lined up, but I don't feel like saying it today. Because, I have that little spiel at the end, but I'm going to leave it for another day. Maybe we'll get it.
No. What do you mean? Why?
Yeah, because I like it, and I'm not fully prepared.
Fair.
To do it, but I think people will enjoy it. It's just a little quote, and I like it. So we'll save it for another day.
Fair, bro. Whatever your vibe is, yeah.
Question, but Yeah. Again, let's see what we got going on here. Not much time left. I hope everybody does have a good weekend. Though we are long.
Yeah,
it feels like a long time since we've had a long weekend. There's nothing in March, is there? We don't get any specific breaks in March, so we have to wait all the way until April.
You mean May, right? May 2-4. Yeah, we got
Sorry,
Memorial Day. Memorial Day. Yeah.
Anyways, coming.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah.
But again, yeah. So going to be relaxing. Nice little trip coming here in a couple hours. So looking forward to that.
You taking off from Pearson?
Yeah.
So listen, don't show up at Pearson. All the groupies out there, the Joey Options
show
groupies.
Show up at the DFW, Dallas Fort Worth. I'll be there. I'll sign whatever I need to sign.
That's amazing. Take a picture at Cowboys AT&T Stadium as well.
Yeah, I will. I'm gonna do some traveling. I'm gonna have some good Texas barbecue.
Hey.
There we go. There we go. Alex.
Hey.
My guy.
Hey. Who? Hello? He hung up, man.
He hung up.
He's so rude, man.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about any.
It is now 2 o'clock, guys. It's been a hell of a week, a tougher trading day for me today, but it was a decent week, guys. Your boy Joey Ops is going to be in Dallas, so if you're in Dallas, reach out to your boy. He's on Twitter or X. You know exactly where that is. For us, though, we will see you. I will see you shortly at the green screen. Joseph, leave him with a thought.
Have a good weekend. Don't ruin. If you have a positive week, make sure you have those stops in place. Headline-sensitive market. Make sure everything is cool.
Peace.
I'm not muted. Physical evidence. Proof.
Wow, Ramin.
No, I had no. It's no, I know what it was. I just turned it on like 30 seconds ago. It probably didn't register over there. But I'm kind of curious what this quote was going to be that Joe was going to throw out for everybody. You can't just. Yo, I got this. I
didn't know we were expecting a quote.
No, he just goes, I got this thing I've been thinking about. I think you guys are really going to like it. But I'm not going to say it now. But I really, really think you guys are going to love this. But it just got to be prepared to do it right. No, that's fair enough. We didn't really move. Kind of expecting we'd move a little bit more when we had would
have been nice.
Trump coming through. But you never really know what's going to happen. Ultimately, there was some good strength back in the market. I know we're trending up and we're back to green. The market's done that. We've been calling it the yo-yo action. Right. Where for every down move, there's an equal, or it's trending up, but for every down move, we kind of go up, down, in a steady and slow fashion to the upside here, which is good. I just want to get back into Apple off VWAP if we can. If we're gonna go yo-yo, then Apple, I like its trend. We talked about this morning, how it was just strong all day. From the very open, it's only been making higher lows and higher highs, essentially, since the first bottom. So I like this one for some afternoon longs. Just make sure that I'm actually in the chat here. Close the right one. But it's been a wild week. Remember, it is holiday shortened. The market's closed tomorrow, so you will see a Friday-style close. Should mean that maybe there'll be bigger imbalances than normal because you're ending the week and options expiration, all that kind of good stuff, although a lot of that happens in the morning. So good look so far. If the stream doesn't switch over, you always got to do it manually, Mine usually doesn't, so I have to.
Yeah, mine never does.
I'm in there now, so if you're watching us and you haven't flipped over, just go flip over. It should be a fun afternoon show. I know you guys have a guest this afternoon for the market recap as well.
Yeah.
And we got big earnings tonight. We care about the TSM matters, but Netflix tonight's going to be big. TSM, I think, was a big one, mattered a lot to the market. Look at how the chips are doing. Lots of volatility there. And we'll see how Netflix does. I like Netflix. I'm not doing anything with my shares, but I'm not. I'll be glued to it.
I think it's a little foolish to position yourself ahead of earnings.
I hate doing it.
To make a call one way or the other on all that.
Do you know the only time I've ever done it? No, it's not. I've never positioned myself into something, but I've sold something that I wasn't a huge fan of because it's I don't love this, so I get an opportunity to not risk through earnings and take something off of it. That's the only time I've ever traded or in my personal account before earnings in a long-term position.
I just want to say we're getting out. It's funny because we were gone and I was sitting right there at 92.25 to get more long on Palantir. I went down to 92.30. we weren't here when that happened. It was just a small position. It would have been a quarter of a unit and then punching out at 92. So we still have that stop in. It just came right back up to VWAP again. So we'll take a piece out there at VWAP, VWAP, another out for Palantir. But you know what? The runner here is SoFi.
Let's go.
Adair brought the story, and I should have just punched long. Like, basically, it was funny because it ripped immediately, and then when it went back, and we heard the story from Adair, it was back down into 1080. And I just thought, okay, well, if it gained all the way back, then obviously whoever hit either that was a fat finger all the way to the upside, and it's not that big of a story, or. And at the end of the day, it does get that new move upside. Something about a... hold on a second. Let me check out exactly what that story was right here for SoFi. About the more debt or something. They got restructuring, or they got a SoFi announces $2 billion extension of loan platform business. Yeah, so extension there of the loan. So that'll be good. Fortress Investment Group there. So yeah, good to see, obviously. And we'll wait to see what happens now with SoFi moving a little bit higher. Finally, we get a little bit of a catalyst here on some of these names. There's catalysts all over the place, but you know, for SoFi, we've been sort of waiting for it to do something. Oh, here it is.
Do something, SoFi.
Here, I'm going to move it toward the days over there. Yeah, so let's get it to do something, and it is trying to break out right now. What about 11, you may say, on SoFi? I mean, that looks pretty good to me. We have that top tick rate here in around 11.02. If we get going through there, I do think we probably get to this 11.25 marker. And not only that, some of the banks are doing a little bit better today than expected anyways. JP Morgan up 1.8. So the banks are starting to outpace the rest of the market here. So SoFi, if you get on the back of that, it would make a little bit of sense to me to do that today. So yeah, man, so far so good here today. Palantir, SoFi, Google, that's the stuff that we're gonna be looking at. But we do have Sharif ready to go at the screen. Let's do our best segment. It's the rundown.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the Midday Show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you've got to be a subscriber in order to vote and engage with us. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at the triple Qs, guys. We're at local highs right now, up almost 0.2% on the NASDAQ, so not a bad look. Higher lows all throughout. Some good catalysts today for some Mag 7 names, some red and some green, a mixed bag for the Mag 7. The first ticker, though, as decided by you guys, Hertz. Very interesting move today, up nicely on the day, up nicely yesterday as well, after we got word that Pershing Square Capital Management disclosed a stake via 13F. CNBC reported that Pershing Square stake is about 19.8% through both shares and swaps, guys. He's been building, Bill Ackman, that is, vis-a-vis his hedge fund, his position without disclosing that using a special SEC rule.
All right, so we've probably said enough. We've said enough about the special SEC rule. We talked about it in the aftermarket show. We talked about it this morning, and you know, suffice to say, look, does anyone actually think it's fair? Not really. I don't think you'll find anyone around here that does, but look, it's squeezing right now. It was 39% short float before. Whatever it is right now, hopefully for the sake of the shorts, it's less. If they didn't get out when they had the opportunity, because they've been, this is the thing, like, I don't know, like if you're winning like this on the south side and we start breaking out on something like this, squeezing, like take the win, baby. Like if you're just letting it go, let it go, let it go. They can, they still be in the money, but you got to imagine that some of the squeeze is starting to abate as you get into a bit of a chop zone. Didn't end up taking that dip off the failed break. Sort of right after we ended the show, you know, get up. I wasn't at my desk when it did the failed break of 8. So there's your failed break of the $8 double top. It does pull, hold VWAP, which is what you want to see. I think that $8 level looks like a good place, if not the volume weighted average price to go dip buy hunting. I like Apple a little, well, we'll get to Apple. I like that for some VWAP dip buy hunting. But Hertz, I think this is just a pure squeeze play. I don't even know. Sometimes you'll get like, this is the opinion of why I think it's good. You know, like Cohen will say something about maybe GME or Chewy, or Ackman will say his reasons behind Hertz. I don't even know. I just care about the momentum. And at this point, prior highs for dips on a breakout play make some sense. It's going. Got to go with it. Oh, one thing. NVIDIA broke VWAP. At the same time, it should be somewhat obvious. But once Intel broke that 19 from this morning, I got out. So 19 was where, so there's VWAP on NVIDIA, but once Intel broke 19, I jumped out of that trade. We got one more VWAP press out of it, but now you're going higher. Oh no, this chart too. But yeah, so we're starting to break out on the NASDAQ. We're starting to break out on the chip names as well.
So Martinez, yeah, same way, out of more than 90% of Palantir. Look at it going to the upside right now. We just got out at VWAP, then we got out at 80s, and we got out at 94. So now I have higher targets, 94.33s, right where we were before, into this area, and then we have 94.80, which is the top of the morning to you right there, 95 bucks. We'll see if we can get that. Look, I mean, I don't have much else to say about Hertz other than exactly that. We talked about that $8 mark. It's why we zoomed out and looked at it earlier today. And I said that if you were getting up here and you were already long, definitely were selling something. And at the same time, if the momentum was there and you weren't long and you were thinking about it, a break of 8 probably was a decent trade as well. So just looking at what happens on that break of 8, it gets there. It does not break right there at 9:30. That's where we sort of identified it. And then this was a tricky spot there because it does break, but then fades back into 7:30. So that's a loss. And then if you go long again here at $8, you probably lose again. And then if you went long at $8, maybe on this pullback would have been the time that you win. So it's given you a lot of opportunities to come in and make you look smart at $8. But I think I would have looked foolish because every single time it broke, it basically came right back in. So patience would have been the only way to win on this if you had the $8 break. And so for me, not very clean. I'm not sure how the boys traded it on the midday, but to me, it looks pretty choppy up here around $8. It's like a giddy up moment, but it doesn't look like yeah, okay. So it didn't look like it went too far off that level. So yeah, for me, I guess VWAP, or I'm going to probably leave it alone. I think $8, you probably don't see that. I mean, I don't know. I wonder about, Ackman and Pershing Square getting out. Up and around this level. So we'll wait to see some more news. But for right now, Hertz to me looks like we might have topped out up there around 870. That's a good short if we can get there against $9. That's what I'd be looking for. But here in the afternoon, there's going to be a lot of traders looking for trades. So this could be one that eventually does blow up to the high side, to be honest with you.
All right, guys, Google next, down marginally, about 0.4%, not a big move down. But there was this headline, judge ruling today that Google is operating an illegal ad monopoly. We know that to be the case. They are facing the same thing in England as well as the EU today. It was on this side of the ocean, guys, the judge making their ruling.
Yeah, that ended up being a great buying opportunity in Google.
Yeah.
That
might come back.
Yeah, like it is. What are you going to do? Like it cracked 150 on that. It was a nice. It wasn't an easy bottoming tail candle. I don't think. I mean, I wasn't on it at the point. I was on Nvidia at that moment. Nvidia was at 100 when this happened. Remember, like if you're watching the morning show, this is when Nvidia was testing 100. So that's where we were. It's not even on the list. Yeah, we'll talk about that after. But obviously, it seems to me like people are ready to buy Alphabet. There's a value aspect to this. I've heard multiple analysts, you sort of hear them talking about it. It's like, oh, Alphabet is at a great value, this and that, they got levers to pull. I mean, do they need to diversify a little bit away from that search dominance? Of course, they need AI to work. Obviously, YouTube's doing really well for them. I think you get that, we talked about this before, you get the quantum play down the line for these guys. I just think it's a good space. I was even thinking about whether some of what I want to buy into Meta I don't want to also put into Alphabet this quarter. I'm not at that point yet because the plan's been the plan, and I already own twice as much Google as I do Meta. Maybe even more than that. I'd have to double check. It might be a little bit more than that. So I don't know if I'd be rushing to make that change. But yeah, it was a great buying opportunity on Alphabet. Thing is, it hasn't been able to get back to where it started and is slowing down going into it as the market's breaking out. So there's still some drag on this stock, at least for today.
Yeah, everybody. I am everybody in the chat. I'm well. Maybe we'll just to show everybody where the allegiance lies. Many of you know about Palantir, and there's the Palantir hat. So yeah, I'm well aware that Palantir is flying around here. It's going to be a big stock. Yeah, I know, a brand new one. I don't know why he calls the show. The guy has my cell, but that's a great job there, Alex. We'll talk later. Just real quickly here, we already had Google written down here at 153.50 long. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4. You see Alex and everybody that's joining us for the first time, I already written this down right there, Palantir 93 long. So when Palantir came into 93, Palantir's not even on there. There's Palantir long 93 right there. right? And so there's, whoa, what is that? There's 93 long right there. There's 92.50 long. We were trading live when this was all happening. But at the end of the day, Google is something to look at. So we'll put this back and, all right, see ya. And then now we'll talk about Google. So here's what we did on Google. Again, I've only traded 2 names today, Palantir and Google. So, and Google's going to be a top stock for us again, just because of the way it was traded. We were just going long, you know, off of that 153.50. We were going long off 153 again. It worked every single time until it didn't, and then we dropped it out, and then that news hit. So, you know, this is the thing about having stop orders. Like, you know, it fell down because of that story, but we were already out, you know, and didn't really have a reason to go short. What we could have done was gone short 153 and got lucky on that play. Like sometimes when we write down levels and they wind up breaking, it could be the reversal. But now Trump is saying that Powell should do rate cuts. And I already said this yesterday, Powell's days are going to be numbered. And, you know, so I would say his exit date, Trump appointed him, and he'll probably remove him. So we'll wait to see here whether or not he has the power to do it or not. That's never stopped Donald before. So I'm not worried about that. But at the end, I mean, I hope Powell stays, but I don't really have too much affiliation to that. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening. Just heard it in my ear. But I like Google. As what Neil said, it's, you know, it's part of the portfolio. So yeah, buying more dips around 140 makes sense to me. Right there, 140.15 or so. That's the local bottom. We're not too far away. You like Google now, like waiting for that extra little bit of bump, I mean, or I guess move down, you know, you could start probably layering into this one, but anyways, to each their own. So, all right, that's Google. UNH, oh boy.
Yeah, have a look at that, Sean. I mean, that's just straight down in a straight line. Then it, you know, it took the elevator and then it decided, no, let me get on. I'll take the escalator down. So, yeah, UnitedHealth trading lower after the company reported much worse than expected Q1 results, cutting its full year 2025 adjusted EPS guidance, basically blaming seniors for using healthcare services a bit more. So a bit of a tougher look there. It really couldn't catch a bid. But I want to bring your attention to the daily chart on this because this $450 to $440 level has been a key area of technical support. I'm sure the boys will get into it, but that is a look there. And this goes all the way back to January 2022, guys.
You just showed the level on the chart. Look, if it wasn't, I said this morning. Like after the whole, after the incident shed some light, after the murder of that CEO of the subsidiary, it shed some light and makes you look at the business of UNH. And I'll admit, like I was a buyer of this stock like multiple times in this 440 level over the last couple of years. It's just one of those like safe-ish kind of plays. Like, you know, healthcare spending is going to continue to be solid, and it just keeps bouncing. We go back and forth. It just gets 20% over and over again. Buy, sell some, buy, sell some, buy, sell some, hold it. And I ended up getting rid of it altogether on the bounce after, you know, after that assassination, murder. And I don't know that I want to get back in, but if I'm just putting in like we'll just analyze the stock in the chart for a second. Like if it holds 440 next week, it's probably a buy. I mean, what are we doing? You know, like regardless of what you think about it, we've seen it actually bounce on things looking really bad. Yes, the guidance was poor, but if it can settle this range, I think you're probably fine. There was a bounce off 450, which. That was right when we transitioned away. So like right after we ended our show, it did this gorgeous bottoming tail candle. It's hilarious because they were messaging me about it when I wasn't at my desk. And I tried it off the like right in here, just under the 470 level. It was like a trend break reversal. It wouldn't be like $1.20 in the money or so, but I was looking for a bigger move. But it gave you at least something. Like it didn't go it went 460 to 470. So you could have had that one for about $7 or $8. Then it went 450 and really gave you only $5 or $6 there. So really the bounce earlier was better. It just looks nasty. If you're not looking for that hole on the daily chart, I'm not sure what else you'd be doing with this stock. You know, are you panicking out of it after all of this? Or are you waiting to see if the support holds? I think you got to see if this support holds for you.
We ready? We ready for sure. Want to see how a Forex robot performs? I know I do. Without risking real money, test Forex Vim. That's Forex VIM. Risk-free in demo mode. Forex Vim. Yeah, exactly. Forex Viv is an auto trading robot that analyzes, bless you, that analyzes trends and executes trades, guess what, for you. But before you use it live, test it first in demo mode. I mean, how can you go wrong? Make sure we do this ASAP. This is free backtesting demo, lets you see how it works with historical data, adjust settings without real money, and decide if it fits your strategy before going live. So perfect for beginners or for pros who want data-backed results, the best kinds. Try the free backtesting demo now, and our link is in the description box. Go check it out. I mean, we talked about that when we had Trade Ideas on before. They have, their AI involvement in their platform as well. So this is a Forex trading specializing in gold. So you could definitely go check that out. I just say, you know what, if it's a back testing thing and you can test it out, you might as well have, have that quick little look. Yeah, you don't like it. This is something that I was just going to say, obviously you just ran through some levels of UNH. I mean, that 440 is pretty key, to hover around there and see if we can get back there, hold, and then play the bump from there. But this is the healthcare ETF. Okay, this is Spider XLV. There's gonna be many different ETFs in this space, but this is the one that I don't, something to look at. I think it's one of the more popular ones. So if you do like the healthcare in general and you don't want to take single stock risk like UNH, it's not even down today. So that's a big enough surprise to me. I don't know the exact weighting of UNH in there, nor am I promoting this ETF by any stretch. But if you are interested in it, this is another name that, hey, well off of the highs, 150 down to 136. Looking like we have some topping levels there. Goes back to 2023. So of August, I don't know, just XLV could be a play for you if you're interested in this. My go-to, one of the only, I have XBI, but I also like AbbVie. AbbVie has been one of mine that I've had for a very, very long time. It had a huge dividend before, and I never wind up selling it. This name also has gotten hit pretty good down to the downside here as well. They were Botox, so I don't know if that's still popular or whatever, but coming all the way back down into 160, 160. It had just a huge run. So even if you zoom back, this stock has come from places. So AbbVie all the way upside 215, all the way back down into 170. I like AbbVie. Look at that level right here. It's not like UNH, but this is pharmaceutical. But anyways, all right. So that's that call. Let's go look at Apple. Okay, Siri.
Oh, I like that. Shout out to my Egyptian cousin who also calls it buttocks. All right, here, guys. Apple, 2.2% in the clear. I think it's the strongest today of the Mag 7 names. On the back of this headline, looks like Timmy C, Apple CEO Tim Cook, speaking with Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick on the impacts of the tariffs and specifically iPhone prices as concerns mount about the cost of iPhones being made in the United States.
Burns.
Apple's
we're not worried about anything.
long today.
There was a Dave Chappelle stand-up from 2017 that's been floating around there, and he's like, I don't know what we're all worried about China for. We don't want those jobs from China. He's like, I want to wear Nikes. I don't want to make Nikes. I want to use an Apple cell phone. I don't want to make an Apple phone, and it's just like all of that kind of stuff. And then we fast forward about 7 or 8 years and it looks like we're dealing with that all over again. But look, I don't
Chappelle.
I like Apple above 200 to go long. We talked about that. It's just a little psychological thing. Same reason when we had that Tesla in and around that 250. You have Google now around 150. And it's just like we had been going long and short on Apple the last couple of days. Yesterday was the biggest trade for me by far, where we were short $8 twice. $4 there, and then $4 here. Look at this move at the end of the day yesterday. Now, could this happen again today, Ramin? Maybe. From 198 all the way down to 192. There yesterday, we had this short, and then we had this short. And today, I haven't even looked at it, but maybe we should, because now that I see this, looky, we're right back here, right at yesterday's sort of spot where was a great short, another short hit right there. But you could see, unless you were really trying to bottom pick today and thought about getting long, it went right back into yesterday's close. So like that 195, I was sort of struggling for what name to write down. We wrote down Google, and we've made money on Google. It's fine. Feel like we would have made a little bit more on Apple. I was debating putting Apple or Google on here. I went with Google, and I think we probably should have gone with Apple. And it was just the same kind of a trade. Right back in, we opened up higher on Apple. I thought we liked the long today again, and it fell, but not at these levels. But when it fell back into yesterday's close, we probably should have bought that. So 195, a mistake for Apple. Just like how I was talking about NVIDIA long at 100 and I didn't push the button. It's the same kind of a trade right there. I was in Palantir and in Google and was not willing to go into Apple, and we definitely should have done that. So right now, 198.50, it's up more than the market. This is the struggle for me in the afternoon. What do we think? You know, like, do we want to play the breakout and just let it keep on running, or do we wait for it to pull back? So for right now, because it's more aggressive than the market, I think if the market does fade, then this is one of the names we want to get long. So 50-period moving average now at 198 flat. That's a good long level for me into the afternoon against the 50. So again, missed opportunity early, but what can you do? We're sitting in $1.70 profit right now on Palantir.
Well, I went over, I said this morning, I go, when that 100 NVIDIA resolves itself, I'm going over to Apple because it's relatively strong, and I'll tell you guys why after. We resolved ourselves on the initial bounce. It was a couple of times pretty clean off of it, ran into the resistance on 101, was able to get back what we lost in the morning. I had 4 stop outs, and then 2 winning trades on NVIDIA. So went 2 for 6 on NVIDIA, thankfully. And the crazy thing is it didn't go all the way initially on view up. Like, I got out. Like, I actually had a profit take and punched out. That's why it shows like a purple. I never went short there. It was just like a crazy spike up that when it started to revert, I'm like, that was fast. Let's get out. But Apple, here's the difference. I'm trying to go long something is trending down, but it was the chat, and shout out to everybody in the chat. At least a few people said it, maybe not every single person. Hey, the market's going down. Apple held the low, and it put in a higher low. And so the second it regained VWAP, might have missed the first one off VWAP, wasn't at the desk, came back, it got to VWAP, scalped it a couple times, got to the high, dipped into the prior high. Thought we were getting back into VWAP the last time, it didn't. So I got to look for a higher low. Like, I'm looking just slightly under the 198 now for a dip. Trend is pretty clean. It doesn't mean you're out of the woods yet. I mean, you can look at the daily chart, you know what's up. Like, we've had it's more of a consolidation after our rebound than any kind of a big blowout happening in Apple to the upside. But for this afternoon, it's a dip by long, slightly under the 198 for myself. And if we break that 200, I remember how explosive that was when we broke it on that August low day. Like, that was wild. A lot of buying came back into Apple, and you see the continuation was pretty impressive too. But a lot of stocks did that after August. But this afternoon, we're buying dips in Apple. Doesn't mean they're out of the water yet.
Just want to let you guys know that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent commenting not that long ago that South Korean officials are coming to the United States next week for trade talks. So some positivity there. Last on the list here, guys, Fat Pipe, FATN, another day, another move up, an aggressive move up, over 58% currently. I was just looking at this one. It was a lot higher, some 70 some odd percent. It's raising the bar with single stack network security and cybersecurity for ease of deployment at an affordable price, reports for SBMs, excuse me. Keep an eye out on this one, but it's got a gnarly looking topping tail right now, guys.
Well, it's very gnarly looking because it's halted down right now, Sharif. So Fat N down at 1433. So it went 17 to 1433. Essentially a volatility halt back in. That said, it's still up 58%. This isn't even like the prior high is like 13.9 where it broke out from recently here. So yeah, like that's how crazy these things will move, that you can halt back down and still be above the latest breakout price on the stock, which is absolutely wild. So just a reminder to everybody, if you haven't done the old zoom out on our good friend Fat N, well, where did it turn around? After things calmed down on the first day, we made tops here right around 14.5 to 15. So that's the last little push that we just faded, like kind of squeezing through it and closing underneath. If it doesn't regain